Kia ora everybody, welcome to the first final of the PBA here in New Zealand. We're currently watching the World Pairs between Nick Thompson, Gary Cotter and Murray Wilson and Sasha Taylor. And when your commentators for today are Claire Hendra and Craig Merrilees. Morning, Craig.
Good morning. So, big day here today. 4 finals on. We've got the World Pairs first up, as you see on screen now. Followed by that, we'll have the Scottish singles. In the Scottish singles final, we'll just get that draw for you. In the Scottish singles final, we have Murray Wilson playing Colin Rogan. That'll be the second game up today. The third game at 11:45 approximately will be Ross Ellery playing Craig Merrilees. And in the World Singles Final, we've got a semi-final being played out there at the same time at the moment now between Aidan Zitterstein and Colin Rogan. The winner of that game will play Southland's Debbie Jackson in the final, approximately 1:30. So,
pretty handy starter here from Sasha.
Yeah, it is. So Sasha, partner of Murray Wilson. Murray Wilson's had a really good year in Dunedin this year, won 3 events, I believe. A ranking event. Yes, he won a ranking singles. The UK, not the UK, the Scottish and the World Pairs. So really good year for Murray down there. I think he's rocketed up the rankings to about 11th now. So
for anybody that's not sure about the structure of the PBA, for the pairs, we are looking at 2 7-end sets. Where if it is even after those sets, they play a 3-end tie-break, and that tie-break is based on points. No, sorry, based on ends, not points. So the first to win 2 ends comes through as our winner.
So just a small crowd with us at the moment. We've got a slightly earlier start than normal, just so we can get all the games in. But we had a pretty packed day yesterday. A lot of very, very good bowls. We had the Shanghai singles final we played last night, and Bevan Clark of Southend, after being at New Zealand finals for a couple of years in that event, he managed to take that out. So it was a very exciting final.
They're finishing behind the head.
Yeah.
And it's looking like it's a very long end there to start with. This is a 40-metre green. A little bit different for some of the players that have not played on this sort of length before. I think we are the only 40-metre indoor green in New Zealand.
It's a fantastic facility. I think a lot of the players that have played here before have found it a wee bit different this time. They're used to it being quite heavy, but with this new surface, it's definitely sped up a couple of seconds. Just over again. Still in the game when they're over the head though, so good bowls from both leads. Gary Cotter was also in the UK singles, lost a very close semi-final to Ross Ellery last night.
Now you'll notice we have had the players...
good bowl here coming in from Gary. This is number 1.
Just going to cut under. But we have had the players put red and green stickers on. Understandably, we've got the red stickers are those of Nick Thompson and Gary Cotter, and the ones of green is Murray Wilson and Sasha Taylor.
Wee bit of a PDA moment midway from the Murray Wilson team. Good, good to see.
Yeah. We've got Robin Lee's having a great chat there in the background.
So Murray Wilson with his first bowl, playing with Dreamline XGs. The narrower bowl seems to be the preferred choice in here now, with the green a bit quicker. A lot of people came to bowls 3-5 a few months ago with wider bowls, which I'd normally always play with inside, but this surface, the XGs or the tighter bowls, certainly more favourable, I believe.
I love that Craig's raising that after having quite a debate with myself for about a week. With me saying bring your XGs. The surface is very different than it has been previously. Earlier this year, they've lifted it up. They've made some surface changes underneath the mat. Previously it was really quick at one end of the green and really heavy at the other. Now that weight is sort of evenly distributed across the green at the moment, but we're still ironing out the kinks
Tidy
on
bowl
other
here.
things.
Nick Thompson, very good. Nick Thompson was playing very well yesterday too. Quite an accomplished bowler, of course. Indoor and outdoor.
And of course he was one of the commentators yesterday and did a fantastic job there.
So, on his backhand, Murray Wilson. Tracking well towards the head. Might just pull up a little bit short.
Beautiful track. It may cut it down though. Maybe not.
Giving himself not much to improve on there to get at least second with his next one. Just while we're waiting for Nick Thompson to play this bowl, a big thanks to one of our major sponsors, Spates Ale House. Justin Cullen at the Spates Ale House, also the Victoria Tavern. Big thanks to him. He's takes a lot of there's a lot goes into running these finals, and we couldn't do it without people like the Spates Ale House. So big thanks to them. We all had a good night there on Friday night. All the players turned up there, so great venue. So Murray Wilson with his last bowl. Couple down. He's only got to improve on his last bowl by a metre.
Keep that same track.
Looks interested, but he looks a lot wider.
Yeah, looks like it's just going to sail on wide and be a handy start for Nick and Gary.
So it looks like 2 to Auckland with Nick Thompson now.
One
Trying to
left
get
to
that
play.
bonus.
Now the other thing we do have this weekend is the Battle of the Regions, and there are points for all of the events into where all of the regional representatives have sort of their results, and at the moment we've got Auckland and Dunedin leading the points table. Is
On
that
10,
right, Graham?
yep, correct. So Auckland and Dunedin are leading, and Southland are 1 point behind. So it is going to be a very interesting day. Southland has 2 finalists in the form of Debbie Jackson and myself, and Auckland has potential of 3 with these 2, Gary Cotter and Nick Thompson in the final of the pairs, and Colin Rogan going very strong in both the world singles and the Scottish singles, so he's going to be tough to beat. He played very well yesterday. So, nearly a full length end here. So Gary Cotter, the lefty. Looks pretty handy here with his first.
Stunning track.
That's a very good bowl. Front touch at it open. So as Claire alluded to just earlier, 7 end sets. So you want to get on the board early. Sasha Taylor now on her backhand, following it down.
Looks like it's just a tad narrow.
That's all well weighted.
Covering a spot.
Yeah, so in those not familiar with the PBA, we don't have a 2 metre mark, it's a 3 metre mark. And we also have 2 spots, 1 out to each side. So if the jack is killed, it goes on one of those 2 spots. Designated they're a metre out from the 3 metre mark and 300 millimetres back.
Another great bowl here from Gary.
Great start. Stunning day in Wellington today. These don't come around too often.
Oh, I thought you wouldn't be used to it. Highly recommend coming down for anybody in the Wellington area. It is absolutely beautiful here today. It's not a fridge out there. It's not warm yet, but it's not the inside of a fridge.
Oh, Sasha just over compensating a wee bit. It's run into the ditch. So just an opportunity, Claire. Big thanks to Tamara from Bowls New Zealand. She's made the journey down here on Friday with this amazing setup we see here in the room and all the cameras outside. It's fantastic for the PBA to get some exposure so people can see what it's all about. We currently have about 300 players in the PBA in New Zealand. Some very, very good players, New Zealand representatives and squad members.
We've also got a ranking system in the PBA which allows us to understand sort of who are our stronger players across the country. We base those rankings across 2 years worth of results. And how are we going with these players? I think Murray's currently sitting in...
About 11th, yeah.
No, I think he's sitting in about 7th place, ranked at the moment.
Yep, just check that. You're correct. He is sitting in 7th, yeah, because he's with his wins over the weekend, he has moved up to 7th.
Those rankings are live if anybody's interested, but I would advise to use the link on the New Zealand PBA Facebook page if you do want to take a nosy at those.
So just while we're waiting for the players to cross here, just to take that a wee bit further, Claire, for anybody not in the PBA, if you're interested in getting into the PBA, we have Facebook pages set up for most branches. We will be, there's a PBA NZ Facebook page where you can enter into your local branches. As Claire said, we do have a rankings system. The point of the ranking system is to choose a New Zealand team. The New Zealand team isn't selected, it's picked on rankings each year. So at the end of each season, after today, we'll know who the 5 are to play Australia.
It's been a little bit of a strange few years, obviously with COVID impacting us having the ability to play those events. I myself was incredibly excited to have been the first woman to represent New Zealand at that, however didn't get the opportunity, so obviously I'll have to have another good season maybe next year.
Yeah, so the good thing in a lot of players like that, you're not relying on selections, it's based on your own results. If you're good enough, you make the New Zealand team. The good thing about going over to Australia, I've been fortunate enough to be part of it for a few years, and Australia always put up a very good team. They've often had the likes of Aaron Sheriff, Jeremy Henry, Aaron Tees, Aaron Wilson, Barry Lester all playing in it, so it's a fantastic opportunity for players to get here, perform on the New Zealand stage and then go and play some of those great players in Australia.
Now it's looking like a very strong hit here for Nick Thompson and Gary Cotter.
Yes,
I think they're currently sitting with 3, maybe 4.
So Nick now down on his backhand, trying to add to the count. If he could just hide that round the corner maybe. No, he's tight.
I'd expect Murray to be sort of playing a little bit narrower this time round, sitting on those bowls, maybe a couple of metres through.
Quite a good wall there to sit on. Quite a deliberate delivery. No, not happy with that at all.
He's gone for that narrower line, but he just hasn't added that extra weight to push onto them and stay there. We've also got to remember that these are players that aren't used to being on camera. This could be a first-time opportunity for some of these players. Maybe a little bit nervous, so we might see these first few ends as where they start to settle a bit.
Absolutely. So Nick Thompson now on a wider line. Just will he get back? Coming late.
Maybe.
So it looks like 3 to Auckland. 1 bowl left from Murray Wilson.
So far. A big bowl here for Murray.
He's still looking interested.
I think it's a great line for that sit and stay, but the weight.
So we'll see who wins the argument here. I think it's 3 to Auckland.
I think it's 4.
If it's 4, I'll blame camera angles. We've got Kenny Critchlow over here helping Tamara in the background, doing a great job. Had to get dragged out of bed at 7 o'clock to come along, so thanks, Kenny.
I think that's something to also describe to viewers. There is a lot that's involved in the setup here that Tamara has done. There are, I think, 6 cameras out there, and that's what Kenny's currently sitting and doing. As the screen is changing, she's selecting which angle you're seeing.
And sure enough, that was a 3 to Auckland. So they're off to a 5-0 start. So quick out of the blocks.
My coffee shout after this then, is
Correct. So Gary Cotter out. Playing around the clock, which unusual, but obviously found a hand he likes going either way. Reasonably handy to start with, just crossing the head. So the it's a good surface out here. Obviously a fantastic facility, if not a little bit cold, but still just got a few funny wee things going on there until just obviously with a new carpet surface that can happen for a little wee while.
I think it's still yet to have another stretch on the carpet.
Right. Yep.
So something should start to come right, and they've also started playing in both directions on the carpet to try and even some of the distribution of weight out over it.
Okay. So and for those interested,
lovely bowl. Sorry, I have to interrupt, Craig. That's a stunning bowl from Sasha.
yeah, that's the sort of start they're going to need to get back into this set. They definitely need to want to score this end with just 5 ends to go in this first set. Just having a look over on rink 5 at the semi-final of the World Singles, and we've got Aidan Zitterstein and Colin Rogan. Currently, after 6 of the 9 ends, Colin Rogan leads Aidan 6 shots to 4, so should be a really good game. Both very good players on carpet.
Absolutely, they've both had fantastic results over the last couple of years, and Aidan last year performed in multiple events.
Yeah, currently Aidan is the under 25 player, the number 1 under 25 player in the country, and which will see him head to the UK in January. He will compete in the World Under 25 singles, so it will be a fantastic experience for Aidan. Obviously he's just been away at the Commonwealth Games recently with Cook Islands. Sasha not just been able to repeat her first bowl, but now Gary changing hands onto his backhand, looking to reach there, but no.
Going underneath.
It's not hard to miss your line though out here. I notice you've.
No, it
quite
can
a
be a
fine
bit
line.
challenging at times. Definitely some of the other rinks probably more challenging than this one at the moment. Like all surfaces, it does take time to get them settled and smooth.
So Sasha Taylor trying to add to her impressive first bowl.
Definitely an improve on the last line.
She's close here for a second. Oh, that's a very good bowl.
Very handy home there. Look, just finishing behind in that line, that drag line.
Murray Wilson very happy with his lead there. So I think we'll see Nick Thompson follow that bowl up. He's got a good sit there now to at least sit for second shot. So yeah, as I alluded to earlier, the Shanghai singles last night, it was a fantastic final between Bevan Clark, Aidan Zitterstein and Zemmanuel, thank you. Rio de Silva from Hastings. As in the Shanghai singles, you do get to play a joker where your points for that end are doubled. So you get 3 points for first, 2 for second, 1 for third. And
which can turn into 6 points, 4 points
12.
and 2 points.
Yeah. But if you get all 3, you can turn into 12. Well, that's exactly what was happening. Bevan Clark sitting on 30. Aidan Zitterstein sitting on 20, and he held the 12 to take the win. There was one bowl left from Zemmanuel who couldn't win the game, but he drove, got the jack, and Bevan Clark won. So I think Bevan would have been taking care of his drinks last night.
I think so. Now I think Sasha's just indicated that that they're holding the shot, I believe.
I think they've got two. But she's wanting Murray down the forehand.
It's kind of nice to see the good cap there that Murray's wearing. They're quite characters, Sasha and Murray. I've enjoyed getting to know them over the weekend.
He's on a good line, just going to be a bit short of weight, but something to improve on. I don't think Nick will change much here. He was in the area. He's just got that bowl of Sasha's out to the right of the jack as we look at it to sit on. Has he got the weight? Just letting go.
Is it going to finish underneath and take the shot?
No. I think we'll see Murray go back to his backhand here. He doesn't want to promote that bowl.
He's done exactly that.
Looks like we've got a bit of expert commentary going on the back from Rob Ashton.
It's great to see Rob down watching.
He's going to be commentating at some stage today.
He is a great supporter of bowls here in Wellington.
He's a good line if he's got the weight. No, just going to sit on Nick's last bowl. So no change at this stage. Looks like 2 to Dunedin, with 1 bowl left from each player, each skip. Gary Cotter's asking for a bit more weight once Nick arriving, so he can make some contact with those bowls. They've got everything back. So Nick Thompson on his backhand, looking to play through those shot bowls.
Very smooth delivery.
There's a very good delivery, yeah. He's going to drift underneath again, I believe. Found the gap. He had exactly the weight that Gary Cotter was asking for, just not the line. So
he's got that opportunity to add another one.
Absolutely, you want to take these, especially when you're trailing 5-0.
7 ends does catch up very quickly.
Comes around very quickly, yeah. So they'll want to get on the board with the 3 here if possible. And once again, just looks like it's lacking that weight. Players just struggling to really nail that weight yet. But anyway, that's
interesting to see. That first bowl never ever moved. Stayed solid there. While they're doing that, I'm going to jump in and actually thank some of our other sponsors. We've had a major sponsor, Hell's Pizza, has sponsored us for support for our volunteers, which we've had quite a few volunteers over the weekend. Some voluntold. Sorry, Kenny. Major apology there. But obviously there's some pizza in it for you. We've also had Whitakers provide us some stunning chocolate, and Goodman Fielder had provided us with Puhoi Valley milk, and with Ornell Brie cheese.
oh, so just 1. So a wee bit deceiving there. Just 1 to Dunedin.
For the difference, with 4 ends to play still.
Correct. It's good to see all that work and stats is paying off, Claire. So we'll see if we get to change the length here from Sasha Taylor. Oh, she looks be interesting. They're just struggling to get to find that full length that Auckland have been dictating.
On here we see the
there we
red
go.
jumper come on. Must be a little colder out there than we realise.
Oh, that's a first for bowls. The knitted
Alpaca?
Yeah, alpaca jumper.
I think it might be a little bit more forgiving.
I quite like this beanie that Sasha's wearing with ponytails at the top.
Yeah, it's nice.
You'd never understand
No,
not
I
having
won't.
long hair.
So, Sasha, change of hand for her. Last time she was down the backhand coming this way. Looks like a good change for her. She's found her line straight away. It's the secret, if you just find your line on the surface.
Absolutely, and having it there behind, we've seen a lot of jacks moving around this weekend. I saw a lot of jacks moving with Collins bowls when I played him this weekend.
Yeah, he was on fire, that's for sure. Oh, great start, Gary Cotter.
He's stuck to that side.
Yes, he has. He's playing it very well.
They landed in an unfortunate position that it is kind of level with that jack.
It gives Sasha a bit more of a chance. If she can just play just through, she's got jack all the bowl. Just got to be arriving. Give herself a chance. She's certainly got the line for it, but just going to fade. Not quite the weight. It's the idea, though. She plays that with another metre or so of weight. She's going to give herself a chance of pulling that jack back to her own.
You've been in the PBA for quite some time, Craig. I won't say it because it might show your age, but for the people that we're seeing in the finals this weekend, are we seeing anybody that consistently coming through over the years, or have we got a big change up? What are we?
There's a few that are probably missing. It's Ray Martin from Wellington. Not qualifying. That was a bit of a surprise. He's always thereabouts. He's been year-in number 1 for the last 2 years. I think you put him out in a couple of events, and he may have been beaten by one of your newer players, but just shows the strength. You know, I've found years ago that there was certainly a number of players that just dominated in every branch, but the level has gone up everywhere, and so we see a lot of new players coming through. There is certainly Dean Drummond, won a couple of events, but now gone to Australia, so we're used to seeing him here. Murray Glassy, back into it now. I'd expect to see him back over the next wee while. He's absolutely brilliant on carpet. But yeah, well, there's quite a number of regulars. Gavin Scrivener, Colin Rogan, yourself. Over the last few years, we're starting to see some of the newbies come through, which is great. You know, it's good for the game, and you see them performing when it comes to the outdoor season. You're really seeing a lot of them perform. So.
Yeah, I know here in Wellington we had 2 players in particular, sort of first-year bowlers. We had Gavin Hamlin as a first-year bowler that, obviously, Rookie of the Year overall for PBA.
Yes, correct.
He also qualified in...
Big debate going on here in the middle of the green between Sasha and Murray. Sasha just not quite finding her range at the moment, so they've changed ends with looks like Auckland, Gary Cotter, Auckland holding 3 shots. But it's early. We see a lot of this in the PBA. You know, you get a team or player wins the first set, and really you've got to start again. And we quite often see the player that loses the first set come through and win the game. So
we do. There was a game earlier this weekend between Natasha and Colin, and Natasha won the first set 15-0, Colin the second 13-1.
Now, I'm not sure what's happened over in the Aidan Zitterstein Colin Rogan game, but they're into the second set already, so I might just pop out and check who won that, because it seemed to finish quickly.
While Craig's out there, we've got Murray has played a wide bowl out to the side. He's just not quite finding his weight at the moment either. Again, this might be a little bit of the nerves. That the TV cameras can be a little bit intimidating for players who have not had that opportunity before, but I'm sure he'll start to settle a bit, because he has had some fantastic bowls all weekend and done so well. Nick coming in on his line. We've just got Craig coming back with the result from that game.
So yes, so Colin Rogan picked up a number on the 8th end, so they didn't go to a 9th. He won that first set against Aidan Zitterstein 9-4. So they're into the second set now.
Pretty handy bowl coming down from Murray.
Very good bowl. Good.
It's
They
just
roll
going to
on.
sneak through, but it has cut it down.
Certainly has. Colin Rogan, first set winner, 9-4. So they're into the second set. Aidan Zitterstein's opened the scoring on the first end to lead 1-0. I wouldn't be surprised to see that game go to a tiebreaker at all. Aidan's playing very well. So, Nick Thompson, down on his forehand, looking to add to that count. Not sure what bowls he's playing here with Clear. Oh, that's come back very nicely. That's a great
stunning,
bowl.
but it also looks like a great opportunity at
Absolutely,
a run shot, drive shot there. The main risk that Murray has there is taking out his own bowl.
That's worth the risk. Like if he drops a 2 here, he's 6 down with 3 to go. I think it's worth the risk. He gets that back, gets it right back. He's got 2 or 3.
Depending if it kills out to the sides. We do have re-spotting of the jack here in PBA, so depending on what side the jack goes out of the rink, it will get re-spotted on either the left or right hand side. If it goes up over the bank, it will get re-spotted back on the 3 metre mark.
Yep, and he is playing weight.
He's not
Will he
far
hold?
off. He's close.
He's very close here. Oh, that's a great bowl. 2 shots to Dunedin by the looks of it. Although, Nick Thompson still with a bowl in hand.
Yep.
He's got 2 metres to draw the shot here. But he'll be going out into some foreign territory out here.
We've also just put our signage out on the green.
Yeah, well, luckily we moved that back a wee bit, so it won't affect anything. So,
Come on, Nick. Come on, Nick.
Nick coming down. The line looks very handy.
You done it, mate.
It's not far.
and he has just snuck in for shot. That's a great bowl, Nick Thompson.
So that will take them 6-1 in the lead after 4 ends. 3 ends to play, 5 the difference.
Yes, I think next time Dunedin get hold of this mat, they need to change it up a bit. That length seems to really be suiting the Auckland pair, especially Gary Cotter off the front, setting him up well. Lisa Mundell on the sideline, I think a partner of Gary. Good to see a few partners turning up and supporting.
Yeah, it was. I actually heard an interesting comment, and it made me laugh because the one thing I love about PBA at the moment is we are seeing a sort of a really good mixture of female, male players coming through into the finals. And previously in the Shanghai qualifying event on the Friday night, we invite any partners that are travelling with players whether they would like to play in that, because there are always a few spaces. And somebody said to me that, oh, you know, the ladies of the players also get the opportunity to play. And I turned and said, actually not this year, it's actually the husbands of the players that get to play.
Yes, now we've got around the country now. We've got some very good performing women in the PBA, and they are pushing them in at all levels. And Natasha Grimshaw was a fantastic example this year. She won every event in Hastings, which was a magnificent performance, especially when you've got the likes of Dean Drummond and Murray Glassy. They're very, very good players on carpet, but she came through and won the lot, which was fantastic. We've got yourself, Claire, at New Zealand #1 woman. And
Debbie Jackson.
Debbie Jackson she's in the final of the World Singles, and she is going very, very well this year. I wouldn't be. So she's going to come up against a very good opponent in either Colin or Aidan, but she'll certainly give them a run for their money. She is playing very well. She had a good win last night over Dunedin's Andrew McCallum, straight sets.
I think to qualify down in your region.
Yeah,
I remember we had the opportunity to watch that, and it was she just played absolute stunning bowls.
playing with wee size 2s.
Yep, and she's just kept that form.
So Sasha just looking to finish a wee bit short here, I believe.
She's not far off.
No, she's not far off, and I really think that once they get that mat, and if they shorten it up, it might suit them a lot better. So Gary Cotter now. He'd like to pull
Running with his bow. Have we
Yeah.
seen that happen yet?
I think he'd love to see this jack just tidied up round the corner.
Oh, it's a handy home.
It is a very handy. So, all the other PBA players that we'll see in here soon coming along to watch these finals haven't arrived yet, so I'm assuming it was quite a late night here.
Maybe
all
they were
stayed
celebrating that final win that we've been waiting for a wee
the
while.
All Blacks, yeah. They've been few and far between, so I think this celebrations went on for a while. Well, I don't mind this for Dunedin. Sasha is she's one down, but 3 seconds. There is a shot for Murray Wilson if he gets the opportunity to play up on his forehand and sit that bowl right through for 4. So they're not out of this.
No, and like previously with the surface the way it was in the last couple of years, I would have said that would have been a stunning shot, an easy shot to play. It's a little bit trickier at the moment on the surface the way that it is. And also, if you can just
The knitted
see
jumpers come off, he means business.
you can just see on the line to the, we would say at the right of where Nick was, that all of the rinks have also been shifted over about a metre. So there is a little bit of a funny thing going on with the lines every now and then there.
No, that's a
Stunning bowl there.
big bowl.
Ooh.
But still, he's got an opportunity here to get both of those if he's...
There's also the opportunity at getting that jack and it flicking.
Now, he's out there playing it, but this surprises me, Claire. He's playing his backhand, unless he's playing it with weight on the backhand.
I can see the backhand. If he
It
gets
is.
onto that jack and it gets onto the bowl, it can spring out to the side and they could get a couple.
No, he's on the draw. He does have a shot down here.
He's not far away.
Well,
What a
knows
stunning
what he's
draw
doing.
shot.
but yeah, I'm still surprised. I think there was a shot on the other hand to make 3 or 4. But he's on the board. What are we looking at after this? We've got 2 after this. So yeah, if he scores, there's still an opportunity for 2 twos. So good bowl from Murray Wilson.
For those of you out there who are interested in what the PBA is, we have 6 venues across the country that we play events across the winter season on. Each event's a run over, I think it's 3 different weekends, and for this region here in Wellington and Dunedin, we actually do have a finals day on a 4th weekend. In Wellington here we have that finals day due to the temperature being a little bit colder than in other regions like yourself who have beautiful heating in Waverley. So what happens is these individual events are played in the regions. Qualifiers are found in each of those regions, and that's who we're seeing here, those that have won their particular region, already gone through many games to get here, and what do you put it? Put on their colours, their own region colours there.
Yeah, so courtesy of Muzzy Shirts. Yeah, Muzzy Shirts have come to the party and helped us out with providing regional shirts.
So if anybody is interested, our regions are, we have a Dunedin surface, an Invercargill surface.
Murray Wilson, not far away again, you know.
Keep running,
Just
just going to drop short. Yeah, so we've got an Invercargill surface where you have a lot of Central Otago players come.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we have quite a few Central Otago players, such as Calvin and Debbie Jackson, Richie Muir, some really good players. we're getting more and more all the time. So they come as far as we've got a guy from Christchurch comes down, Brad Sinclair, to play. So
Every now and
people
then I might travel down there as well.
yes, I was just sorry. Yeah, as far as Wellington, yeah.
But no, it is something to say. Here in Wellington, we also have players that travel down from Palmerston North and even further north than that to play in our Wellington centre. We also have surface in New Plymouth, Hastings and in Auckland.
So change of shot here from Nick Thompson. Quite wise, I believe. He didn't want to really lose his own bowl there, or one of his own, and give Murray Wilson a chance for a big count. So
it's a stunning head. Look at the grouping on those bowls. I'm looking forward to the next few ends. I'd say that
so
there.
there's a good chance here for Murray if he can just improve on that last one, either sit his own or that second shot, pick up a couple. They're right back in it.
I feel like the nerves have ironed out now.
Yeah, he's, like I say, he's been a very consistent performer this year, Murray Wilson. I didn't really know much of Murray prior to the season. So, on his backhand again.
Must be getting cold. Nick's getting his jersey out.
It's always cold in here. So, looks to be
What
have
a
a
nice
good line
track.
here. Just pulling up. Great track. Three well green bowls. So 1 to Dunedin. Takes score to 6-2 after 5 of the 7 ends. So Dunedin needing to pick up at least 2 twos to draw the set. Wouldn't be a bad result, really. They'd be pretty happy if they could pull off a draw.
I saw somebody do that yesterday with a stunning 4 in the singles.
Rob was very kind and gave me some space.
But no, it is quite interesting. After this set, if it is a drawn set, then you kind of go to a one-end tiebreaker opportunity at the end of the second set.
Yeah, the tiebreaker is an exciting spectacle for the viewers or the crowd here, and like Claire alluded to earlier, in the tiebreaker, 3-end tiebreaker, it is points don't count. It is purely the end, so you do tend to see quite a bit of action. So Sasha, wisely, I believe, has gone back to that backhand coming this way.
Great chance for her to kind of throw Gary off a bit, who's been
Yeah.
playing absolute stunning bowls on that hand.
The only thing I am a wee bit surprised about is just not shortening that length up. They're sort of playing into Auckland's hands, leaving it at that length. Gary Cotter really has found his range coming this way on this length.
Although he
As
has
I say
rolled it
that,
a bit.
commentator's curse.
maybe just that change of hand has done it.
Oh no, he's coming back well here. No, he is playing well. Yeah, he is playing this hand very well.
Green bowl's good.
But Sasha getting on that hand as well might just get in his road or upset him a bit, and that's key. If you're playing, if your opposition's getting on top here, you play that same hand, you can certainly cause a bit of a change. So Sasha certainly giving it a bit more ear. Not quite going to get back.
That's pretty good.
But not out of the game.
No,
Does cover
no.
that spot.
It's true. And it's something to always be conscious of, isn't it? You know, this, especially against the better drivers. You know, the jack gets killed often.
You'll also notice we're using yellow jacks here on the surface in PBA and on carpet. The normal outdoor white jacks aren't heavy enough, so they would fly a lot further than the yellow jacks. They've just got a little bit of extra weight.
It is a fantastic setup here, Claire. Like I just seen on screen there, you know, with all the grandstands down the side. It's certainly, I can see why Bowls New Zealand have chosen it for a number of events. Like you've got 3 outdoor greens here at Night.
We've got the World, is it the World Singles coming
yeah.
here later in November?
So this year, Who have we got representing New Zealand this year? Taylor, Bruce, and... Should know this.
We should. I'm going to say I was probably inside while the men's match was playing with Taylor.
Another good bowl, Gary Cotter.
He's got 3 right around the jack.
I want to say Tony Grantham, but I know he was in the final. Did he win it? My memory's starting to go like yours.
Right, so we've just seen the jersey is still off for Murray. He's carrying it up and down just in case he gets cold in between bowls. This is a big end for him. 3 down. If nothing happens here, then that is the end of the set.
So, very deliberate.
Tracking down on the other hand. Not going to be far away. In fact, I believe he has drawn the shot or is close to shot. It is a little bit hard on these angles to tell who's holding at times, so we'll wait to see what Gary indicates. Definitely made it a little bit harder on that draw. Now Gary does look like he's indicated that he's 1 down.
Okay, so it's keeping the minute. Like I say, pick up a 2 here, and it's definitely game on.
Even a
for
1,
Dunedin.
and you've just still got that chance. I mean,
Yeah.
it is a 3, and there
It's going to
hasn't
be
been
hard to pick up
anything
a 3
scored.
against the way Gary's leading. Like I say, he's getting bowls in the area, and Nick Thompson's adding to it. Still 1 to Dunedin. So, staying down that forehand looks a bit congested down there, but
It does, but it is his own bowls.
It
And
is.
say you have that extra weight, you're pushing onto your own.
he looks interested, chasing the bowl. Has he got the weight?
It looks like it's just going to cut.
Hang on, Nick.
No, not happy with that. So, just 1. Wow, we thought it was.
Have you ever seen anybody measure like
Not
that?
like that, no.
Normally
No.
it's fingers across each other, not the hands. But I guess if it comes down to a measure, we'll be able to know how accurate Gary's technique is. Nick on the mat, bowling down on his backhand? Playing smart bowls here, Gary and Nick. They're not panicking. There's no need to panic at this point in the game.
Now, sorry, I've just remembered. Sorry, it was Tony Grantham was in the final, but it was Calvin Scott that won that this year. That's correct. He did too. Very good game, but Calvin Scott had a great year this year outdoor, didn't he? Well, he's had a good year all round. I think they won the Bowls 3-5 in here with the Elmwood Club back in May, June.
Yeah, he plays beautiful bowls. Beautiful draw player, isn't he? Murray looking at this quite intensely. Probably going to stay on the same hand that he's played the first 2 on. He knows the track.
Yeah, like I said, it just looks that bit congested to me. I don't.
What's he playing with? He's playing with XGs. And
XGs,
you
yeah.
you play with the same bowl.
Yeah, I'd be down.
I would be
I'd be down there.
expecting an extra draw line to be probably right through that short bowl.
I'd be down the other hand personally, but he's the man playing it.
And he does only have to he just needs to finish in the same area that his first bowl has finished. It can be narrow of the jack and count.
So, Murray Wilson looking to stay in this. Wow, something's upsetting him down here. Second time he's hopped off the mat.
It can't be Rob. We've scared him away. He's gone to the side to watch. It's obviously worked out he's on camera.
It's funny, sometimes you're playing on a green full of people and nothing puts you off, but when you're the only game going, it seems that they're just one person walking past will put you off. Now here we go. Murray Wilson,
He's running.
Yeah, he was looking, I think he is one down. He was looking to get rid of those two bowls at the back. But if Nick's holding...
You would have seen just then as Murray was playing, there are a couple of birds in the background there flying around having a fight. But for those that are actually playing the game, it's quite a distance between the green and the windows.
Sorry,
it just
I
looks
was
a lot
watching
closer.
the bowls, yeah.
The first time that the guys aren't watching the birds, but
Well, not of that variety.
Nick's going back. He is playing.
Yeah, well, yes, he will be, because he's, of course, there's an opportunity for 6. So if they're holding 1, they'd be leading by 5. So
What shot do you reckon you're going to see? Just a drag, like a jack drag shot?
yeah, I mean, he'd be happy just to draw another shot, but just underneath, if he pulls that jack, that's the set finished. And the way his bowls pull, he should get underneath that front one. Just not going to have the weight. So we will go to a 7th end, I believe.
And the measure's coming out. Let's see how this technique is. It's actually very hard to measure on carpet.
Yeah, just those measures seem to slide a bit. I see some of them have put Velcro underneath their measures.
Yeah, somebody gave me that piece of advice. I haven't done it yet, but I do think it's pretty smart. I almost need it for the outdoor surface. A few people listening may think that. Oh, we've got a good angle here.
Well, no, it may be one to Dunedin. Gary's fingers might have deceived him. No, it's one to Dunedin. He's grasping at straws now.
So his hands were correct. Gary had...
Initially, he...
No, Gary had said that Dunedin was holding the shot.
Okay. Right, so one to Dunedin.
Oh, I've muted us. You had me confused there.
No, but he said that one originally, and he went back and measured it and said they had one.
No, he said they were one. Okay, so the jack's coming down. We've got three the difference. Not undoable.
No, not insurmountable at all. They just need to, once again, just stuck with that long length. And I think at some stage, Sasha needs to throw a short jack and just see how that changes the game.
An update on the Aidan Zinnerstein and Colin Rogan game. I could have provided you a second ago, but Colin's just unfortunately standing in front of the scoreboard. It is 4-2 to Colin after 5 ends in the second set.
And they're just finishing that end, so in a moment we'll be able to update you further. So Sasha just finishing through by a couple of metres.
We haven't seen a lot of jack movement in this
No,
game
not yet, no. I think we'll see a lot more in the singles games as the day goes on. There's been some fantastic singles play over the last 2 days. So Gary Cotter looking to finish the set out.
Seems very quiet here Sunday morning. Everybody at
It
church.
is. Well, we started it. Well, we started early today, so a few of them, like I say, a bit late to get out of bed. It is still early, only not 9:10. So Sasha Taylor really needs to nail this jack now. Give them a chance. She's down on her backhand. How's the weight looking? Clear? Bit quick.
I think it's a bit quick, but her track is stunning.
But as long as they're over the head, they've got a chance in this end.
It does feel like a bit of an early start. I do feel like I could have a second breakfast, to be honest. I noticed that Rob's up to a second cup of coffee, so...
Right. Just discovered mine sitting here.
We have been very lucky though. A number of us have already been able to use our sponsor's product of the Colombian espresso coffee from Puhoi Valley.
Before the end of the day, we'll be sampling some more of this sponsor's product from Spates. Right, so Sasha, if she could pull that jack now, it'd be brilliant for Dunedin. She's just on that. She's played it pretty well here.
She's going to have
Just
three bowls behind the head, and that one's going to be the shot.
She's presented Murray with an opportunity here. If I was Gary, I'd be just looking to finish a metre over the head and try and split those bowls up.
Oh, so we see Barry walking along behind.
Barry Morrison, yep, ex-Southlander. Used to play for the Georgetown club in Southland. Now the club manager, or the bowls manager.
The bowls manager here in Nainai. Fantastic to have Barry.
Oh, bar's open. Good work, Barry. 9 o'clock on a Sundays.
He's a great help, though.
Great
Barry.
time.
Barry had these lines drawn up on the green for us before we all arrived.
Yes, no, they've done a great job setting up. So, Murray must fancy himself a chance here. Needs 3 to draw the set. If he can pull that jack, knitted jumper's coming off again.
Nick, what do you think about sitting and hanging around? Unusual side there. What do you think about just hanging around here? Just get up you. What do you think? You've got me to sort of flick off, sort of in around in that area. It's up to you. Wait up, you choose.
Right, sorry about that, folks. We're just Claire's microphone was causing quite a bit of static, apparently. So superstar Tamara's managed to sort that out. So a wee bit of action we just missed was Murray Wilson drawing second shot. So
Great shot.
just giving himself a chance here.
All he has to do is play the same bowl twice more.
If he could just get a touch on that jack. Yeah, it's a measure for second shot. If Murray Wilson can come down, if he just got an inch on that jack, even would certainly make it 3 shots.
While we're waiting for Murray to bowl, the score between Colin and Aidan is 4-3 after 6 now to Colin at the moment.
So he's chasing it.
It is a lovely track. How's the weight?
No, listen, he's in the count.
Oh, 2 stunning bowls from Murray.
Oh, very, very unfortunate. He's taken the measure out
That's
between the
harsh
2
as
blue
well.
bowls.
He'll have to change his hand to give himself that chance.
Well, no. Well, yes, to win the set. He's either, I mean, you're going to want to try and win the set.
He's got, and there is a fantastic shot on for him, depending on what Nick plays here.
I think as much as it might be in his mind, it'll be interesting to see if he tries to just match his other one to draw the set, or the other hand does give him two opportunities, either sit the third shot for 4 or pull the jack for 4. So,
Well, if you were Nick, what would you be playing, Craig?
just have a look at this head again. I would be playing through those bowls. Okay, there's a bit of a wall there. Just eliminate some of those and take that opportunity away from them. Nick's got 2. Just got to play with a wee bit of weight to make sure he's there. He's only got to sit one of those green bowls. He's well weighted. Oh, he's played this very well. If he splits those 2 greens, yeah, so now the only opportunity now for Murray is to play that forehand, pull that jack, and
He has got all the back bowls.
he has got the back bowls, but yeah, he's going to have to just play with what he could get fortunate and draw it right into the his second green, make 3.
So what weight would you play at this?
I would definitely be playing a metre over just to make sure I was there. Give yourself the opportunity.
That bowl of Nick's makes the full drive pretty much a non-option. The jack would likely kill out to the side, and they wouldn't be able to take advantage of all
He's
of
only
those
got one shot.
bowls.
There's only one shot, and that's just to pull that. That's to pull that jack on the forehand. He needs 3. The chance of getting 4 is probably very remote, but
Still, opportunities.
100%. Yep. Oh, I mean, they'll be pleased to be in the game. Really, like they were looking like being out of the set. There is another shot actually. If he can get onto the outs, if he can get the inside of the blue one and take both, that will definitely give him 3. If he sits 4, yeah, I think that I'm going to recall my first decision.
You would have played that shot, you think?
No, I think I'll be looking to because you want to win the set.
I think you have to play positively.
Yep. So I'll be
That
looking.
full length drive straight at the jack is a bad option.
No, I think you're looking for weight through the off the inside edge of the blue bowl, get the brown and sit for 4.
Or inside edge of the blue, depending on how much of an edge it gets. If it gets that jack through that sort of gap there, it could end up rebounding and B3 as well. So yeah, it probably is your more
bowl.
opportunity option.
It's a big bowl. So needs to play this with close to ditch weight, I believe.
Aiden's taking the lead in that second
Well.
set, 5-4 at the moment after 7.
So he'll want to score on that end too. If he can score there, just give himself a wee bit of distance.
We've got the great sort of posse here in Nainai, where we're in a nice warm room with all this fantastic setup around us, and we can actually look out on the entire green. And for those that have fantastic eyesight, could even see the scores on rink 1 from here.
So on its way. Looks a chance. Has he got enough weight?
He's in the area. He's not far away.
He is very close. Oh, what kind of results he going to get?
He has played, with a fantastic bowl with an unlucky
fantastic
result.
effort, yep. No, he gave himself every chance. So, that was 1 to Auckland. Nick Thompson won't play his last. They'll take the first set 7-3, move into the second. But, yeah, I think we might see I'd like to think Dunedin will change things up in this set. Obviously, for those also not familiar with the PBA, you toss for the start of the game. You can choose, as per normal, to give the mat away or take it. Whoever makes that decision, the opposition get the decision on what happens at the start of the second set. So,
You've just got to remember by the time you get to the second set who won the toss at the beginning of the game.
yeah, I think for you need to mark it on a card or a board.
So who's the next scheduled game after this one, Craig?
Okay, so the next game, I'm not sure, I think we've got it scheduled for about 10 o'clock. Yes, it is at 10 o'clock, is the game of the Scottish singles between Colin Rogan
This is terrible. We should know this straight away.
I'll be able to tell you in 2 seconds. So the
Is that DB? No, it's
no,
not DB.
it's not DB. The Scottish singles is between Colin Rogan and Murray Wilson. So Murray Wilson will stick to this string. So he's quite fortunate. He'll get 2 games back to back on this. And then after that, we move through to the UK singles at 11:45, where Ross Ellery, recent New Zealand triples winner, up against myself. Yep, in the UK singles, and then to the world singles in the at about 1:30 between Debbie Jackson from Southend, or the Southend branch, up against either of Aidan or Colin, whoever gets home in that game over there. And like Claire just alluded to, 5-4 to Aidan after 7 with 2 ends to go.
So Sasha's changed back to that other hand that you've been playing, and bowl finishing just through the head. Good start, handy place.
Yeah, she's just playing around with that still, hasn't really settled on her hand. Really need to be now though.
I know Gary has stuck to the same side the whole time, been playing beautiful, consistently bowls.
You kind of got to find your. You like to think you find it in the trial ends, but if not, you want to find a hand that you're happy with early and master it. And that's what Gary's been doing. He's played this hand very well.
If anybody watching this game and going, but they're not right on that jack, they're actually in fantastic spots for lead bowlers, right behind the jack. Usually we say that there's only one way that the jack is going, that's back, but there is the odd occasion that it does bounce forward.
You can just see the difference in bowls there. Nick Thompson's bowls have been down that hand, have really been letting go. It's obviously playing with a slightly wider bowl. So Gary now, his 3rd bowl, down his forehand. Looked to be a wee bit of concern on his face, but I'm not sure why. He looks very good with this. Going to get a touch on the jack.
And there's that movement we've been talking about all day. We've been waiting for that. And here we go. And we've now got a Murray in a red, red jumper.
But he's given the shot away, though. Dunedin do hold shot now, so Sasha.
It's a very tidy head.
It is. So Sasha now on her backhand. She's going to change hands. Try and get down and make that 2. So you're going to invest in one of these hats to have your ponytail going out the top, or...?
I can say that I have already invested in some heating products for the No Stadium. Myself and Kenny, who's helping us out today, both have heated vests that we wear when we're playing in the stadium. This season, I think the coldest temperature we had while we were out in the green was sort of 2 degrees, 3 degrees, and that hung around for quite a few hours early morning. But we also had one of our days that the temperature was sort of 16 degrees in the morning, so it can be very varying in here over the winter season. My very first experience playing in the PBA here, I ended up playing in a final that went past 9 o'clock at night, and it was cold.
I bet it was. So Nick Thompson now trying to get down here, a wee bit wide. Got a chance off the edge of this though. Not quite. So of course, you know, like I alluded to earlier, like we see this a lot in the PBA. You win that first set though, you've got to be switched right back on, because everything's back to 0 now. So easy to drop that second set if you're not focused, and if you can avoid it, you want to avoid going to those tiebreakers, anybody's, when you get to that tiebreaker.
So Aidan's made a little bit more of a gap between himself and Colin at the moment. You're looking at 7-4 after 8 ends. And they're partway through this last end of the second set.
This is huge. Like Colin will need to pick up a 3 to draw the set to take the game. Otherwise, we're going to a tiebreaker. And for those interested in that game, we will keep you updated as each end of the tiebreaker
if we
progresses,
go to a tiebreaker.
if they go to a tiebreaker.
At the moment, we've got 2 of Colin's bowls sort of, I think, in the centre. It's really hard to see from the
Good
angle
bowl
that we
here.
have who's got shot.
Nick Thompson, very good
That
bowl.
will be the shot of this end. Now, Colin has just driven in the Aiden Colin game, which indicates that Aiden's got the shots.
Can you get round you? Yeah.
So Murray Wilson on his forehand now. Looking to get this set off to a good start for the Dunedin pair, the Dunedin couple.
I do apologise that I've gone a little bit quiet. There is,
So
I've got a
very
great
rare.
line of sight to that other singles game, and I'm just watching Colin play his last bowl of this end. Phil Corney, the
Murray.
marker, looks like he's already on his way, wandering on up. So that will be going to a tie break.
So yep, 8-4.
Yeah, you're a bowl low.
8-4, Aiden Zitterstein takes the second set. So
Touch on your own.
going to be an exciting finish to that game. That's for a spot in the World Singles Finals. So much up for grabs in these finals. You know, the winner of the World Singles between Debbie and the winner of Colin and Aiden will go to Potter's Leisure Resort in January for the World Singles. I think they play for like $100,000. It might have been £40,000 or something. So it's a fantastic event to be part of. Right, so Nick Thompson just sitting the bowl through.
We've just had Phil, who's marking the Colin and Aiden game come in. Obviously, it is very exciting out there to watch that, and he's just let us know that they are definitely going to a tie break.
So, looks to be one to Auckland here. Big bowl here from Murray Wilson because he's got to be careful. At most, he's one down.
For
He
those
slices
that are,
this jack either way. He could go a number down soon.
sorry, Craig. For those that are watching and thinking about our schedule, we will not be changing.
Rank.
We won't be changing the order of the games at all, and we are just going to have running games going back to back for these finals. So we will probably have a delayed, or we could have a delayed start
Close here.
to the next singles.
Very close here. He's got the bowl.
He's got it. He's got the jack as well off to the side. Sasha's bowls in a handy home. There
Gonna
could
be
be one or two.
I think Gary looks sort of alluded to the fact he might have shot, but
Out comes the measure. Yeah, so we will be keeping this live stream video going for all of the finals games. So please don't try and find another link. There won't be another link. They are all on this one. And we will be trying to keep them, the games quite close to time as we can, as we do have players that are needing to fly out of Wellington on such a windy day. There's not a breath of wind out there for once. May that lasts longer than 5 minutes.
yeah, I doubt it. Two to Dunedin. So great bowl there from Murray Wilson. Turns one down into two up. Just what the Dunedin pair needed now. This is what I'm interested in. I'm interested to see a change in length from Dunedin.
And she's sticking that mat back
Well,
straight in that spot. Hopefully she doesn't throw that jack as far up.
He's
Oh, no, Murray's made a call to shift that mat.
so there's a discussion about the length. Murray didn't think the mat was right back. Sasha's told him to open his eyes.
Don't you love that?
This is, and once again, and listen, they know it. They're out there playing it, but I really believe that when you've been behind, you want... Yeah, and he's not happy with where the jack is, but I'm interested to see what happens here. They needed to change the length to try and especially put Gary off his game
I
up
do
front.
think they're actually playing a similar length, though, that what Gary was throwing, because Gary did have the mat up a little bit further.
As you said before, this is a 40-metre green. The opportunity to really use to play around with that mat and jack to find a length that it's more to find a length that your opposition doesn't like rather than one that you do. So
it can be, like I alluded to earlier, that the rinks can be quite tricky. And I know that this season I played a particular game where my opponent was absolutely on fire at a particular length, so I did take the mat to a space that I wasn't comfortable in drawing perfectly to, and in fact the bowls were not pretty, but it did actually get me the game. So sometimes it is okay to admit.
So here we go. This is what I said. So we've got had a change in length, and instantly
It's the first
got a
time I
change
think
in
we've seen
fortune.
Sasha drop a shorter bowl,
Yeah.
but it is kind of short and right in that line.
Doesn't have to be close, just has to be closer than your opponent. So, Sasha Taylor now on a backhand, just looking to improve on that first bowl. Looks to be a touch wider.
We've got a few more supporters sitting out there. Is that Richie and Calvin, is that?
Yeah, looks like so. Yeah,
Two
very
great bowls
very
from
good bowl
Sasha.
here from Sasha. So that'll be interesting. I think we may see a change of hand from, yes, we have, from Gary. Going to look down to give himself a chance on that of sitting the bowl or pulling that jack.
Gary having not played any bowls on this hand yet.
So not coming this way.
No, he did. Oh, first end of the game.
So here we go. This is,
Not a bad home.
it is a good home, but here's a chance now for Sasha really to put some pressure on.
And Murray's made a good call, keeping her on the same hand that she's played two perfect line bowls on it.
So we have got a few more players drifting in, players that have been playing over the last 2 days, which is good to see. Better than sitting in their hotel rooms watching it on TV.
No dig at anybody who'd be sitting in the hotel room
No,
watching
just
TV.
saying that we've got the
Having a
rest of the
nice-
country doing that. We could, at least the players here could, obviously had a late night. So Sasha a wee bit loose with that one, but she's
She's in a spot though where if that jack's going to get knocked, it's probably going to get knocked in that direction, depending on the weight that's being played at it.
So Gary Cotton out, looking to make the adjustment. He looks on a very good line. It's all going to be down to his weight. Just gets the fortunate slide.
And that fantastic angle. It does look like Sasha's still got the shot.
Not quite the view that Nick Thompson wanted us to see, but so
I see a very, very tired looking Thomas Cockerell out the window.
Thomas Cockerell's always looking tired at this time of day.
Although, big thumbs up from him out there in the sunshine. I'm really looking forward to, over from the outdoor greens here in Nainai, there is a new swimming pool being built.
Right.
A multi-million-dollar complex that I have a 6-year-old child that has been dying to try the hydro slide that has been advertised there for quite some time.
So Murray Wilson now on his backhand. I think he'd love to just sneak under. Oh, he's wide. I thought he would like to sneak under that shot bowl and, well, under Sasha's bowl and sit.
He'd be wanting
Gary's
to
out.
finish around that bowl though, and
Right, so good, really good shot on here for Nick Thompson now. He just needs to play just through the head. He's got the inside edge off Gary's bowl.
he's sort of a couple of feet through that
Yeah.
would sit the bowl through enough. He would stay for 3.
I think the edge off it and get the jack would be the ideal result. And that's what he looks to be playing. If he's got the weight for the shot.
Just going to cut under.
Not quite. Good line for the shot though.
Another one in there though. If that bowl goes,
Yeah, so this is why, as I said, I don't think it's a, I think for Murray.
it's almost an opportunity for Murray to have been playing the same shot as Nick.
Yeah, or even if he's on the back of Sasha, or just under and sits Gary's. What are we going to see from... Yep, this is a better line. All on his weight. He's a wee bit light too, I think. And he's not in Nick's road at all. So Nick with a very good opportunity here.
Playing with any weight for Nick would be fine.
Absolutely,
Even though they haven't got the further, sort of the most back bowl there, it would only be one.
So it's on its way. Has he got the weight? He's definitely in the zone here. No, he is just letting go again. But it's another second shot.
It does kind of give Murray that other option when he's drawing up there. He can be a little bit heavier than he was.
Correct. I think you're right though. Murray needs to be on. Needs to be on his other hand now. If he could pull that jack away and take that shot away, but
he's not. He's sticking to that hand.
Everybody sees it differently, so
it's also different players' styles of play. Nick, we haven't seen him drive.
No, he hasn't been too aggressive as yet. I think he's going to finish underneath again. So they're in danger here, the Dunedin pair. Nick Thompson cannot afford to be short here. He needs to be right through this. He has everything to play for. There's a chance for 5 shots on him.
Oh. And we've got a zoom in on Murray's arm there. Hopefully
he decides to move for us, but we'll see.
And Nick's bowl coming down.
We're going to be obstructed for a wee bit.
Oh, just
close here. He has got it. That is a very good bowl. Not quite the result he wanted. If he could have got rid of that bowl, it was worth a lot, but they'll take the one.
Probably the best result for the Dunedin pair, though.
Oh yeah, they were in all sorts of trouble. Had of Nick Thompson connected with Sasha's bowl. So 2-1 after 2. As we look over, and sorry, we haven't kept you updated with the singles. It is 1-1. We are into a third end of the tiebreaker. The winner of this end will make the World Singles Final.
So the jack has just been lined up for that third end, and I'll keep you updated with how that end is going. Aidan being first off the mat, so obviously Colin won the first end. Aidan.
Do you need a chair to stand on?
Yeah, just about.
So,
Aidan has just drawn a bowl about 1.5 foot off that jack.
So Gary Cotter straight back to full length. Well, close to full length, as would expect. He's been playing this very well. Down his forehand, which he's made his own, coming this way.
Colin, having just played his first bowl in that other match, has just drawn the jack. He is probably about, I'd say from this angle, about 7 centimetres away from it on the side.
Good bowl, Gary Cotter to open the third end. Sasha now, is she going to follow him?
Aidan, having already played his second bowl, has just played it a little bit wide, so Colin is holding the shot on the third end of the tie break.
So Colin's got a busy day on today if he continues to win. He is playing in the Scottish Singles Final next.
He'd then get a break when you're playing Ross Ellery.
Yeah, and then if he wins this, and then he would be playing in the final against Debbie at 1:30. So could be a big day for Colin.
Yeah, Colin coming down with his second bowl now. Having already got shot, he's played a second one and put it behind probably about 1.5 metres, 2 metres, covering any drag.
For those who just tuned in and wonder what Claire's talking about, we are watching the World Pairs Final. However, we are just giving some updates on the World Singles Semi between Aidan Zetterstein and Colin Rogan. They're playing the third end of the tiebreaker. Whoever wins this will be in the final, and Aidan, with 2 close bowls behind, is looking just to drag that jack or sit the bowl.
Yeah, he's following his bowl up. He does like it. He's really watching it closely.
He's-
He has just got the gap between the bowl and the jack. Colin still holds the shot.
Unbelievable. There didn't look to be room between them. That's a very unfortunate.
Sasha's just played a great bowl here in the
Great
piers.
bowl from Sasha. Sits Gary Cotter through.
Colin's coming down to have a look at the head now, so we've got a little bit of a gap in what's going on in the singles. But yes, I'm already kneeling on the chair to be able to see what's going on out there. Need an extra couple of feet of height. Oh, and a great bowl here from Gary, dragging the jack back, holding 2 now. Oh, the red jumper's back out here. Must still be a bit chilly out there. We used to have a temperature gauge here at the Nai Stadium to
Did it ever reach 0?
It always seems to be a couple of degrees cooler in here than it is outside.
So, Sasha trying to get down.
And in that singles game,
Jerome
Colin is just going back to the mat. So we've got a little bit of time before Aidan's next bowl.
Right, so we're waiting on the crossover. Just back over to that singles game. As we said before, 1-1 in the tiebreaker. Winner of this end is in the final.
Colin lined up on the mat, just letting go of his bowl now. I think the most likely scenario is he's probably trying to cover. Aidan's got some great bowls that are just back behind the shot, that if the jack was to move... Oh, wow. Colin was very, very close to shifting that jack himself.
Just about gave the shot away, but still holds it. So 1 bowl each from Aidan and Colin. Aidan has to play a bowl here now to make Colin play his last.
We see Nick Thompson back on the mat with the pairs here that we're watching. Sorry, everybody. It is quite exciting here at Nai. We are down to the sort of tail end of these events that have been coming over the last four months.
Yep, first we started in Queen's Birthday weekend. I think you started a week earlier than Queen's Birthday.
That is the other great opportunity that we have in PBA, that you can actually play different events at different venues around the country. I myself went down to Invercargill to play 2 events because was unsure whether I was going to be in the country to play the events here in Wellington. Aidan's looking very, very diligently at this head, still trying to decide what shot do I play. He did play an absolute stunning bowl with his last. Absolutely unlucky that he didn't get that jack. He really should just play that same bowl again. Surely he wouldn't get that gap twice. And we just see Murray travelling on through, just trying to sit through those bowls. Aidan is back at the mat end with his bowl, still taking his time, looking, deciding what he's going to play. He's made his decision, it seems. He's got his bowl. There is what we call in bowls the pre-shot delivery routine, where it's a good idea to 100% make your mind up before you stand on the mat, because sometimes if you're humming and hawing between what shot you're going to play, you'll end up playing a bit of a half and half of both. We have seen Colin played beautiful bowls, has now come through into another final today.
What a great semi though. Like Aidan was incredibly unlucky with his third bowl not to pull that jack, and that would have made it very hard for Colin. It would have been a very tight group of 3, but yeah, Colin Rogan has survived the tiebreaker and now moves into the World Singles Final at 1:30 against Debbie Jackson of Southland.
We say 1:30, but I feel like it's starting to get pushed out a little bit further with these pairs taking a little bit longer than...
Correct, yes, but the pairs was always going to take a bit longer, so...
time may get made
time
up in later games. So yeah, please note that the times that we do have down for events to start, or the finals to start, may be a little bit different to what actually happens here in Nainai. We are just going to have the games rolling.
There will be no delay after this. I will have the players ready to go on. As the minute this game finishes, we will be straight into the Scottish singles semi-finals. Final, sorry. Between Colin and Murray Wilson. So Murray, unfortunately, is probably going to get a couple of minutes break and then straight back on. So 2-2, second set.
Just deciding here in the commentary box that we clearly did get up a little bit earlier than we're used to over the last few days, and absolutely starving. So we are having the breakfast of champions. To be honest, the only thing we
sponsors' product.
Yeah, the only thing we do have in the commentary box is actually chocolate. And a great bowl here from Murray. He's come in, he's cut it right down. Who knows who's got shot from this angle?
Certainly looks like Auckland to me. Very close though. He's no fingers now, he's just putting the thumb on it.
We're very lucky to have Tamara here with all of this. I'd love to take a photo and post it up. The setup that Tamara has done here to live stream all of the matches that we've been able to bring to you is absolutely amazing.
We could get a part-time job with Bowls New Zealand setting up cameras after Friday.
I think we probably got fired, to be honest. And we've got the umpire out.
Umpire Dale Jackson?
Yep.
Here we go. Rob Ashton was telling me yesterday she's one of the top umpires in Wellington.
Dale is our head umpire here in Wellington, and one of those people that's always giving her time to bowls. She's absolutely dedicated. She's also our coach here in Wellington.
Okay.
Always giving everything to the players.
Oh, yeah.
One of those volunteers that you just couldn't think enough.
And you do. You don't give it much thought, but I couldn't do it.
Be an umpire.
I could not be here all day just umpiring. So big ups to all those people who do it. We need them in the game. You can't do it without them. But I'm probably never joining them. I think Kenny Critchlow was saying before she'd love to have a go at it. Signed her up to the Dale Jackson School of Umpiring.
Kenny's too busy playing bowls with me. Sorry. A few years yet, Kenny.
Maybe when she hits 40. Kenny
like
Critchlow just hitting 30 last week.
And it is
big birthday party planned at some stage, Kenny.
One to Auckland. But that was a massive bowl from Murray, where it went from something like 4 or 5 down to just the 1. Definitely keeps them right in this game, with only 1 the difference after 3 ends. 4 ends to play, and we're just about on the start time for our next game.
Good. So, Gary Cotter throwing it to that same. This is the same length where Dunedin just about got themselves in some big trouble coming this way last time. See if Sasha can get one on the jack like she did last time. Gary Cotter on a good track. On a very good track. Just underneath the jack. Plenty of room for Sasha to draw the shot. So Sasha now on her backhand. She's on a good track too. Just that weight might be the only thing that beats her. No, it's a good effort first up. Probably a foot and a half short of the jack. Gary with a very deliberate delivery. Running off the mat, I think he thinks it's short. And he'd be right.
The last couple of times he's run off the mat, it's been when he's actually liked his bowl.
Right, so he's potentially given that away.
Oh, early days.
That's very, very early days. This knitted cardigan's been on and off a lot. It obviously isn't warming up out there as much as it is in this. Wee hub that Tamara's got.
We are very lucky to have this little heater, to be honest.
We have a heater? Right, I didn't realise girls were hogging that. Very good bowl here from Sasha Taylor.
Why do you think we had you placed by the door and us over here? We see Gary's watching that. He's liking it.
He's stalking this.
Looks like it's just going to run through.
Well, here we go. Chance here for Dunedin. Looks like it's still a measure for shot.
It's a very close game, to be
I
honest.
like this call from Murray. Yep, down this hand. He's got a chance to...
sit that bowl, stay for three.
Absolutely. No, she wants to stay on the... Oh, no, she does want to change.
No domestics on the green.
Yeah, seen a few from these two this weekend. Very, very friendly domestics, I would call them. They're a nice couple.
I was playing against Colin earlier yesterday, and I looked over the green at one point to see Murray bend over and give Sasha a kiss on the head.
On a kiss on
it was quite sweet. You don't see that often on a bowling green.
Didn't pick you for the hopeless romantic type, but there you go. Oh, nice picture of...
and it's just coming round behind the head.
Behind.
Not always easy to remember not to stand in front of these cameras, especially if you haven't it.
Yeah, I see that Kenny made sure she got you a couple of times yesterday.
You think that you're safe and you're not. But no, I definitely have. I have to say that I have been guilty of it many times, where I've had my shoulder tapped and asked to move.
Right, so Nick Thompson trying to sort this end out. Looking to get a touch on. Yes, he has got a very good delivery. Yeah.
And he's also put his jersey on, so the temperature in there must be a little bit cooler than we think.
Amazing.
It is going to warm up though.
If we could get my game transferred in here, it'd be nice. Very good bowl. That's 2 shots now to Auckland. It was close for shot beforehand, so that must be 2 now.
It looks very inviting to be playing sort of a metre through that.
Yeah, well, Sasha's got one back there, so I think it's certainly what he will be looking to do. Kind of caps this.
Cheese cutter?
Yeah, maybe.
It's not tracking badly.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the weight.
And that would be one where you're absolutely kicking yourself. You've got all the opportunities, but you just haven't let it go. I know that we've all been guilty of those.
Can't afford to be short in there. Oh, yeah, absolutely we have, but you just can't afford to be short in there, especially in these indoor surfaces. You know, you've got to make sure you're there. As long as you're up, something can be happening. I don't think we'll see Nick short at all here. He's got an opportunity to pull that jack and really tidy that up.
Or sit behind it.
Yeah, he play good weight, but he really if he moves that jack a foot, that's going to make it incredibly difficult for Murray. So Murray has to take his opportunity here.
Keep that track, add some weight. Great game.
Looks
of bowls,
quicker out of the
2
hand.
minutes.
It is quicker out of the hand.
How much is it going to
It's hard. It was hard to tell whether he was coming back, but it was a good effort. Just a tad wide.
With 2 bowls left. If you were Murray, what would you be playing?
Well, if I was Nick in this bowl, I really want to hide that jack away. Take that shot right away from Murray. And if I was Murray, I'd be...
He's trying.
Yeah, that's what he needs to be doing. And he's going to need a slide, though, and he's going to get it. So there is only one shot for Murray Wilson now. He's got to be playing weight through those bowls. If he gets the jack, he's got the back bowl of Sasha's.
And he'll go with it.
Absolutely. So he's got to be playing a good 3 metres through the head. Minimum. He can't leave himself short here. Oh, he's looking on that other hand. He hasn't played a lot down there,
There's
but
a lot of...
there's opportunities there. But
there are a lot of opportunities, but there's also a lot of things to wick and flick before you get to where you're wanting to get.
I do like the shot. He just hasn't played much down there, so we'll see what he does. He looks unsure.
This is a very, very, very big point in the game.
I hope he sticks with his original choice. It would be quite interesting result to see if he gets all 3 of those bowls. He'd probably sit for 3.
A lot of communication going on between the pair.
Fortunately, he's heading up to have another look, which is keeping us right on schedule.
I know. Sorry, guys. For those of us that obviously...
Can somebody notify Air New Zealand? There's probably going to be a few people late to their plane this afternoon.
It does get a little bit stressful at the tail end of these events to make sure that we can get everything sorted, have all of the games completed and everybody to the airport on time. I know that we've pushed it fine a few times, trying to get back to airports. 30 seconds to board, or
We'll be fine. We've got some I think we've got some faster players coming up in the singles, so we'll get through the day. So Murray Wilson has decided on a shot now. He's happy. Going to play his forehand, looking to dislodge those shot bowls of Nick Thompson's. Get it in the 3-minute shot clock.
just a little bit of a different stance than previously. So he really is
He's
driving.
not sure it's going to be full drive. No. Well, he's under the line. He's going to have to get the jack. He's going to have to get the jack. He has.
Oh,
And that's gone ugly.
that is a very unfortunate bowl for
In fact,
Murray.
I think he's staring down the barrel with 4 down here. 5 maybe. If it is,
See 3 taking out already.
if it is, that is gone a long way to this Auckland pair winning the World Pairs. It's 4. Will they look at the 5th? Sasha's not convinced.
We see your opposition wander on in. I think Ross is going to be doing the commentating in the next game with Rob Ashton.
Ross, the mullet man, Ellery. He's got a good mullet going on there now.
No comment. That's it. Obviously, I do notice it. Like I mentioned earlier, I do have a 6-year-old child, and it is a hairstyle that is back in fashion. Mostly led by some of our, what would you call it, our influential sportsmen in the rugby field.
I wouldn't call them too influential at the moment.
Argentina might say something different at the moment.
So, 7-2 to Auckland, 3 ends to go. They've got one hand on the trophy, Claire. Yes, Craig, they have.
I don't see any fat ladies, so...
Certainly on their way to the Opera House. So, for those who've just joined us, Colin Rogan has survived a tiebreaker against Aidan Zitterstein this morning in the semi-final of the World Singles. He will meet Jimmy Jackson at 1:30 approximately in the World Singles final. And in the game you're watching here now, Gary Cotter and Nick Thompson from Auckland taking the first set over the Dunedin pair of Murray Wilson and Sasha Taylor 7-3. They're up 7-2 in this set with 3 ends remaining. Obviously, Dunedin need to win the set. A draw's no good to them. So they're going to require 6 shots over the next 3 ends.
And we mentioned earlier that there is a competition for the region of the year, and depending on who takes this out, if Auckland's taking this out, they are going to be leading that.
Yeah, well, they're already leading that now. With Colin's win, they've moved into the lead. So if they win this, they will
Gary here.
move 3 points in the lead because they get 5 for winning this. So they will have quite a commanding lead. Auckland will be favourites at this stage.
Gary has played so consistent this game.
Yeah, Gary Cotter has been good, and it's like I say, this length has suited him. We haven't seen any drastic change of end, which I would have liked to have seen Dunedin try something, vastly different.
Sasha's played a lovely bowl here, holding shot.
Yeah. Generally, you find that no matter who you're playing, you find if you play around with that mat enough, you'll find something that they don't like.
Or that's just throwing them out. Might be a once-off.
So Gary again, looking close again. He's really set Nick up well in this final.
Look
Very
at
good
that.
bowl.
3 beautiful bowls, all within sort of a foot to 2 feet of that jack. Perfect lead.
Yeah, nothing short.
He's gone off to the side going, yep, that's my job done. Your turn, Nick.
Very effective leading. So. It's an interesting pair of bowl shoes from Sasha there. I'm not sure what's on the front of those. But
Couple of flowers, actually.
if they come in my size. Here we go. Good bowl here, Sasha Taylor.
Actually, pretty good head from both
That's a
of them.
very good head.
And
Probably
with
the
that
best.
back bowl of Sasha's as well.
No, there's a back bowl. There is 2. Bottom of screen. So I think the Dunedin team need to pick up a 2 here. Certainly need to score. They'll need to win all 3 of these last ends to have a shot. But certainly I think they need multiple count to keep the pressure on this Auckland pair.
Oh, the jumper's coming off again.
A lot easier in pairs than in singles. Can't be having...
Oh,
Thank you.
unfortunately, Gary's standing right in the...
Got a bit excited. So the winner of this event will also head to Potters in January. The pairs, the New Zealand pair, a wee bit different than in the singles. In the pairs, they have to go over and play a qualifying event, so they get guaranteed more games than singles, but they have to play a qualifying event over in the UK to get into the main draw. But just such a great opportunity to play in Potters. For those who have been, have all come back raving about the place. It's an an incredible setup. All played on a portable rink that the top 20 in the UK know like the back of their hand, but so that's the challenge you face. We've had a few players over the years go really well over there, most notably Jamie Hill, making the semi-final of the World Singles, I believe, one year, and played really, really well. It's, we are, the New Zealand and Australian players alike, are up against it heading over there. They play the top 16 in the world are ranked, and they play every event on that portable rink, so they know it very, very well. It's quite a different style of game over there. They play with very wide bowls on the rink. There's not as much attacking play as there is here on that portable rink, but yeah, like I say, get over there, anything can happen. Have you been over there yet, Claire?
No, I can't say I have. I can say that I've been top-ranked woman
I think
3
you
times
may
and
get
never had
over
the
there this year for the
opportunity.
woman. I think that top woman this year qualifies you for the Women's World Match Play.
Not sure. Yeah, COVID's played a little bit of a bugger in all of
A bugger.
well, I had 6 events scheduled last year to play in here in New Zealand that were all cancelled or delayed and changed, so I'm looking forward to having a summer where COVID doesn't really impact as largely as it has. Unfortunately for me, I am just about to have some surgery done that will delay my start of season by a month or so, but hopefully I'm back playing again in October.
Good stuff. Just in time for the season, start of the season. For those watching, there'll be more. Tomorrow will be flat out next week in action down in Dunedin for the North-South series. So should see some good bowls over that weekend.
And Dunedin surface can be a little bit trickier to watch with it's got a blue carpet, and I know that the lighting can be quite reflective.
It's a
at
great
times.
surface though there.
Your favourite
would,
indoor
yeah.
surface, you reckon?
Yep, I think best in New Zealand, I believe. I mean, this is a good surface too. We've got a lot of good surfaces, but I do rate Dunedin up there as one of the best. It's been around for a long time, but a very, very good surface.
It's a big bowl.
So here's a chance here for Murray. He's definitely holding at least one. Chance to keep them in the game.
What shot are we going to see from Murray?
Well, he's not sure, so
I think that short bowl to the left of our screen may be a little bit of a frustration on the eye when you're standing on the mat. It definitely does look like it's the right hand to play a draw shot on if he's drawing. But I guess we'll wait to see what...
So, Murray Wilson, I think we'll see him down his back, his forehand, trying to get to his own bowl. So, last bowl of this end. It's on its way, down his forehand. Will he get back from there, Claire?
He has given it plenty of grass.
Just trying
He's
hard.
turning really nicely.
He's
He's
going
just
to...
unfortunately hit it onto his own bowl. Had he come underneath it, definitely would
That's a
have
better angle
come
there.
in.
They're definitely just at the one, I think. Just one to Dunedin. So, if we're correct in that 7-3, they're going to require 5 shots in the next 2 ends. They have to win this set. draw is no good to the Dunedin pair after dropping the first one. So to take it to a 3-in tiebreaker, they're going to need 5 shots over the next 3 ends. So I think they'll want the 3 this end for sure.
For anybody that has jumped on that is wanting to watch the singles game that is scheduled, I think it's the Scottish singles, we're not ignoring that game is on. It will be played directly after this. You won't be missing anything. Obviously you can't, because Murray is also in that game.
So I might just pop out for a moment and let the players know what's happening.
So we see Sasha stepping onto the mat, first bowl of the 6th end. Big couple of ends left here. 5 points in 2 ends when there haven't really been big numbers. It has been done before. And we've seen Sasha play some beautiful bowls in this direction. She started off pretty well. Great starter there. Gary already on the mat. Playing the opposite way that he had been playing for the majority of the game. He's played a few bowls down this hand, but Sasha has kind of forced that change on him. He's just dropped short. He has put his bowl in a great place for Sasha, which is in her eye, so she was going to change hands. So Sasha changing to her forehand, having played that backhand so well for the last few ends going in this direction. Be interesting to see where she's ending up. Both these leads have played great bowls during this game. Sasha also dropping that short bowl in there. And there we see Craig, who's out there getting everybody sorted. And Gary taking a great line here with this bowl. It's just going to cut under the shot. Yeah. At the moment, one probably wouldn't cut it to make it enough to battle it out, or on that final end. It would really make it hard. They'd still be requiring another 4. So Dunedin really need a number here. Nice grass here from Sasha. Handy home there. Gary back on the mat already. He's chasing his bowl down. Although stopping to try and convince it to also stop rather than follow on through. Not a terrible end from either Gary or Sasha. However, Gary will be thinking, damn it, I've been playing fantastic bowls all this game and all of a sudden this is the worst end that I had. Thankfully for him, he's had a teammate that's also been playing great bowls, so I'm sure that this may change up a bit, but all up to Murray and Nick now. So we've got Craig joining us back here in the commentary box. How's everybody out there?
Yeah, cold. Anyway, so folks, those who... Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, no, everyone out there is going good, if not just a little chilly. But Yeah, for those who are interested in the start of the next game, the moment this finishes, Colin Rogan's going to get on, have 2 trial ends. Murray Wilson none, as he's already on this rink, and then they'll be straight into it. So, what's happening here, Claire? Oh, well, here we go. 3 shots to Dunedin.
I was just saying, poor Gary, he's played fantastic bowls all game, and then sort of at that tail end, he's had his worst end. It's not a terrible end from him, but it isn't his best bowls. I'm hoping while you were out there, you convinced somebody else to jump into the heated area here.
So we've got Rob Ashton's going to commentate the next game. And we're not sure who's going to join him, but somebody will. No doubt they'll have plenty of...
Your opposition
Oh,
joining
Ross,
him.
yes. It is Ross. I will ensure that happens. So, Murray Wilson now trying to stay alive in this game, holding 3 shots. Looks on a good track. Has he got the weight, Claire?
I'm not sure, but it is a very
Well,
big
he's
end.
enough to count at this stage. 2 bowls to Nick Thompson to come though, and he's been playing too well, I think, to not get something in the area.
Like we said before, though, anything can happen in PBA. It just takes
Absolutely.
one major end, like you saw yesterday, 8-4 down to be 8-all in the first set.
And after
Huge
dominating, really been in control of this game for the majority. Here we go. Here's a good bowl.
I think we're short.
No, didn't read that. Yeah, after being in control of this game most of the way, they risk dropping a big number, and you don't really want to go to a tiebreak if you can help it. They
No, Dunedin's opened that door. They are. Is that you thinking, we don't want to go to a tiebreaker because we will be running completely not to schedule and really pushing our time limits? Or Murray back on that mat?
Oh, Lisa's a wee bit tired. So, chance here. This is a big bowl. If he can get just something even in Nick Thompson's road. There's no real target for Nick there either. It's just purely a draw shot. Or this is a wider bowl. Will he get back?
Oh, I think he will.
He is going to get back. Well, this is a counter. Oh, he doesn't want to frame this. He has.
However, they are holding, what is that, 4, maybe 5?
They're holding 5, I believe, but he's framed that now. He's framed that jack, I think, Nick Thompson. As much as he...
There are gaps.
There is gaps, but he's... I don't see him running at it. I just see him playing, making sure he reaches the head. He's got more sits there now, though. It's not a... It's a counter, but it's not where Murray would have wanted it. So,
Big bowl here for Nick.
the heart rate's gone up a few notches here from Nick. This could actually, if he doesn't change his head at all,
Dunedin have taken the lead in the second
which would
set.
be unbelievable.
They have played well.
Oh, this has been a good end, and it's on its way.
But the other ends have been
Now,
good. It's just been tight.
Well, has he got the weight? No, he hasn't. I couldn't tell you. Each different lines seem to have different weight here. He's definitely cut something out.
Has he?
I don't know.
This is massive.
This is a huge end from Dunedin. We've seen this game tip on its head here if they pick up a 4 or a 5. Well, if she keeps going, she's going to have to take the shoes and socks off to count these.
I noticed that your shoes and
My
your
s-
shoes were off as you were walking past behind the rink before. We got to
Yeah.
see that.
Yeah, I just noticed the hole in the sock. I have to change. Right. So measuring, we've got 3 out. It's going to take it to 7.6 minimum. They'll be hoping to get one more. That means they just have to score on the last end to take it to a tiebreak. 4 it is. 7 all.
Ooh, big last
7
end.
all. That last bowl really made no difference. I know that'll sound odd, but 5 was no better than 4 because Dunedin would have had to win the last end regardless. I see your mind ticking over. Do you work it? If it's 7 all, they have to get 1 now to take it to a tiebreaker. If they'd have gone ahead 8-7, they would have still had to get 1.
Oh, sorry, no, I just completely sidetracked.
Right. So, yeah, so chance of a tiebreaker here. Dunedin need the shot. Anything less, and Auckland will be off to the UK.
If not, we're into a tie break, and the tie break, for anybody again that's not aware of how it works in PBA, it's a 3-end tiebreaker. It's the first to win 2 of those 3 ends.
So, I'd say the heart rates have gone up slightly from both camps here. This end is huge. For the Auckland pairing, they win it, and they are on the plane to the UK in January. If not, we're going to a 3-end tiebreaker. So Sasha Taylor persisting on her forehand that she has been on for majority of this game, coming back to the club rooms.
While we're watching this, I'm going to just put a shout out to our major sponsor, the Space Ale House here in Petone, and the Victoria Tavern. Fantastic evening was had there on Friday night by all of us players.
Yeah, big thanks to Justin Cullen for that, the owner of those establishments. He was very generous in coming on board and helping us out and running these finals.
Gave us the opportunity to purchase a couple of things for the PBA that has not been done before. So you haven't seen them out there yet with any of these players, but we have had new bowling dusters designed and made for the PBA, and also a tossing coin. So if anybody is interested in those, we do still have some available for purchase. Just reach out to PBA Wellington page or New Zealand, and that will get to us.
So Sasha down on her forehand again, 1 down, looking to be the first in, but she's short. So Gary Cotter now, he's been forced onto the other hand, but his weight's been good most of the game, isn't it?
It certainly has. They're both kind of cutting on this hand.
Well, it's still anybody's. No one's really nailed it yet. Sasha, an opportunity here to really put the pressure on. Big breath. Gets down pretty low.
You like it?
Murray's
It's
asking
nice
if she
grass.
likes it, but,
It is a nice grass. I think it's just going to,
well, it's in the game.
Continue
It's
on.
behind the head. Who knows?
and it could come down to a drive on that last bowl, and that back bowl could be it.
I don't think we've seen next to no
We've just seen
big
some
attacking
runs.
shots in this game. I think we'll see a lot more as the day goes on. Once we get into these singles games, I think you'll see more attacking shots.
How you doing over there, Kenny? Working hard? Hardly working, she says. And Kenny is bringing you the seamless flow of camera angles through this game. Massive thank you to Kenny for getting out of bed. Pretty sure she's never going to speak to us again.
Well, you know, at the $100 an hour rate that she charges, we should be expecting good TV coverage. So, Murray Wilson probably hasn't had a bigger end in his career, really.
He's had some fantastic bowls this weekend, though.
Biggest game, it will be the biggest game that Sasha and him have ever played. You know, the chance for them to head off to the UK. To my knowledge, it's Murray's first appearance in the PBA finals, so and to get to the UK, he is going to have to draw the shot on this end to give himself a chance.
He's got a handy grass. It is turning from there. It doesn't look like he's...
Doesn't look like he's got the weight, but he's got something to work with. He's found his line. I think he thought it was better than it was, but
It's not far away.
so
Good sighter.
it was. So Nick Thompson wants to shut this down early. It's on its way.
Another good grass there. They're tracking him beautifully from there. How's his weight?
He's just pulling up a touch short too, but in an
Creating
awkward
the great
spot.
wall.
It's in an awkward spot for Murray. Looks to be right in his track.
I find it interesting playing here in Wellington. I know what sort of shot I'd be playing in here in the surface. I'd be trying to push up onto my own bowl, coming underneath, promoting it. It's definitely not overly easy to get that perfect draw around Nick's bowl in the way. And you also have the opportunity, if you're playing that little bit heavy, for your own bowl to follow through and take the shot.
So, what's he going to do? He's definitely on his forehand. He is looking to press through his own by the looks of this, but he's going to be underneath.
Yeah, he may finish underneath though.
He
and
might get luck. Oh,
it's
he
just
was
gone
very
through.
close to getting the edge. I don't think it's shot, but
It was coming in.
it's hard to say who's got shot there. Your pick?
My pick,
Yeah.
Gary.
That was crazy.
Yeah,
But
Gary's
I was
just-
sure it was going to get the edge of that bow and sit there for shot.
So
A lot of communication going
there
on
is a lot of
between these
communication.
pairs.
Sounds like it's Gary Cotter's bowl to the right of your screen, the blue bowl. So Nick Thompson will be coming down on his forehand, looking to promote his own bowl here, I would suggest. Certainly will want to be careful. He doesn't want any promotion of the Dunedin bowls. He's, with one bowl left to come from Murray Wilson, he certainly wants him to be making him play a shot. He's in no danger out there, I don't believe.
Not with that weight. What he is doing is blocking up any extra holes that are up there. The massive bowl here from Murray. It's
I think Murray just needs to play a similar bowl. He's got second by the sounds of it, from the communication we can hear out there. He either promotes his own front bowl or sits Gary Cotter's bowl and forces Nick Thompson to play his last. So once again, folks, as the minute this is over, Colin Rogan will be straight on for his 2 trial ends, and then they will be into it. Murray Wilson, Colin Rogan in the Scottish singles final. So this could be the last bowl of the game. So certainly taking his time. Quite a deliberate player. Looking to promote his own or dislodge Gary Cotter's shot bowl. It's on its way. He
track's
is
not bad.
on a good line.
He's given himself
Oh,
opportunity.
he's
Actually
got a very good chance to
got
get his
his
own bowl.
It has knocked it
It's
quite
gone
a
too
way
far.
through, and I don't think it's
Well,
come far enough.
I don't think so, but
We'll
they'll-
either see them shaking hands or going to the other
shaking
end.
hands. There we go, folks. There we have it. Dunedin going down to the Auckland pairing of Gary Cotter and Nick Thompson, 7-3, 8-7. So Dunedin gave themselves a good chance in that second last end. But congratulations to the Auckland pair. Off to the UK now to represent New Zealand in the World Indoor Pairs. So fantastic effort. We will
We're going to take a bit
disappear
of a short break
for you for 5 minutes.
here, but on
Colin-
the same link will
Same
be
link,
the
so
Scottish
stay on.
singles.
This link's not disappearing. Colin Rogan will be having his trial ends right now, and within 10 minutes we'll be straight back on with Colin Rogan versus Murray Wilson in the final of the Scottish singles. So stay with us, folks, and we'll be right back. Cheers.
What am I doing?
Okay, good morning everyone. We are now into the Scottish singles final between Murray Wilson from St Kilda and Colin Rogan from Browns Bay. The first end is underway and looks like Murray Wilson is holding 3 shots.
Yeah, it's Rob here. Looks as though they'll be playing a bit of a weighted shot into this, Colin. Can't see him holding back. It's in the area. Well, he's killed a kiddie. But what that actually means now, will get respotted. It looks as though he'll still be 1 down.
Yes, so Murray Wilson will pick up 1 shot on the first end. And so my good partner here commentating is Rob Aston and I'm Ross Ellery. So after the first end it's 1-0 to Murray. So we do have a little bit of history about both players, and time to time Rob will fill you in with some details about Murray and Colin.
Fortunately, the previous game, Murray's just come off from getting beat in the World Pairs final. He's ranked number 7 in New Zealand, so he should see a good final there. Murray's ranked number 7, and Colin is ranked, just trying to find out, ranked 14 in New Zealand. He's used to playing a few finals, Colin, so we should see some good bowls here. He's just going to pull up a bit short on that one, Colin. It's probably about 2.5 feet short.
This might take Colin a couple of ends to just settle in. Murray's, of course, just played the Pairs final on this rink, so he should have a good idea on weight.
Yeah. Yeah, he's played a good ball there. He's got a good catch. He's holding at least 1 shot. That's possibly 2. Good ball there, Colin. Murray will be trying to draw on that. He can't. It's not really in a position where it can be attacked. Ross.
Yes. So it'll be just Murray looking to adjust a little bit and just try and draw the shot. Murray chasing his bowl here, he quite likes it if he can get past his own. Oh, great shot. Great shot by Murray.
Ended up with a toucher as well.
Sorry. score up? Okay, she'll fix it. So Murray now about to play his last bowl of this end and be looking just to try and draw another close bowl.
Well, it's not far away, Ross. A big chance there. Now it's just cutting underneath the head now, so just a little bit more green might have been good.
Yes, Colin doesn't have a lot of options here, to be fair, I think, Rob. It's not really a lot he can do. He doesn't really have the best position bowl, so I just think he'll be just trying to get onto his own, looks like on the back end, and see if he can get a result from that.
No, it's just a bit short. Well, Ross, it looks as though it's another one to Murray.
Good start for Murray, 3-0 after 2 ends.
For the people that's listening to the commentary, there's 2 ends of 9 ends. If they win 1 set each, it will go to a tie break, which is played throughout the PBA. If there's any bowlers out there are interested in joining the PBA, the best place to look it up is on the PBA NZ Facebook. Give you a lot of information. Membership's open to every bowler in New Zealand. It's a good way to learn the game, a compact game, drawing shots with it being re-spotted. It's a very interesting game. Brings on that little bit of consistency at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's a great format, and games are quick, and it's just a lot quicker, a lot more exciting. So great start by Murray, and Collins played a pretty good reply as well. Just slightly short of the jab.
Colin's been playing some really consistent bowls over the weekend, and his results show for that. Colin's also in the World Singles, is it?
World Singles Final,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. You can actually see the chalk marks, the crosses on the green there. If the kid is killed, goes on one side, going out one side of the rink or the other side of the rink, and kid is re-spotted in them positions. So it's also, you not only is just drawing to get the shots, you actually sometimes got to draw to cover that spot in case the opposition plays an attacking shot. Springs out, so every end is completed. It's not killed like the ordinary 21 up or 25 up at singles.
Good
Colin's,
response there from Colin. He was 2 down, so he now has second and third shot. So Murray's on a pretty good track here again.
He's having a wee trot down the green there. He must like it.
And great ball.
Oh, just gone through the gap. Good positional bowl though if Colin plays with a little bit of weight, which I'm pretty sure he'll try and draw this. His draw's been going quite well all day. Colin plays out the Browns Bay Bowling Club over there in North Harbour. Frequently travels the bridge to play in centre tournaments in Auckland as well.
Good effort there by Colin, just swinging under the jack.
Just talking to Colin just before he started the final here, he tells me he's played a lot of bowls with John Walker and the late Ross Hairsnape, who recently passed away this week, so best wishes to Ross's family there, condolences.
Yes, a legend in the game of bowls we missed. Murray again played. He's played four very good bowls to this head.
I think Ross here is going to play a bit of a running shot here to try and dispose those 2-shot balls, which probably lock on, but if he manages to pick the kiddie up, he's got a catcher at the back there, so we'll see what kind of armour he's got now.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on its way.
Called it,
oh,
Rob.
he's cut across the head there.
Yes.
Yeah,
He
he won't
disappointed
be happy with that.
So it looks like another 2 to Murray Wilson, and it should put him out to 5-0, and it's a great start for the first set for Murray. Yes, Kenny has indicated, the marker, that he's got 2 shots.
Yeah, walking down holding the lollipops. Kenny's there with her hands in the pocket. Must be a bit cold out there, Ross.
Yes, he's tend to be a bit cold out there, as we all know, Roberts.
Got a bit of sunshine outside and cold air on the inside.
Yes. Murray again, very good bowl. He's starting his first bowl's been very effective. Straight away puts pressure on Colin. good response by Colin. Very good. Pleased with that. Very handy.
Colin's actually later on today. People should be come down to watch the last final, which is round about 1:30. Anybody at home that's watching the viewing should come down. It'll be the last one of the weekend, and actually Colin's playing in that as well. So he's had a very busy weekend with his programme. Very precise bowler, Colin. Goes through the right routine, takes his time, knows what he's got to do. Unfortunately, with this, he's played the right way, but just, you know, that just touch of green would have got him a good result.
It's a bit of line for Murray here.
Just going to drop a bit short there. Colin probably play with the same weight, try and pick the kiddie up. Possibility of catching the 3 here. Yeah, it's taken a bit more green here. It's just hanging out a little bit longer than. Murray's just come down to the green, see what situation of the head is.
Holds a good shot, but a good bowl for Murray would be just to split those two behind the head and possibly hang around for a second, but just give himself a bit of cover, because as Rob has spoken about, if he picks up the jack, Colin can pick up the jack, he can make a good number of this.
Well, Murray's not going to be far away with this. Looks as though he'll be covering that back one, if anything. Yeah, he's done exactly that. Good positional bowl from Murray. Colin's asking if he's 2 down. I think it's only 1 though.
So Kenny has just indicated only 1 down. So.
Got to be quite precise with this. He doesn't want to play with too much weight. He could actually flick the kiddie, but
looks to be very close here.
Not far away.
And
I just kissed it. Exactly what I mentioned before. If I think, Ross, that Murray's got a little bit of advantage with playing the previous final here. It's taken Colin a while to try and adjust with his weight. He's gone 2 down by touching that kiddie. Unfortunate.
Just flicking it. Yeah, I think, you know, it's a big advantage to just been playing on it previously. And, you know, it was a good battle they had, and he's just seemed to have Murray's just continued on.
Yeah, a lot of advantage by playing previously. Although Colin had a few trial ends prior to playing the final, but I mean Murray had been playing for a couple of hours, so
correct.
He should be finding every nook and cranny of that rink.
Yes.
There's a couple of tricky parts on the rink there, but it's just a case of finding it. Once you find it, you're underway, and he's obviously, you know, he's underway, so big advantage.
He has been very consistent with his first bowl.
Yeah, Murray's had a good season this year. He's got in the Champ Pairs final down in Dunedin. He probably lives on that green. Again, he would know every nook and cranny of the green. Played very well. Got through to the final. In fact, he beat me and Wayne Coleman in the semi-final with his last bowl. So played very well. So he's having a good season.
It's a good bowl from Colin.
He's got jack level there. He's found his weight. This is the fifth end. This is Colin's got to make his move, otherwise this set might start running away from him.
Yes, that's right, Rob, because only 9 ends, so if you slip behind too much, it start trying to chase shots. It's a big end really for Colin to try and score and get his account under the way.
Well, he's starting to find his weight now. Ross is got 2 on jack level, so we'll be quite happy with that. Just got to see what Murray will do now.
Yeah,
Little bit of pressure, but well, can't say he's not took his green. It all depends on his weight now. It's coming in well, but just a bit short. Colin's still holding 2 shots. Big chance for Colin now to make his mark on this set.
Pick up hopefully a number, so get him right back in. Played it pretty well, I think, Rob.
Yeah, he's holding 3 there, so one last ball to come off Murray. We have actually got a few people watching, but unfortunately they're all in the lounge. Little bit warmer in there, but it's warming up out here in the stadium.
It's a big bowl for Murray here. Definitely on a better line. Has he done enough?
Oh, he's definitely cut that one out, that's for sure. I think there's only one either way here.
Yes.
What
Good
decision Kenny makes. Got her fingers out. I hope she's cut her fingernails.
A good last bowl by Murray. He was on a bit of...
One on a measure, she says, so... Colin's just going to have a look at the head, confirm if the call from the marker was right. So it's going to be a big end for Colin here. Yeah. All the boys and girls went out to one of the sponsors on Friday night, the Victoria Tavern there in Petone, all had some big steaks, enjoyed themselves, so that's a thank you to the sponsor there.
Yeah. And Spates Ale House, of course, another major sponsor,
Yeah.
I think so. And we need sponsors in our game, and we appreciate all the help they provide us, because it does make a huge difference. Colin, if he gets a little rub. So he definitely holds one, and the measure should be coming out for the second, possibly.
He's probably trying to bring that short one up in.
Yes.
Just cut his green.
So yes, one being taken out, and the measuring now for the second. One. Oh, that's Collins underway, but that was a good saving bowl, Murray's last bowl.
There'll be a few people supporting Colin at the Browns Bay Bowling Club there, one would imagine. Talking to the club and talking to the centre, Colin's actually won 37 North Harbour centre titles, and he's won one in Auckland. But he's probably been over the bridge more than once, Ross, so
Yes.
plays a lot, he's got a lot of friends over there.
Yeah, that's a lot of centre titles.
Can't miss Murray out as well from the St Kilda club there in Dunedin. Club titles, well, he's trying to catch Colin there. Club titles, he's got 5. But he was out of the game for about 8 years. He'd been 33 in total, but 8 of them years he had a bit of a break. He's come back into bowls, tells me earlier on that he's really enjoying it, and obviously the results speak for themselves this season, what he's had, so good on him. Keep going forward. Practice makes perfect to any bowlers that are out there.
That's right. And he's had a good PBA. He won 3 events this PBA season. So the pairs and this Scottish singles, and he won a ranking singles. So he's in Dunedin. He's had, that's excellent.
Very
excellent
good
results.
Can't stress how important it is to practice your draw shots, and if you join the PBA, which I said earlier on is open to every bowler in New Zealand, look up the PBA NZ Facebook, get all the information there for the centres. Played in Invercargill, Dunedin, Taranaki, Paratu of course, Hawke's Bay, and Wellington, and also Auckland. So plenty of options there for people that's close by or wants to go away for the weekend with his mates or her mates, enjoy the game of bowls.
Yes, open to all sorts, men and women. It's open format. So Colin here was just a bit heavy with his first 2, looking to make his correction.
So there's always weight's okay, Ross.
Yes.
Cut it a bit, but it's got one shot at least. There's an old saying in bowls: you take it a green, get it a shot.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
But sometimes it doesn't always happen that way, does
That's
it?
right. You're dead right. Yes, if we could do all that pretty consistently, we'd be a lot more happier. So Murray here is just running through.
Now we'll call him a little bit more weight, gets a little bit of that kiddie.
Yes, can definitely.
Yeah, kiddie, sometimes called Jack. Slightly heavier the kiddies when you play on artificial greens and indoor greens, Ross.
Yes.
It's because you get any touch on the kiddie, obviously travels a lot shorter distance than the lightweight kiddies.
Yeah.
A lot of people practice with the lightweight kiddies, but Colin he won't be too happy with that, but it could possibly be counting.
Yes. Murray just sort of weighing the options here. He's got a bit of room to draw. He's just thinking which hand he'll play, because possibly Colin's last bowl. He wouldn't want to run into that. Yeah, so looks like he is changing his hand here, I think, Rob. He's going to come on the backhand.
Must be a bit sticky, the bowl. They've obviously not been in the bowls cleaner that's available. Yeah, you're right. Ross has changed his hand, which he's probably got too much weight here. He might get a bit of it, and he has got a bit of it. He's probably 2 shots down now. So, I mean, that's a risk you take when you're changing your hand, Ross. That everybody knows.
Yeah.
Got to put a bit more weight into it because you're changing your hand, and he's obviously played with a bit too much weight.
Yeah, and could have been worse for him. Didn't really have a lot of position.
Just saying to Colin what could have been and what should have been.
Yeah. Colin just starting to itch his way back in.
He's closing the gap there now. Is getting a bit positive with his weight.
Yes. Because now in 7 of 9 ends, so he's back in this. Very good first up from Colin. He'll be very happy with that. Beautiful weight, just under greening again.
Yeah, going back to the sponsors that sponsoring the PBA, Ross, with Hell's Pizzas, but I'm pretty sure if they brought some, I've not seen them, but good on them for sponsoring the tournament. And obviously we've got Whittaker's as well. Again, I've not seen the chocolate. It might be somewhere around. Have you seen it?
No, but thank you to Whittaker's.
And Goodman Fielder as well. Thanks very much. Well, we get back to the bowls now. We've had enough pizza and chocolate.
So both first bowls a bit not very disappointing, so they'll be looking to. And Colin has come up short again, so there's quite a bit of room here, Rob, to jump in onto the deck.
Yeah, well, two bowlers that just take the time making sure everything's correct before they release the ball. Big part of bowls is that you don't rush it. You've got to, pick that line.
Correct. And that's a good response from Murray.
Anybody that's interested in playing bowls, pop down to the 9i Bowling Club at the moment. We've got another final on later on this afternoon. Interested in playing bowls, then this is the time to come and watch it, even though the day's very sunny out there at the moment, which has been far and frequent. Well, far and frequent, it's not been frequent enough, I don't think.
So Colin again was short with his third bowl, and he's a little bit loose this end. Murray draws another one, will put quite a bit of pressure on his last bowl, especially if he to stay in the set, Rob?
Yeah,
really needs to
it's
score.
not far away. This will put it's put the pressure on Colin here. He really needs to score off this end 7. We've only got 2 more ends after this, of course, on the first set. Oh, he might have changed his mind here. Something's caught his eye. Got the tap on the lips there.
He's a bit in two minds, isn't it?
Yeah, he knows it's an important end, this. I know, he's decided to have a run at them. No, he's... Yeah, he might have been better playing a little bit more of a weighted shot than that, because now the pressure's on. If Murray picks up a 3 here, then you're looking at 10-3, 2 ends to go.
He's very hard to... he'd have to pick up 2 4s, and that's pretty... To win that set, and that'd be pretty challenging.
Well, looks as though Murray's drawn another one here.
So that should make the score 10-3.
Just waiting for the scores to be put up by the marker just to confirm. Not only Colin's not scored, he's actually lost some shots. Oh no, there they are, they're back up again. 10-3.
Yes.
7 behind with 2 to play, so we're looking at least 7 if they draw the first set off Colin, but like I said earlier on, Murray's in the swing of this. He's got his weight worked out very well.
Yeah, so for Colin, he really needs to score. It's got at least 3 or 4 on the end to have to stay in this first set.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's a pretty good first bowl up from
That's
Murray.
a good start. Murray knows at this point, at the moment, he's only got to get second or even third shot to win the first set. So the pressure's on Colin to come up with the goods now.
Yes.
Well, it looks as though he's not far away here. Oh, come in, Andy. That's a good bowl.
Yeah, something to build on, Robs?
Yeah, something to rest on as well. If
Murray looks like he's underground here.
well, he's got the right green here. It depends on his weight now. It's got to be there or thereabouts to
It's not bad, I guess, Robert?
Well, he's got a bit going for him there if he changes his hand at the moment, but it depends on what Murray's going to do now. It's a lot easier for us watching this from this end. Murray's, what would you say, about 38 metres up there?
Yeah, it's Jack's definitely on the 3 metre mark.
This is probably one of the biggest indoor greens in New Zealand, Ross,
Yes,
I think.
I think you're right.
40 metres, 40 something metres.
So it's an international green?
That's what it's been made for, yeah. They have had the Australians over here a couple of years ago, and
Murray just...
Murray's probably gone just a little bit too further than what he wanted.
Yes. Depends on Colin if he's got enough finish here. He's gone a little on the wider side and his weight was pretty good, but
It's actually a good shot on the other hand for Colin now. He knows he's got to pick up a number, then that's the only way to go, by looking at the head the way it's situated.
I'd agree, Rob.
Yeah, he's
definitely.
played with a little bit of weight, he's got the option, but again, it depends where Murray goes with this bowl,
Yes.
as to if Colin's got the opportunity to play that shot. A little bit of movement on the bank.
Just a distraction there
Yeah.
somewhere.
Can actually be quite distracting, people walking at the end of the rink. If your concentration's there on what you want to do, then all of a sudden somebody stands there, gives you a bit of a wave.
Yeah, especially when you're just about ready to deliver. So here's Murray's...
Murray needs to get this one in there because there is a shot on for Colin. Well, he's given Colin the opportunity now to play a shot and pick up a number here. But
Colin pretty quickly onto the mat here.
I think probably Colin's possibly played the wrong hand here. Personally would have played the other hand to try and push his bowl onto it, but he might get away with 2 shots here, but I don't think that's
That
enough
won't
for
be
the
enough,
set.
unfortunately.
No, he's played a very good bowl, but he needed more than that.
He needed at least 3 or 4. Agree with Rob, he had an option on the other hand to pick that up. So.
If only he'd have walked down to have a look at the head. This is when I'm doing a bit of coaching out there to people, I emphasise it's important with the last bowl just to come down and have a look at the situation of the bowls to see if there's an opportunity of picking up a number.
Maybe we misread it wrong, because it does say end 8, but I'm just looking at the board and it's got 7 ends done. So
Yeah, it's a bit misleading, that.
yes, sorry Rob, maybe
Yeah.
I
You
put
give me
people
a bum stare there, Ross.
Yeah, I'm just...
Yeah, we're counting up the shots on the wrong end.
Okay, so sorry, there was 2 ends to go.
Oh, you
so-
was right. They've just flicked it over.
Because our screen says E9, is that correct?
Is this N9? I can't see them getting a 6.
Sorry? Yeah, so we... Okay, so we are playing E9 now, which is the last end, and the score is 10-4. Now they must have... he's conceded the first set, because the boards... I'm just looking at the scoreboard.
Yeah, we're getting totally confused up here.
And,
Probably with all that chocolate you've eaten, Ross.
Sorry. So we are now into the second set. Because Kenny has flipped all the numbers back to 0-0-0. And we're underway in the second set. Sorry for the confusion there, people.
It's probably because of all that pizza you're eating as well, off the sponsor.
Too much chocky, too much pizza. So Murray, he first bowl just slightly short, but probably this shot. So this is the second set. Murray won the first set.
Colin's got two good positional bowls there. He's just I see Craig Merrill's in the background there, taking his stickers off his bowls, which is sponsored by Muzzy Shirts. Had to get that one in, Russ.
Yes. So Murray's on a pretty good line here. Oh, that's a good bowl. Very good bowl.
Murray playing with the Ensolite XGs and
I think Colin's got SRs, isn't he?
Yeah.
Taylor SRs.
SR's size 3. A bit too small for me. Me playing with size 5s, they're a bit like marbles in my hand. He's gone a bit wide there. She's a tricky hand, that, where you get out a little bit further.
Just don't get that
Yeah,
drawback.
so he's got the right weight as well. We won't be liking that.
No, he definitely started the second set. He won't want to drop a number here, being one set down.
Murray's played the other end, so it's coming in a little bit better.
Seems to be a bit more swing there. Rob coming
Yeah,
back from
yeah.
big bowl here for Colin, last bowl.
He won't be too happy at that, and he needed to get up to get some sort. Actually, just looking at Murray now, he just reminds me of Christmas, you know, with that beard. And one of our sponsors is Henselite Choice of Champions, which sponsored the Shanghai, which was earlier played on Friday and Saturday. So now's the time to go and buy your partner a new set of bowls. Not that we need them, Ross. We've probably got 4 or 5 sets.
Oh, exactly. My wife would cringe if I came home with another set of bowls. Murray, oh, he's going to pull up short too, so he might.
Yeah.
An opportunity there, eh, Rob,
Yeah,
when you've got that bonus bowl.
Yeah, he's a bit weary with that one. He was obviously happy with 2, so. And there go the lollipops going
Yes.
down the green, so.
Kenny indicating 2 shots.
Nice to see that. That's in a final, the marker holding the shots up for the spectators.
Yes.
Probably more spectators on the TV at the moment, but or on your phone.
Yes, please come down and enjoy some good bowls. Plenty of seat in here to watch some good finals.
Yeah. Nice day for a drive as well. Nice
Exactly.
sunny day. Get out of the car and come down here and have a coffee or a tea, or if you want a drink behind the bar.
Yeah.
9 Bowling Club.
So again, the jack's been placed on the 3 metre mark. If it goes past the 3 metre line and doesn't go into the ditch, it gets placed on the 3 metre mark. Colin looks to be on a reasonable line here to the jack.
Yeah, probably about 18 inches away with that ball, maybe 2 feet. So there's plenty of room to draw the shot in there. This one's a bit thin, Ross. Here, he might have the right weight though. Getting in the back door here, I think. Nah, start to run away. Well, if he gets in danger, he's got one of the spots covered with that last ball.
That's right, yes. That's what I was talking about. If it was killed and not that side of the rank, he'd have that spot covered.
We're not seeing a lot of venom in this game, attacking really.
And been relying on the draw.
Two good draw players. Got him to get a flick off that wing ball. No, it's just gone under it.
Yes. Just gone through. A little edge off that bowl might have dropped him onto the jack nicely. So a little bit loose the scene to start with. But
oh, here we go. It's a wrong bias. Anybody watching this gets a free drink. And he's hit the sign as well, has he? No. That was unlucky.
Oh.
Anything off the top shelf.
yeah. So feel free to come down and have a drink if you've seen that. Murray will be shouting. Don't see that very often, people. Murray just commenting there. He's doing that on TV.
A few people down in St Kilda cracking up after seeing that.
Yes. I'm sure he will have to rattle the jar when he gets back to St Kilda. It's an opportunity here for Colin if he can really...
You know, on top of that, you see that, and Murray was telling me earlier on that he's a coach.
Yes.
So where about
Right,
in the
Rob.
coaching book that one is?
Yes. And now he's just coming up, have a look, compose himself after that little mishap.
Yeah, wouldn't want to do two on the trot.
Given that his first two bowls.
But you know, this happens to a lot of players. You know, your concentration's there, then maybe last minute you decide that you're going to play the other hand and then change your hand again. So, but he's very conscious when he approaches the mat. Both the players are.
Yes.
But to do a wrong bias, you know, he wouldn't be very happy with that.
Correct.
So let's hope he's got the decals on the right side this time.
So he's got the first bit right. He's got the...
Yeah.
He runs it out.
Runs.
I'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, usually in a situation like that, you send the ball down on a wrong bias, and then the next one's a toucher. You know, and you wonder how did you manage to send the wrong bias?
Yeah.
Well, this has opened the door for Colin a little bit here.
This hasn't been a fantastic end for a final, but that happens.
Colin will be making sure that he beats that jack level ball out there. That's what he'll be concentrating on.
He's pretty good.
And he's not far away with this one.
Well, you wouldn't want to slice. Well,
No, it's that's brought a measure on, I think.
yes.
Kenny, the marker, there's
She hasn't no
waiting with
indication.
anticipation who's got the shot.
Couldn't see there because Murray
No.
was in the 2.
No, no.
So Colin did get 2.
Yeah, so that's 2-all. Just overhearing Murray saying he loved that ball when he let it go, but unfortunately it was a wrong pass, Murray, and I think everybody in New Zealand's seen it.
Yes. They always say they're well weighted,
Yeah.
but they go the other way.
You see one of the spectators helping himself to the free coffee, so get down to 9i Bowling Club. You can even choose your cup, which one you want on them shelves.
Again, Colin's gone the maximum, well, to the 3 metre mark, not just quite. No, the mat's not that far up either.
This would be one of the biggest prizes in New Zealand, won't it, Ross? The winner's getting a trip to the UK.
Correct, yes.
And play against some of the world's best players.
Yes, you did right there, Rob.
What an opportunity that they've got to take the stepping stone to do that.
Yeah,
the tournaments in the UK that we're going to is there's 16 seeded players or ranked players in the UK, and then there's 16 invitations throughout the world to play in the tournaments in the UK. And what an experience! I mean, what an experience getting there in the first place.
Yes.
But what an experience to have to play against that calibre of bowler in the UK.
That's right, because they're very good, the UK players. They play all the time on carpet. And Rob's right, you know, the experience to have that opportunity to go there and play in that is just fantastic. Oh, and that's a good first bowl from Murray. Just
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, so a lot on the line here for winning this event.
Yeah, it's an experience of a lifetime.
Yeah.
To go over there and get the experience of playing the world-class players.
Colin was telling us that he did have that opportunity in 2017 or something.
Yeah,
Rob?
yeah.
And Rob, of course, beside me here has done the same. So, you know, there's a lot on the line. So.
Oh yeah.
And now with the world back to some normality and no more COVID, the winners of these finals will be attending those events.
Now, one of the events that I played in over there was the Potters, which was the World Singles, and the prize money was absolutely marvellous. Obviously it was a lot further away for us, because having the experience of playing those guys over there was tremendous, and you learn such a lot by attending those tournaments. And we've got a fabulous opportunity with being members of the NZPBA in New Zealand here, to have the opportunity to win one of these tournaments and then have a trip over to the UK.
Okay.
So if there's any bowlers out there that want to reach them achievements, then
please join
the PBA and get the opportunity to do it.
Great bowl here by Colin. Great shot.
Yeah.
Jenny just doing a little bit of a finger measure there. Yes, and indicated Murray is one down. So that was a great shot by Colin there.
Obviously, the players have got the PBA shirts on as well, representing their province that where they won it.
Exactly. So
Yeah, Murray from Dunedin and Colin from Auckland.
there's a chance here, Murray, if he doesn't. Oh, great. If he just come underneath it, he would have been very close. But a good bowl anyway gives him some options here, I think, Rob, with his last.
Yes, I see Colin going to try and thread a needle between the two of his bowls there on the right-hand side. Got to be precise to find that gap, so we'll see what comes. I got the right weight, but that hand's a bit tricky. It was a good effort.
Good effort. It was. It's another handy bowl in the head anyway.
I don't think Murray can do any damage here if he was to play a bit of a weighted shot here. Might very well flick off that front ball and might get a bit of the kiddie. I can't see him doing a lot of damage with the position that his bowls are in. But bowls is bowls, you never know.
That's right, yeah. You've got to have a bit of luck, and sometimes it doesn't go your way either.
Sometimes you've got a shot in your head, and you play the shot, and then you sometimes wish that you shouldn't have played it.
Yes. Weeks out bad, that's right.
We'll see what's in Murray's head, see what he's going to play. Well, he's played with a bit of weight. He's obviously not trying to draw it, so I think he's going to cut underneath the kiddie.
Unless he gets a little feather.
No.
Good effort.
Yeah, he couldn't really go with a lot of weight, because if the kiddie flicks off to the right hand side, he would end up dropping a number when the kiddie's re-spotted if he killed it. So he was a bit cautious about his weight there.
Yeah. So one to Colin. Two now into N4. So just if you're not aware, Colin needs to win this set to force it to a tiebreaker. Handy first up, Rob?
Yeah, it's Colin's finding his way a lot better than the first set now, because he obviously knows what he's got to do. Murray having a little bit of advantage with playing on that rink earlier on.
Yes. Yeah, no, I agree. And he started that first set, and those first few ends, he took, he was playing very well with his first bowl, very effective. But it looks like Colin, hopefully, here is starting to find it now, and gets back into the game. And Murray here,
Oh, he needs a slide off this ball. He's not done it. He's just tapped Colin a bit closer. I see that this carpet, the surface, has only been down a few months, about 6 months approximately. And believe it or not, the old carpet, Ross, has gone to Stokes Valley Bowling Club.
Oh, okay, interesting.
To replace their artificial. So
Wow,
I don't think it's been laid at the moment, but
that's what's happening with it.
Yeah.
Will he come back in time?
It took a bit more of everything here, a bit more weight, a bit more green. He's managed to draw another one here.
So a lot of pressure on Murray now.
This one looks a bit narrow this time.
Yes, he's turned his back on it too, and his weight.
I won't be too happy with that one.
Not a very good end so far for Murray.
Yep, something's happened at the other end. Probably somebody helping themselves to a cup of tea, I suppose. He's got the right green here, Ross. It's all dependent on his weight now.
Excuse me, sorry.
Collins lying through.
Apologise for that, my phone going off. I'll make sure that doesn't happen. So,
Somebody probably telling you not mention the name on the commentary, Ross.
apologise for that, people. Just turn that off. Here's some Murray, big bowl here for Murray.
He's looking to slide underneath his wing bowl here and maybe a possibility of picking that kiddie up, but he's gone a bit too wide.
Good 3 then for Colin, just to stretch it now in the second set.
Very precise with his pre-routine, is Colin. As any good bowler knows, that you know exactly what you're wishing to achieve before you approach the mat, and get your position right, your body position.
Yes, exactly. It's, you want to be consistent, and all those things help to be a consistent player. So Murray's playing backhand here. Be disappointed after that last hand. He was pretty loose. So.
He's dropped one short again here. He'll be gone a bit off the boil at the moment as Murray.
Yes, especially the way he started in that first set. Pretty good here.
Yeah, good positional bowl there. He's obviously picked to come round that bowl because it's probably about 1.5 meters short of the kiddie. Murray's is going to adjust now.
Better reply here from Murray.
Yep.
Colin's on a good track here. How's his weight? He's just...
No, he's just pulling up a bit short. I'm just looking at the empty seats there. There's more people watching it on TV in the lounge area than there's actually out in the stadium.
Yes, so we encourage you, if you haven't got much to do and you want to spend some time down here, please come down. Murray's chasing this. Kind of likes it, I think, but not sure, Rob, if that would count.
No, it's a bit difficult from where we're sat.
Yeah.
See, he's got the shot. You just have to rely on the marker with the lollipops. She's done the measuring. 1 and a measure, she says.
I think Colin's coming to have a look at the head now, so... Yes, he is.
He's got to be a bit careful he doesn't knock that front one up, depending on what hand he's going to play here. And again, if he comes round the shot bowl, the front one, he could actually sit his ball out and drop a 2. So he's got to be very careful with his weight here. Wouldn't want to drop a 2.
Yeah, Murray still has the bowl to play as well.
Yeah. So. Actually, if people know how I play, I'd probably go that front one to try and get the 2 of them.
Yeah. It's a good option.
Yeah.
Looks like Colin is just going to try and draw, I think.
Well, it's gone wide enough for us. It's whether he's got the right weight here. Seems to be coming on. Oh, he's just gone a bit too far. It's gone a bit too far with that one.
Definitely beautiful line to the jack. Just ran through.
Just seen Gary Murawai arrive from the Wairarapa to come and watch the bowls. Wairarapa went very, very well this year in the Intercentre.
Murray's a little wide here. Be disappointed with that, especially if he only picks up the one shot.
Collins looking for that second shot.
2. Two. I'm pretty sure that
2.
2. Yeah, Kenny's got the lollipops
Yeah.
up. Oh, she's holding up 2. So.
Must be close to the ditch. Obviously didn't go in, so gets placed on the 3 metre mark. Well, even though it's placed on the 3 metre mark, it's still, the rule is it's still got to be 23 metres to throw the kiddie from there. That doesn't change. It's just that the pegs change as well on the side of the rings, side of the green, which can be a little bit confusing at first to people that have just started playing the PBA, but you get used to it anyway. So
That's right.
it's just the normal game.
Yeah. So not a bad start there by Murray. He'll be trying to get that rhythm back and get into it. So. Colin just a couple of 2 or 3 feet short. So good. Oh, he's handy. So we are now up to end 6, and it becomes very ends crunch time now, isn't it, Rob? So
Yeah, is without a doubt, Colin's got to win this set to stay in the game. He's got a lead of 6-4 at the moment, and he knows exactly what he's got to do. So there's a good ball there. At the old bit of a spray chalk on it with a toucher.
1 down. So good shot there by Colin.
Yeah.
He's
It's sprayed twice on the bowl. The reason for that is if the ball goes into the ditch and one of the marks on the bowl is hidden by the position of the bowl, you can see the other mark to show that it's a toucher, Ross, and it's alive. It stays alive. So anybody that's watching there, what the reason for that is.
so Murray encouraging
Flores
this bowl, and
just run on a little bit. Is good positional bowl though. Colin's got to be very careful that he doesn't play with too much weight here. He wouldn't want to disturb that white or his bowl.
yeah, holding a good shot. When you give it away, it's not a nice feeling.
the right green again here, Ross. A very good ball, good weight.
That's a great shot, isn't it? Well,
very good now.
2 very good bowls there from Colin.
I think that Murray from here will be playing a good weighted shot. Knowing that any movement of that kiddie could possibly get the shot with one of his back balls.
Yeah, it's in his favour, isn't it?
Yeah.
Any jack movement, kiddie movement is definitely in his favour. If he gets in full enough. A bit of distraction, I think, going on there. We can hear some noises and laughter and...
Yeah, he's playing with a little bit of weight here. I think he's gone a little bit narrow here, could come unstuck. Oh no, he's got the shot out of that. How's that? I mean, that's bowls. This is what you see a lot of the time, Ross. You know, if you're down on the head, you've got to make sure that you're up.
That's right.
And you've got a chance of getting the shot, and that's exactly what's happened.
Yes.
He realised he'd played a bit narrow, but he had the weight to do the damage.
Yeah. And got lucky, got a very lucky, fortunate hit Collins' short bowl into the head and onto the jack and come out to...
Yeah, I mean, how many times do you see that on the green on a daily basis?
Quite a few times, don't you,
Yeah.
Rob? And we all do it, believe you me, we all...
Some say they don't, they say it's a shot that they played for.
Oh, Colin, good attempt there, yes.
And they're going blue in the face when you approach them as well.
Oh, Colin, a little frustration there probably.
Yeah.
He tried to run that bowl through and...
They've been disappointed at that
Yes.
result, but on the other hand, Murray would be chuckling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because that now just puts them one within touch within Colin, where, you know, 3-shot turnaround there because he was holding 2 and he had a bowl to play.
They're just getting one of the organisers pop in to see everything's okay at the moment. Claire Hendra is the person to get in touch with if you want to be involved in the PBA.
So now in 7, 6-5 to Colin. Really tight this set. And of course we've touched on Colin needs the set to force it to a tie break. So this is it's a handy opener from Murray.
Yeah. Just talking about Claire and Craig, who run the PBA these days with Richard Corrie still in America. Done a fantastic job. Lifted the spirit of all the PBA members. Any people that's out there that are thinking about joining the PBA, pop down to 99 Bowling Club. You can just see the charts that's allocated on the notice board there with the flags and everything. Such a good job that these two have done, and I hope they keep up there doing it again and again.
And especially getting sponsorship, which is not an easy thing to do.
No.
Oh, great bowl there by Murray. He's just...
Whereas, that's all you need is a little bit of luck from the previous end, and then he's back into it. It lifts the spirit.
So Colin here, sorry, just lost a little bit of picture here. I'm not, oh, okay. Colin's come up a little short.
Yeah. And we're actually lucky enough, Ross, that we've got the help of Bowls New Zealand, of course, by organising all the equipment to do this live streaming.
Correct.
Of the PBA. We've got two others in controlling the cameras.
Yeah, and it's a big team effort without them, but big thanks to Bowls New Zealand for coming down and letting us use the equipment to stream all these finals.
Not only that, bringing all the equipment down. Have you seen how much of it there is?
Yeah. It's pretty specialised equipment and
specialised people running it as well.
Exactly. No, they do a great job, and I was fortunate to play in the Champion of Champions, which was about a month ago, and Rob as well attended that, and it was just fantastic to have that streaming and just the way it was done. It was just very positive comments about it, and it's great for our game. So big thank you to Bowls New Zealand.
A bit wayward with that last bowl, Murray. He's obviously, he might have something in his mind about covering the spot there.
I think his bowl went out.
Yeah, I mean,
Colin just gone a little wide too.
yeah, his weight's good, but we took a bit too much green there.
Murray looks to be on a bit of line here to the jack.
Yeah, he's got a good catcher there. I think Colin's forced to draw in now. He was in a position to attack that ball, but obviously Murray's worked that out as well. He's got a good catcher. It's going to be an interesting last end.
Colin
the
be
way it's going,
disappointing
Ross,
there, didn't they? Not to reach, to give himself a chance.
Well, there's every possibility it could be two down here. Might be a new leader in this set.
Yeah, the measure's coming out, so
Yep.
just the one. Unfortunately, Colin, he could have been. So 6-all now and 2 ends to play. Very tight, isn't it, Rob?
Yeah, anything can happen now. It's the concentration level will be stepped up now.
Especially for Colin, he needs a set to stay into the game. So
The placing it by the marker, Kenny, then just with the kiddie, a lot of people must take it on board that the position of the kiddie's got to be correct. The front edge of the kiddie's got to be the back end of the chalk. So that enables you to, if you're doing your measuring with your markers on the green, it becomes 23 metres. If you was to put it directly on the cross, it's not going to be 23 metres. It's going to be short. And good start by Murray there.
Yes, good beginning ball.
So that's important information to the bowlers out there. you place the kiddie just behind the cross, so the front of the kiddie's touching the cross and not actually on the cross.
Colin looks to be rather tight here. Held up a lot more, but short again. But
a big end, this Ross, gives you a kick start for the last end. Obviously it's a huge, important winning this tournament, get a trip out to the UK. What an experience, like I said earlier on, what an experience that is.
correct.
Obviously won't be on the mind at the moment, it will be on the mind of winning this game. Then you take the next step. See Murray's doing a bit of walking around there, see if he can work out
Can't see the jack.
distance. Yeah. He's having a long walk here.
Yes. So Colin here is a lot better. It depends on his weight.
Be just out the measure
If
there.
it falls over, probably. Yeah.
They've both got the blue shirts on there. The blue shirt of Dunedin, royal and gold, and the blue shirt of Auckland, royal and white.
Murray chasing this one, he likes us.
He knows he's got to be up because Colin will be playing with a little
He's
bit
just
more weight.
gone
He's
through.
just gone through, he's only won the diff at the moment.
It's a beautiful line to the jack, just drifted through. One down, indicated by Kenny.
Umpire in the background looks frozen to death. It's got the right green, Ross.
Good response,
He's
just
just running through a bit. Still, he's only one down. Of course, the advantage is on Murray's side, because if Murray draws this set, he automatically goes through because he's won the first set.
correct.
So Colin's just got to make sure that obviously the set's not drawn. He needs to win this set
Yes.
to force a tie break. Again, the right green here depends on his weight, and he's probably played with too much weight. He's thrown his arms in the air.
It's well quick.
Yeah. Could have done a lot of damage.
Especially if he picked up the jack.
Yeah.
That kind of weight,
Yeah,
and
wouldn't have been
dragged it
too
right through.
Too happy if he'd have sliced that kiddie.
Yes. So we'll see what Colin's response can
Yeah,
be here.
yeah.
He's one down on the head.
If the result was one down to Colin, he obviously got to get two shots on the next end to stay in the tournament. Well, he's took the green. Whether or not he's got the right weight, Ross, it's starting to break into the head now.
And
Every opportunity.
Oh, it's gonna fall
falling
out.
out again. Yeah. Yeah.
okay, people, so we're into the last end, and as Rob has alluded, Colin now will need 2 to win this set and force it to a tiebreaker.
Yeah, Murray's in a position now where he can afford to have second shot. He doesn't need to have the shot to win the game. Colin's the opposite, of course. He needs to get 2 shots to win the set.
And as we all know, first bole's crucial. First bole can set it up very nicely.
Here we go, last end underway of this set. Well, that's a reasonably good ball off Murray.
Not bad here, I think, Colin.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, that's
there's one of the 2 that he needs.
yeah.
A good start by Colin.
Right on the centre line, just a little bit in front, can be very hard to beat at times.
People at Browns Bay Bowling Club there, North Harbour, will be wishing Colin gets a couple of shots here, and people at St Kilda, we're hoping he doesn't.
Yes.
But all in all, the camaraderie of bowls is fantastic. The people you meet
That's right.
and the people you catch up with as well over the years. So.
Exactly, yeah. So Murray just threw the head there, and Colin can add another here.
It's got the right green, whether or not it's got the right weight, and it looks pretty good from here.
It does, Rob, yeah.
Yeah.
He's played a great
Oh
ball.
yeah. And the toucher
And
to
a
boot.
toucher, wow.
Yeah.
Front end toucher, very good ball from Colin.
Of course, we all know what he's going to try and do now is to tap that shot ball where that's on the kiddie and spring the kiddie a little bit. Short ball won't do him any good on this end.
Reasonable line, depends on his weight.
Having a bit of a jog up.
He's short.
I think he's short and narrow, Ross.
Great line.
Colin will be asking the question here probably. Oh, he's getting back into his... Yes, he is. Got 1. You could have 2, Colin.
Kenny's indicated 2.
A very important bowl, this. Whether or not he should be playing that hand, there'll be a lot of people thinking, he shouldn't be playing that hand to build ahead.
Yeah.
To give Murray a bigger target, or whether he should be drawing on the other hand.
So he's asked the marker if he can come and have a look. Yes, because Rob's right. If he'd unfortunately bumped his bowl or gave him a target, it gives Murray some options there, doesn't it?
Yeah, Murray's got a little bit of a target at the moment, because any movement on them balls, Colin's not going to get 2 shots. But I mean, it depends. This positional ball, what Colin does right now, is a very important ball. Yeah, he's changing his hand. I didn't think he'd build the head, make a target a little bit bigger, but he's actually got to come round them and give himself a good catcher, because he's got another ball up the chute. He's gone wide enough to do that, which isn't too bad a ball there, really. He has created a catcher. There's also, if Murray was to kill it, it's respotted, and
and then he's got a bowl in the
that's right. Yeah,
bowl up his sleeve.
So it's
perhaps Murray just tries to draw second shot.
Well, that's exactly what he's got to try and do. If he doesn't draw a second shot, then Colin won't play his last ball, of course.
Yeah.
That's unless he's forgot.
It's an important bowl here for Murray. Second shot will force Colin to play his last bowl.
He knows how important this ball is.
Yes, and the context of the game is huge.
Well, it's on its way.
He's got to beat
I
that
think
front
he's
wide.
got underneath it.
No.
I think we've got a tiebreaker on our hands.
We definitely have.
Yeah.
His weight was good. He was just a fraction tight, wasn't he, Rob? Really,
Yeah.
to be fair.
Yeah. 2 shots. We're down to a tiebreak. What that actually means to the new people in the sport of bowls is that possibility of playing 3 ends, possibility of playing 2 ends. It's the nearest to the kiddie. Shots don't count. The one nearest to the kiddie wins the end. If you're fortunate to win the first 2 ends, then you've won the game. If they win 1 end apiece, then it's obviously on the last end. So it all comes down to this now, Ross.
Yeah. And who will be going to Scotland? So a good last end by Colin there to force the tie break. So we've gone pretty long here.
Yeah. First up, best dressed, as they say.
Yes. Murray does have the luxury of having the last bowl, whether he needs to play it or not, if he has the shot or not.
Got good weight, just a smidge bit more green there. Not far away here, Ross.
Yeah, he's pretty good line, isn't he, Rob? And his weight doesn't look too bad either. It's a great first bowl. He'll be playing on a tie break. weight. Just sort of hung
Oh,
there,
his
didn't it, Rob?
weight's pretty good, but the bowl doesn't want to do any overtime.
Yeah. Slightly just hung out there, didn't it? Didn't come back as what I thought it would.
A few deep breaths off Murray there. Knows how important this is. Stayed a little bit wide as well.
Mm.
Now what's Colin going to do here? 2 seconds. He'll probably play with a little bit of weight, surely. Try and sit the ball or pick up the kiddie, yeah.
Yeah. In these situations, there's no reason to be tentative. It's tie break ends. Give yourself a chance.
Oh, he's got the right green. Here it comes. Just going to flick past.
Gave himself a chance, didn't he, Rob?
Yeah, well, is everything like he's going to play with weight with that last ball without the shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
And the problem comes if Murray draws another one, obviously the target gets a bit bigger.
Yes. Murray on the run again. Looks to be short and narrow. Yeah. Waves his arm in the air, not happy with that.
Big shot off here, Colin now.
Well, he's got options, doesn't he? He has
Yeah.
second shot. He has the best
Yeah.
back bowl.
He's got one of the spots covered for sure.
Yes. So he has a lot going for him, doesn't he?
Well, it's on his way. He's opted to play, but he's gone narrow.
Yeah. Well narrow.
Oh.
Okay, so Murray's won that first tie-break end. Depends who won the toss, who's going to lead off here.
It'd be about the first run shot that Collins had, wasn't it, Ross?
Yeah.
Yes,
it was.
He's mainly drawn himself out of tricky positions, but you know, I mean, obviously the head, the way it laid, was asking to have a run shot at it.
Yeah, he's just
Maybe
quite
that
a
the
bit off
fact
target,
that, yeah,
wasn't he?
maybe that the fact that he's not played many of them shots, but it was there to be played.
correct, yeah. He had all the options, didn't he? Again, the jack on the 3 metre mark. So Colin now has the option of last bowl.
It's probably round about the right green that as well. It's on his weight now. Yeah.
Oh, that's
He's going to get the touch of spray out again here. Okay.
That's a good bowl.
Yeah, the touch of spray these days now, they're made for carpets. They don't do any damage to the carpets. They've improved the material that's within the spray, not to do any damage. So.
Colin's probably just going to go.
Oh, touches for Colin as well. So.
Just unfortunately, he's just tucked the jack around it and just probably unsighted, but there is still room for that to be drawn.
Goes well down again here, Murray. We got another toucher. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Well.
3 bowls, 3 touches here, Rob.
Yeah. Fortunately, he's flicked it just a little bit further out, and Colin obviously is going to change his hand now.
Just gives him a little bit more room, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's.
How's his weight?
Oh,
How's his weight?
Oh,
well.
yeah. Well, here we go again. There's going to be. That's pretty tight, but from where we're sat and from the TV angle, looks as though Colin's got the shot. But obviously, they're both coming up to have a look. Murray must have asked permission off the marker to come up and have a look, because
Correct, yeah.
the rule states that you can't come up to until you play your 3rd bowl, but in the situation that it's a final, I don't think they want to stick to that ruling.
It's no big drama, is it?
No.
There's a lot at stake here, you know. This is the trip to Scotland, so.
Well, who's going to wear the kilt?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, the new.
Yeah. Have to get PBA to buy a kilt for one of these guys, whoever wins.
Oh, yeah. With a fancy sporran.
Yeah. So he's Murray with his. No really indication there who was holding shot. So
It's gone pretty wide, and it's a wide hand, this.
yeah.
Don't think it's going to come in that far, Ross.
No. His weight wasn't bad again there, Rob. He just got wide, didn't
Yeah. He's took the green nicely here. It all depends on his weight. With that
Close here, isn't he,
yeah.
Rob?
He's going to sit that back one off.
Oh,
Yeah,
great shot.
What a superb bowl off
Great
Colin.
shot.
Oh. Well, it's that old saying again, Ross, take her the green, get her the shot.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Colin did.
Well, Murray's got nothing to lose here. If he's up under the head, anything can happen. And
Yeah, he's got to play a bit of weight and try and find that port between them 2 balls now.
Yeah.
Try and splash that kitty around, see where it ends up.
And if he thinks he's got second shot, he could chip Colin off the head. So don't think he'll be short here.
Just a tad wide, I think, Ross.
Hung, didn't it?
Right, now we're going to see some action.
Well, so it's come down to the last tie-break end. Whoever wins the end is the Scottish singles champion. Again, Murray hits last bowl, so been a ding-dong battle, hasn't it, Rob?
Yeah, well, Colin's made a good comeback. Murray obviously won the first set and Colin won the second set, so a few trial ends for Colin in the first set to find his weight, and we've got a good game, good final.
Collins' first bowl. He's on a good line here. As is, it's pretty handy,
Yes.
you know.
A good starter.
That's right. Already taking a few deep breaths there.
Whole idea of this bowl, as you know, Ross, is to get as close to that bowl as you can, or the kiddie.
Yeah.
Then your future bowls, you've got something to play around with. If you was to attack that and miss it, your percentage is going down.
Yeah. Doesn't give him many options, does it, Rob?
No.
And he won't be happy with that. He's not going to reach.
Unfortunately, well, he's got something to work off if
Yeah.
he's got to play a weighted shot later on. Colin will be wondering what he's going to play here now, whether he draws underneath that or whether he changes his hand.
Looks like he could.
It looks as though he's going to try and draw underneath it, or maybe just come round it. It's always a risk that you take by doing that, because you could actually turn that bowl up, and he's obvious, you know, that's been on his mind, and he's gone too wide.
Yeah.
You know, it makes you wonder whether he should have played the other hand.
Exactly.
But you take the risk of building the head on that side as well, so
That's right, because it just
catch 22.
'cause it just comes down to the one shot, one in the end,
Yeah.
doesn't it? So
The winner of this end gets a trip to Bonnie, Scotland.
he's on a good line here. It depends with his first bowl if he's.
Oh, it's knocked Colin a little bit closer, but he has achieved third shot, so
Yes. It gives him that option you were talking about
well,
there now, Rob,
that's right.
doesn't it?
Now
So-
he's got it. Colin's got to get another one to beat that last bowl
Yeah.
that Murray played, to give him to cut down the option for Murray, really. Murray plays the right shot here. That white ball will pop off the head.
Yeah. How's his
Looks
weight?
as though Colin's built
Oh,
the target here.
Yeah.
Murray's not going to be short.
No, it's probably not a great bowl from Colin, isn't it? Because he can use that to get onto his own if he's.
Again, catch 22 situation. He's got to get another one on the head, but the perfect bowl, of course, would have been just behind the kiddie.
Yes.
He's obviously got the back one, Colin, for kiddie springing out of the rink. So that's an advantage to Colin, that positional bowls. But
Correct. Yeah.
but Murray's got two bowls now, so he's got to do the damage with this first one.
Yeah.
And see what comes of it after that. See if there's any displacement of the kiddie that he could possibly draw to, but we just have to wait and see now.
Yeah. Again, there's some sort of distraction there.
There's something happening on the bank. Actually, the way it's sat, he could trap between the two balls, and the green one could lock and stay there for shot,
Yeah,
depending on his weight.
exactly.
Weight's crucial what he plays here now. He's definitely doing a lot of preparation work before he plays the shot. Big bowl this.
He's playing with some weight. I don't think it's going to. Or is it?
He might just chuck this other one in.
Oh,
Oh, here we go. It's gone with it, Colin. Fortunate that his ball went with the kiddie there.
Very hard for Murray now to. His weight was probably not bad. He just a fraction wide, wasn't he,
Yeah,
Rob? And
Colin will be thinking of what shot to play here now. I think the only shot there for Murray now is to, depending on where Colin puts the ball, of course,
yes,
is slamming the kiddie in the ditch and staying with it. So, very hard position there to draw it. Very hard. Again, like I say, it depends what Colin does with this ball.
yes, because Colin does have the luxury of having second shot as
Yeah.
well. If Murray pinged it off clean off the head. Oh, he mightn't be happy with. No, well, that makes it
Yeah,
very tricky, doesn't
yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah.
Actually, it was a good bowl by Colin. Because he's fallen in front of the jack, and it's not much of a target,
Yeah.
to be fair.
He's actually got to change it. He's actually got to come under that front white ball now and try and sit that shot ball. He could get the inside edge of that, the one in front of the kiddie,
Yes.
and then sit the actual shot ball. That's the only thing he's got going for him. If he drives it, kiddie goes in the ditch, kiddie gets respotted over this side of the rink, then it's game shot and Colin's got the game. So it's going to be a difficult shot for him to play, and good luck, really. But, you know, bowls is bowls.
That's right.
He could pull this off.
Yeah. So there you go. I think Rob's called the shot. He should be playing, and I agree with him. It's all he's got. So, and it looks like he's going to be playing the forehand, I think, here, Rob.
Yeah. Yeah, here it comes. He's not
It's
going to
not.
come underneath, is he? No, he's not. He's
Yeah.
well,
Well done to Colin.
well done, Colin. Colin's off to Bonnie, Scotland.
Yeah.
Hope his passport's up to date. I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah.
So, what a good comeback. Murray winning
The first set.
the first set 10-7. Colin coming back and winning the second set 8-7. And obviously winning the tie-break.
2-1. Yeah.
The people that's watching this game, we've got the World Singles Final starting at approximately 1:30, probably closer to 2 o'clock. So get down to the Nine Eye Bowling Club and watch some good bowls and get the information that you need to join the PBA.
Correct. And thank you for joining in. And now there's the UK Singles Finals, so, which will be starting soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon again at the Nine Bowling Club PBA finals. At the moment we've got Ross Ellery playing Craig Merrilees. This is the UK singles final. Game's just started. So we're underway for another trip to the UK.
And this is a really good one because Craig and Ross played the New Zealand singles final in 2015, which Ross won, so Craig will be happy to have another rematch.
A good bowl coming in from Craig at the moment. It's just touched the front bowl, flicked it away. I don't think we've got an indication off the marker as to who's holding shot at the moment.
Ross is on a good track here.
Seems to have got the weight good. It's just dropped a tad short, that's all. Probably holding one shot, Ross. We've not seen the lollipop lady give us any indication as yet.
Yeah, it looks like that jack level one is the shot, doesn't it?
Yeah. This is Rob Ashton doing the commentary for the New Zealand PBA final, UK final, with Gary Muruai come over from the Wairarapa to help us out for the afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Gary.
Craig's playing with a bit of weight down here.
He's just going to find the port, so it's obviously that Ross has got the shot. Cleared the cobwebs from underneath his arms on the first end. This is to the viewers that's just joined us for the afternoon. There's two sets of 9 ends. If one of them manages to win the 2 sets, then they have won the final. If they get 1 set each, then it goes down to a tie break, which is a 3-end tie break. It might not be a 3-end tie break, it might just be a 2-end tie break, but we'll see what transpires for the future of the game.
Yep, you're right. The 1 to Ross first end. I was asking Craig a bit of background about himself earlier on, and he was mentioning that he started almost 30 years ago in bowls. He's got 26 titles, including 1 in Wellington, and he's won 7 Player of the Year in Southland out of the last 10 years, so he's obviously having a long, very good run.
Good achievement from Southland. Obviously people know it was a couple of years ago. The one Wellington title that he won was in the mixed pairs with Claire, who he coaches, and yes, good achievement.
Good opener by Ross. Maybe a foot low.
Ross has been pretty consistent throughout the PBA season this year. He's actually fortunate. One of the players earlier on this year he won the champs, therefore winning his silver star, his New Zealand silver star, which is a big achievement. That includes obviously inter-centre, champ singles from a few years ago now. And
champ triples last year.
Champ triples, yeah. Actually, probably on the same rink that he's playing now.
It looks close, but it actually is Ross holding one at the moment.
I'll see what Kenny decides here. If she's cut her fingernails, yeah, you're one down, Craig. So
Craig's just touched the jack and got the shot out of
got
it.
himself the shot, yeah.
Over the last couple of days, I've watched some of Craig's games. He's got very, very good weight control.
Green was very good, just a little bit of weight there. Just past the shot bowl. Actually, it was a bit of a rush for Ross. He's just finishing doing the commentary of the previous final with myself, of course, and he's out there playing a final. He might be fortunate enough to get one of the other trips to the UK, as well as Craig, of course.
Well, Ross at the moment is third equal in the rankings, which means he's part of the Trans-Tasman team this year, which is good. Craig is fifth.
Yeah, and obviously they're going to accumulate more points on this final as well, to maybe possibility of jumping up from fifth to fourth or even third.
Yeah, it's Craig's actually 18 points behind third equal, so he gets 10 for this, so he's just not going to quite make it, but nothing wrong with being in the top 5, that's for sure.
No. He's got a fair old haircut as Ross there.
Yeah,
I don't know what you call them now.
It's getting ready for the summer, I think. Just for people that are watching, there's no kills in this game, so if Ross manages to get onto the shot bowl and kill it, it goes on the spot, either the left spot or the right spot, depending on which side it goes out, which is what he was after there. Another very good bowl.
Just snuck round about. Craig picking up 2 there on the second end. Big smile on his face there, happy again too.
Surprising how fast nine ends goes in a game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a more controlled game. It's before you know it's over and done with the first set. So the first set's very important. If you can get that under your belt, the first set, then you obviously know that you're guaranteed the tie break if the opposition wins the second set.
We've had quite a few games over this weekend where the winner of the first set hasn't gone on, which surprised me.
Yeah.
Including the last game.
I think as individuals go, they know that if they don't win the second set, then it's bye-bye. You put your entry in for next year. And of course, with it being indoor as well, you've got to start off really good. You've got to find your green and everything. So sometimes they, I hate to say it, but you're having a practice with the first set, and then you come back with the second set. So a lot of pressure with every ball, basically, when you're playing indoor.
For those of you who aren't members of PBA, definitely consider it. Don't think you aren't ready for it. It's a good way to improve your bowls.
Of course, yeah. A good way of learning how to draw as well, because you're under that pressure. You don't want to attack if you haven't got the spots covered.
Exactly.
So it's ideal to draw a second shot if you can't get these shot, and then live to fight another day. But
It's a bit of a loose end so far, this one.
yeah, I think it'd just be getting the feel of the rink, seeing what it does. Every rink, not just indoor but outdoor as well, are tricky to find. But once you find it, you're away laughing. And that's what the competitions are about, is reading the rink that you're playing on. Some people find it straight away, others take a few practice ends.
Very good bowl by Ross. You'll also notice that the rinks do change from morning to night, so you can't take it for granted.
Yeah, temperature in the indoor stadiums, depending on the heat, of course, plays havoc with the carpet, and you've got to adjust, and you've got to adjust real quick. In the blink of an eye, you could lose the set.
Yep. I think we'll have to have a word to Ross and ask him how to describe that haircut, but it's definitely getting ready for the summer at the front.
It's not a bad one, is it? It's not bad. I think there's a competition on at the moment on TV1, haircuts.
Well, he's got to be in with a good chance then.
Yep.
This is interesting. Craig is asking how many seconds. He's if he hits it and it goes back, he's worse off.
He's going to try and come underneath his wing bowl there. Yeah, it's exactly that. He's got to come just underneath it to be in the vicinity, and he's not far away. Oh, he's far
Very
enough
good
away
try.
now. He's actually, yeah. He's got a cover ball, but unfortunately he's run out of balls. That leaves it open for Ross to draw another one.
Very nice ball.
Yeah, 2 shots to Ross.
So 3-2 after 3.
If anybody that's watching the live screening of the bowls at the moment, there's still plenty of time to get down to the Nine Eye Bowling Club. We've got another final following this UK final, which is the World Singles Final. So the people that are couch potatoes, come on down, have a drink, watch the bowls.
You can even pick up a PBA membership form while you're here if you'd like.
Yep, you can join on the dot.
And the 9i one.
Yeah. The other option is, if you want to look online at a PBA NZ Facebook, is the best place to look for all the information. It's not just for people that's been playing a number of years, it's for newcomers to the game as well. You learn a lot.
For those of you who are thinking about it, you've also got the opportunity to be Rookie of the Year. So if you're a brand new player and you perform well, you can get invited into tournaments as the Rookie of the Year. Craig's about a foot, no less than a foot short, but a good bowl.
The other interesting information, of course, is that they got an opportunity of playing some of the world's best bowlers in the UK. How that's achieved is the ranking singles in the UK is the top 16 players in a singles event, and the other 16 players is made up of invitations around the world, and we're listed on that list. So they've got a big opportunity of playing some of the world's best players. Having been there a few times, the experience is fantastic, and these guys at the moment have got a big chance of going into that experience and learning a lot of how bowls is played on the other side of the world.
And you played at Potters?
Yes, I've had the opportunity of playing at Potters. It's the biggest tournament in the world. That's based out at Great Yarmouth. Potters Leisure Resort, if anybody wants to look that up on the website. It's got all the information up there as to where the PBA plays, and also other venues. I went to one at Blackpool 3 or 4 years ago. That was an experience as well, and also the Scottish one as well. So these lads at the moment are fighting for a position. I believe that the UK singles, I'm not absolutely positive about this, but I think it's being held in Newcastle. So good luck to these guys. What an experience that would be to have a trip over there. And the viewers have got the opportunity to join the PBA and try and achieve that. So come along to Nainai or look us up on the website.
It definitely is an experience to go over there. That you're playing on a portable rink at Potters, and you're playing the best in the world.
The portable rink is actually based on an indoor green itself, as flat as a pancake, and experience-wise, fantastic. So if you're thinking about joining the PBA, do the stuff, get in touch with somebody. The venues are all over New Zealand. Dunedin, Invercargill, Wellington, Auckland, Hawke's Bay and Taranaki at the Paratoot Bowling Club.
I think it's one shot to Ross. It's could be a measure for two, but it's hard to work it out on that angle. So the last bowl of the end.
He's gone a bit wide with this one, Gary.
Yeah. So he's one and a measure to Ross.
We're looking for the lollipop lady now. She's disappeared. One was it?
So 4-2 Ross Ellery after 4 ends. It's interesting, both of these players don't wear a cap. Even though it's inside, you may wonder why people like to wear a cap. There is still glare, isn't there, Ross?
Yeah, there's a bit of glare out there, but I don't think Ross would want to wear a cap with, you know, that hairstyle that he's got out there.
No, you've got to let the people see it. To be fair, I don't have that much hair, so it wouldn't be possible for me.
You got wavy hair, have you? Waving goodbye.
It's already over the hill and gone.
That's a good start by Craig.
Just going past with that one.
Oh, two good bowls there off Ross though. He's got a couple of catches.
When we started this on Friday, it was very easy to work out who was from the South Island and who was from the North Island, because the South Islanders were all in shorts and the North Islanders were in jerseys and long pants and you name it.
Welcome to Wellington.
I think Ross will be trying to just touch that jack here. Positive draw. Maybe I won't comment on what he's probably going to do again. I think Craig will definitely want to be matching those three at the back just to put a bit of cover in. Oh, that's 0 for 2 for me.
Yep, he's got a slide off his front bowl there. It's probably line 2 is Craig. A big thank you to the Victoria Tavern, Spates, Alehouse in Petone there. Sponsorship towards one of these tournaments. Actually, everybody went for a meal there on Friday to support the sponsors, and was enjoyable by all the players.
Very good. I recommend the ribs.
The ribs. Finger licking good, was they?
Well, too much to eat, but very good. You would think that he's going to be tighter than the last one.
Come home on that hand. It might be just a tad wide, but he's managed to work off his one of his other bowls. Might have cut it down to 2. Talking about one of the sponsors as well, Hell's Pizzas. So the guys have had plenty to eat over the weekend. There was one of our PBA sponsors as well, Hell's Pizzas, and also afterwards they got stuck into the Whittaker's chocolate. So thanks very much for Whittaker's for sponsoring the PBA in New Zealand.
Just holding a bit on that hand, isn't it?
It's as though Craig's picked up a couple here.
Yes, all square. Craig's brought the mat up this time.
You can just see, as I mentioned in the other final previously, the kiddie's placed just behind the chalk line, the front of the kiddie with the chalk to enable the distance if you're playing a short end. It's got to be still 23 metres, even though his marking's on the 3 metre. And obviously it's clear to see where the crosses are. That's an indication where to put the kiddie if it goes out either side of the rink, so there's no kills, it's always re-spotted. You've got to have that in mind when you're playing your bowls, whether or not you're a little bit greedy on getting too many close to the kiddie, knowing full well that the opposition might have a drive, and the kiddie's re-spotted on one of them spots and he ends up getting a shot. So it's a game for draw balls, good way to learn how to play bowls. So don't think that if there's anybody watching that they're not good enough to play this. To be that good, you've obviously got to put the practice in. So now's the time to join the PBA and get the experience of playing against these top bowlers.
This is looking good from Craig. And he gets the shot.
Craig is one of the organisers of the PBA, so if you see him, just have a chat with him about membership and what you've got to do. And like I've said earlier, if you look up the PBA NZ Facebook, you'll get a lot of information from that. I think that Craig's holding the shot there.
Looks
Gary?
up. Yes.
They'll be looking for a little bit of a touch on this kiddie, which will be a bonus. Take the shot away from Ross.
Nine Eyes, as some of you will know, is a 40-metre green, so it is longer than the most greens. It also allows the players to use the mat to move it up and back depending on what works for them or doesn't work for the opponent. So you'll see people moving the mat around quite a lot.
It does, Gary, learn you to take green because of it being such a long green. You don't achieve anything by cutting your green because the ball will just go away from the head, so it does teach you to take green.
Yep. Well, Craig's got a couple of very good opportunities here just to touch that jack.
Absolutely.
He's tracking very well. If he's got the weight, he's
cut it, it's just a bit narrow. But
well,
I mean, it's come in the back door there, Gary. It's
2 shots.
This is what happens in bowls. This happens on a regular basis, but if you're not there or thereabouts, you cannot get them results.
Now, if you look at that, Rob, there's a couple of ways Ross could play this.
Yeah.
There's a plant on the front, and also any movement if he plays his backhand through with weight through those bowls, he's got a catcher out the side.
Absolutely. If he plays onto his front red one, hits the other red one, gets a little bit of Craig's, and then probably picks up the kiddie.
Yep.
Some people call it the kiddie, some people call it jack. He's obviously seen that, and he's that's exactly what he's going to play, I think, Gary.
Yep, he's playing backhand on it, does he? Yep.
Yeah, he's playing with a little bit of weight.
He doesn't like it.
It's too wide.
I've noticed, Rob, the greens here at 9-eye, your run shots, what you'd normally take, you take it in at least another 1.5 foot. Would you think that or not?
Yeah, and with the temperature plays a big part. The longer the day goes on, the difference in the carpet as well.
Yep.
Whatever's in the atmosphere. So because these particular rinks at the end here, we've got all the glass windows on one side, and the sun comes in. It has a little bit of effect.
It does,
but absolutely more than the other side of the green.
Not sure whether Craig liked that, but it doesn't look too bad from here.
No.
There's nothing wrong with that one.
They've both got the bowl stickers on. Ross has got red and white ones on, and Craig's got green and white ones on to match the scoreboard. They're supplied by another sponsor, Muzzy Shirts, which I'm a part of, so got to give us a plug now and again. Anybody want any stickers, give me a ring.
You did very well. We didn't hear that until end number 7.
I thought I'd get it in early.
No, Muzzy is renowned for good quality clothing. Just pulled up a bit. Hard to tell from looking at that. But
probably Ross has got the shot
Ross,
here.
yeah.
He'll change his hand and either rest on the bat ball or
Yep.
every opportunity of moving the kiddie towards his first ball. So
we've got 3 ends to go in this first set, and only 2 the diff, so it's going to be tight. Another good bowl from Ross.
good weighted shot here.
I think he's forced Craig to have to change hands here.
Yep, he's got a couple of options here. He can sit the ball, but if he moves the white, he's got to move it with a little bit of weight because Ross has got a catcher there, which is in Ross's favour.
He hasn't put a lot of weight on this one.
No, he's not far away with this one.
Very nice bowl.
Yeah. He's got the old spray on it, or current. You actually spray the bowl twice. The reason for that is if the bowl goes in the ditch and lies on one of the spray points, then you've got the other spray point, and that stays alive in the ditch in the confines of the rink. So that's just to let anybody know that the reason is to doing that.
So Craig's taking a walk to come and have a look, which you're entitled to do after your third bowl. Okay, Rob, let's call it. I would say Craig's going to play backhand to be behind and between Ross's bowl and the jack.
I don't think he'll chance the other hand, to be honest. He doesn't want to touch that shot ball.
No, and also Ross has got a shot to play, otherwise he just touches the shot ball.
It's inviting to stay on the hand that he's just drew, and it looks as though he's going to do it again. So this is the chance. Your weight's got to be perfect here to draw another shot in that position. You wouldn't want to touch that shot ball.
It's gone wide.
Yeah. It's starting to break into the head now, so
very good ball.
He's took the chance and he's played a good ball. But that's got invitation written all over it. I think Ross will play a controlled run shot here. He's got nothing to lose. He's never going to drop more than 2 at the most. He could actually get the split on them 2 bowls and go on to the kiddie itself. So
he's got the backest bowl and he's Yep. You're right. There's no downside, is there?
No. I mean, whatever happens, everything's going to go forward here. Plays the perfect shot. Could end up with 2, maybe 3. Well, he's played the right weight, Gary.
Looks good.
He's not far away. He's going to move the kiddie. Yep, exactly. It's sprung out there. 1 to Ross.
As long as it's alive, it's 1 to Ross. Yes.
Yeah, there goes the lollipop.
So we've got 2 ends to go, 1 the difference. First set.
Interested, you don't see many of the games using the lollipops these days, which they're more beneficial to the people that's watching the game. Obviously the players know who's got the shot, but people that's watching up until the score goes on the scoreboard.
Exactly. And I think one of the things that I like also is the names on the scoreboard. It's nothing worse than coming to watch a game and you don't know who's red and who's green.
Absolutely. It's a good start. It's probably about 10 inches away, 12 inches. Maybe 14 inches.
It's coming in. I think it's going to be short too.
Oh, I don't know, there's a bit of running in that, Gary.
Please be short.
There we go. Yeah, he is short, you're right, but
short.
he's got the shot.
What bowls are they using?
XGs and SRs.
SRs.
SRs for Ross, XGs for Craig. Henselite, of course, that's another sponsor for. That was a sponsor for the Shanghai that was held prior to the tournament starting. They play a few Shanghai rounds to give them the practice for the PBA events, and that's sponsored through Henselite Choice of Champions. I personally use Taylor's, by the way.
Yep, so do I. XGs would be one of the more popular bowls in New Zealand.
Well, these days they do all sorts of things, the bowls, you know. Some are a little bit narrower than others, some take a bit more green. And really it's the choice of the individual as to what they want to play with. If they don't want to take green, so be it. At the end of the day, they all take green, but that's part and parcel of the game of bowls. So you've got to find it, whatever bowl you play with.
Yep. And I must say, some of the wider drawing bowls work quite well on uneven rinks.
Yeah,
they seem to.
And there's a lot of them around. Not just indoor.
No. I think this one's definitely short.
Yep, Craig's holding the shot at the moment.
It's just made life slightly more difficult for Ross.
Yeah, he's got to come round that short one. His main aim, of course, is to stop Craig getting 2 shots on this end.
So if it's all square, even after 9 ends, it's a drawn set. You don't play an extra end; it's just a draw.
That's right. Yeah. Obviously, it comes down to the next set. I have seen it in the past, Gary, that both sets have been drawn, so it still goes to a tie break.
And in any end, if you've got 2 bowls touching the jack, the end counts and it's 0. So in theory, you could actually have a drawn tiebreaker with a one shot, one
yes,
bowl
there's
shootout.
Multitude of things, yeah.
This looks a bit wide.
You've got to be a rocket scientist to work it all out as well, I tell you. Well, there's an opportunity there of Craig to get 2 shots, but it's just a bit too wide. So it's 1 to Craig Merrilees
So
from Invercargill.
Ross needs 2 to draw or 3 to win. Craig wins the end, wins or loses by 1 or less. He wins the first set.
Craig's played a very good first ball there. Just behind the kiddie. Oh, plenty of green with this ball. He's coming in for 2 shots here. 2 very good balls from Craig Merrilees. Putting a bit of pressure on Ross.
Looks a little bit heavy, this one. You're right, Ross is building the head nicely.
Ross or Craig?
Sorry, Craig. Craig. Well, Ross, I could say Ross because he's covering the spot in the back.
Yeah, I think if Craig puts another one there, I don't think he's going to be short.
It's very hard to tell the difference, aren't they? They were almost twins.
Which part of them's twins?
That took a while. Now, Craig is, as I said before, he's got very, very good weight control, so I would be very surprised if he doesn't put another one right there.
And the concentration factor is well up there as well. I mean, like everybody, like every bowler that wants to achieve anything, the concentration's got to be there. You don't approach the game with not having that concentration. Otherwise, you're just a person that's entered the tournament, made up the numbers. So concentration is a big part of the game of bowls. With every bowl.
I think Ross will be trying desperately to get one close here.
Well, I think
to give himself a chance.
Might be playing with a little bit of weight because he's changing his hand. It's he's took the green all right, and it's just not coming in that little bit more. It's still facing 3 down. So Craig will be trying to work out what he's got to do here. Really, if he puts another one on the head, there's no doubt about it. Ross will play with a little bit of weight.
But the bowl behind, it's not going to go straight backwards, is it? So he's more likely Ross is going to stay on the forehand and try and drag it to his.
Yeah. But how many times have we said that, Gary?
I like
over the years, it's not going to go there, and it does.
Well, Ross doesn't drive with big weight, so more likely that it's going to go towards his bowls. So I think Craig will be wanting to cover that side bowl of Ross's.
Oh, it's he's actually pretty close to the respotting the kiddie as well. Here is he's only just out the count. Yeah. I've seen Ross play these shots before, you know, he'd pick up that kiddie and just pop it through to them other two.
Craig probably needed to be another 2 or 3 feet back to split those two. Because you're right, forehand with a bit of weight, drag it for 3, 4.
I could sit on that back bowl as well. Numerous things they could get a result. But most certainly won't get a result if it's short, that's for sure.
No, Ross needs at least 2 here. It's a little bit tight, but it's holding, isn't it?
It's holding, but he's going to find the port. Yeah. Good weight, but unfortunately he found that port, so anything in that port he might have got a result.
First set to Craig.
It doesn't matter, does it? It's a set.
So you may be wondering why Ross is taking the jack, because Craig won the last end. It's because Ross had the choice in the second set.
We're just starting the second set.
First and second set.
Yeah, this is the first end of the second set. We're just adjusting the score from the first set. We're with you any minute. There we go. There's a good reply off Craig there with his first ball. It's always an advantage to win the first set, because you're guaranteed, if the opposition wins the second set, you're guaranteed a 3-end playoff. So, plus you put the pressure on the opponent as well. Craig's just asking who's got the shot. Another very good ball there from Craig.
Very nice. He still has one shot, but a far better position.
Ross will be considering playing with a little bit of weight to try and spring that kiddie. He has got the bat ball.
Ideally, I'll wait to stay on the green if he misses.
Yeah. he's just cutting away, but he might flick. No, he's
Well, he's got the spot covered.
He's got another one at the back now. So
I think Craig will just stick with it because he's got the last bowl.
might very well come round the back.
He's trying to keep the pressure on and
Yeah.
put another one there. Touch his own, he'll get 3 shots. So that's 3. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Well, he's forced Ross into the only option there is to play through it now. See if he can get a little bit of that kiddie because he's got 2 back ones. Depending on how much weight he plays with, it depends on where the kiddie's going to end up.
Definitely ditch weight.
Yeah, he's in the area. Just get 1 and 4. Oh, he's good result from that. He's still 1 down, unfortunate, but a good shot.
Very good bowl. Craig would have been disappointed to sit his shot bowl down to give a bigger target. Tell me, Rob, what's your theory on the use of brags indoors when there's nothing to wipe off your bowl?
I think it's just, you know, a lot of bowlers get sweaty palms, and you'll see a lot of them wiping the palms, and you'll see a lot of them rubbing the palms on the clothes as well. So I think that's the reason why, because obviously you shouldn't be using grippo in indoor stadiums. Because the grippo comes off the bowl and ends up on the carpet, and a lot of people, you see them putting grippo on the bowls, and to those people that do that, please don't do it, because eventually that area of your delivery will darken due to the grippo coming off the bowl and going onto the carpet. So I think it's just done a lot with habit as well, because of the outdoor. You pick up a lot of the weed off the greens or a little bit of mud, and you just get used to holding a cloth. And a lot of it is for stabilisation, as you can see what Craig's doing there.
Maybe it's their pre-shot routine as well.
Yeah, that's got a big part to do with it as well.
There's a nice picture of the tee. Now these artificial greens that are in use here, the cost is around the $300,000 mark, so there's a big investment, so that's why the greens are looked after so well, and that's why you're asked not to use things like grippo.
Absolutely, but you do get the occasional bowler slinking off and putting grippo on it, and I don't think that they understand the problem that's going to happen in future years to come. If everybody used grippo on an indoor carpet, you'd just ruin it. So to those people that do that, please do not do it. It will spoil it for everybody.
Craig's holding 2 here, and now he's 1 down. Possibly.
Oh, yeah, probably, but it's unlike Ross. He will be a bit upset with the way he's playing at the moment. He's generally a very good draw player.
They're both very good, aren't they?
Yeah, it's probably find it a bit sticky to start off with.
They both play at a good pace as well, so some people seem to take a long time to prepare to bowl. They
It
get on
seems
with
as
the
though
job.
Craig's got his draw going. I mean, he played earlier on in the Shanghai and went particularly good in that. He beat me in this particular tournament.
He must be playing well then.
Well, I got this far, let's put it that way. Oops.
That gives options here. So he's now jack level that bowl. So Ross has got something to sit on now. Craig will want to beat Ross's second shot there. Very good line here.
Well, that's put Ross on the other hand.
Well, Ross has got a good option here for a 3. He's got the 2 backers bowls. If he can pick that jack up on his forehand to drag back to his 2 back.
Yeah, he'll be looking for the kiddie or the bowl here. He's got a good track for it as well. Oh, just skirting past it.
Very good bowl.
One to Craig. Jumped into a lead of 4-0 after 2 ends.
Early days, luckily for Ross. It's 7 to go.
The paddles go up, or lollipops as people call them. I see the umpire's sat in the same position as what she was 2.5 hours ago. I don't think she's had a lot to do.
No. We were talking yesterday, Rob, about some of the new rules coming in for this season, so some of them are interesting to say the least.
Yeah, some of them don't even know the old rules, Gary. They don't. They've never even looked at the book.
Well, one of the ones I got told about yesterday was the picking up a bowl that's heading for the ditch. If you pick up a bowl before it goes into the ditch, you are eligible to be forfeited of the game. So you lose the game, not the end of the bowl, but the game. As long as common sense prevails, that's fine, and people know that it's expected of them.
Oh, cripes. We've got Alan Bryder at Johnsonville. He's notorious for picking the ball up before it goes into the ditch, so watch yourself, Alan.
The other one is you cannot deliver your bowl before the bowl before stops, and if you do, you can have your bowl lifted.
Wow. That's going to be fun and games this year then. If and that's in the, what's it called? The name? The Crystal
Yes.
Crystal Rules?
Crystal Rules from World Bowls.
World Bowls.
World Bowls.
Yeah.
Yes.
Talking of World Bowls, they've got the World Bowls singles here, haven't they?
In November at 9, yes.
Later this year, isn't
This
it?
year.
Yeah.
It'll be played outdoors.
Yeah.
And it'll be a very good opportunity for Wellington to showcase what we can do.
Yeah. And that's held at the Nine Eye Bowling Club, so people put that in the calendar to come and watch top bowlers from around the world. And the representatives from New Zealand obviously is the Champ singles.
Well, Ross won't be happy about that one.
No, I don't.
Perfect line with all 3 bowls.
He's getting himself in a little bit of a rut here.
Now Craig can say 2's enough and cover those back ones, or he can get, as you call it, get greedy and go for 3. Which would you think he's going to try?
I probably wouldn't draw to that. I'd cover the back ones, Gary.
Yep.
I think 2's more than enough at this stage. He's already 4-0 in the
4-0
lead.
up, and you don't really want to give 3 back. Well, he must have heard you.
No, I don't
Not
think he
quite.
did. He's
No, he
drawn
didn't.
another one.
And he's given a target.
Oops. As to which hand he's going to play is the...
He just has to make connection with the jack, really. He's got the 2 backest and he's got both covered, both sides covered.
He's not far enough from sitting and getting the shot here, and probably got the shot there. Good bowl by Ross.
4-1. You probably can hear the music playing in the background. It's I quite like it. It's very difficult though to hear if you're a marker when you're asked a question with that music, but it's good for the atmosphere.
Yeah, as long as the markers can hear the players and players can hear the markers, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a good start here by Ross.
I've played Ross a few times and he's not a very nice guy to play against.
Too consistent, you reckon?
Oh, he's consistent, but he's a pleasant person to play against. No games, you just play the game.
Yeah.
Now we covered off all of our sponsors for today.
Oh, I think there's a few more sponsors that sponsored the PBA in New Zealand. Goodman Fielder, another good sponsor that we've got on board, thank you very much, and also Sanitarium for health and well-being. Good on them, and thank you again.
So Craig's holding one shot. And Craig's still holding one shot. The weight was fairly good. It's interesting when you're watching players, some the different techniques they use. Some players, nobody exists outside of their game, and I'd say Ross is like that. And Craig is happy to chat with people in between bowls. So whatever works is fine.
At the end of the day, there's procedures that you go through before delivery of your bowl, but then you see other people delivering bowls and you wonder how they're standing on the mat and delivering the bowl, and they're just happy to do it that way, and it feels more comfortable to them, and as we say, it's the end result that counts.
Yep.
Different people have different approaches.
I think the main secret is to do the same thing each time.
That's right, yeah.
This is in the area.
Be a bit closer with this one.
Very good bowl. That'll be the shot.
If you manage to see the design on the back of the shirts of the players, that's a map of New Zealand with a Kiwi sending a bowl up to the UK. That signifies that that's where they're going when they win one of the tournaments, is a trip to the UK.
Who designed that?
Well, it's funny you should mention that, Gary. I had a big saying in that.
I think I might have known that.
Yeah.
I've still got one of the original ones.
Yeah.
So that was 20 years ago, Rob, so you would have just been out of school at that time.
Yeah, I've sent a few bowls down over the years, yeah. Some slow, some fast.
That's an unusual bowl, this one. Must have been a wind gust.
Well, there might be a measure on there. They perhaps didn't want to get anywhere near it. We're assuming that Ross has got one shot.
No.
It isn't. It's Craig. So
Well,
there's the answer to that wide bowl.
So 5-1. 5 ends gone.
Actually, just thinking about the design of the design on the back of the shirts, we had a little meeting at the beginning, probably maybe a year or 2 years after the PBA started, and there was myself and a girl called Hayley May.
Yes.
It used to be at Victoria and Eastbourne, and it was put together, came up with the drawing, decided, put it to the executive of the PBA, and was passed, and that's where it initially came from. So we used to have an earlier one which was a kangaroo and a Kiwi shaking hands saying good bowls mate. A few of the elderly members of the PBA will remember that one. I decided to have a change, and that's how the Kiwi came about, and it's been with us ever since.
What year was the PBA? What year did it commence in New Zealand?
Oh, you're asking a big question there. The best person to ask for that would be Kenny Walker, who had a big part in initiating the PBA. Kenny lives down Dunedin.
Be around 2000?
Yeah, possibly around that time. Kenny used to play a lot with Paul Girdler. Used to win most of the pairs events. Paul, of course, is living in Australia and has been a New Zealand representative for a number of years. A lot of the New Zealand players used to play in the PBA. As to the reason why they don't play in it now, I don't really know. Maybe it's because it's a different surface and it doesn't fit in with their schedule. We've had many people playing the PBA over the years, and it's got bigger and better. Things are well organised. Everything put in its place.
I think, yeah, go onto the PBA New Zealand website and have a look at some of the past games.
Yeah.
And PBA Wellington has got a website as well, a Facebook page as well.
Yeah, the Facebook page is good for all the information for the people that are thinking of playing the PBA. Don't be scared. Don't let the word professional put you off. It's just the people that's running it that's made it professional. It's worldwide, and it gives you very good drawing ability to achieve your draw. Any bowlers that are out there that's lost doing a draw, then join the PBA. The camaraderie of the PBA is very, very good. We've got young players playing in the PBA, both men and women, and established players that's been playing many years are still playing in it. Basically for the camaraderie and enjoying the game of bowls.
Well, I came back to New Zealand 2.5 years or so ago, and this was a way for me to get back to bowls after 12 odd years away. And it helps you get ready and get your draw game going again.
Yeah.
Which is still a work in progress.
And is for many bowlers. I can assure you that. It looks as though Craig's got the shot here. Possibly a measure with.
He really needs another one there. Preferably backhand, just around splitting that back
cover
one.
this back one.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's going big here. So Craig's covered the spot. I don't think he'll be
He's
playing with that
covered
much weight.
Yeah.
Because he can't afford to lose his second shot.
Well, it's a good shot on here. Ross can use his own bowl to relocate the kiddie.
A couple of metres.
Yeah. It's time for him to make a move.
Yes. Well, he's played with good weight. Whether it's coming home or not is another matter. Yes.
There it comes. Just going to turn his over. Yep, he's played it.
Good.
Very good shot. Yep, there goes the lollipop.
So Craig's still up 5-2 after 5. 4 ends to go and 4 shots needed by Ross to win the set. He's gone longer than last time. So after this game we've got one more, is that right, Rob?
Yep, we've got another final coming up. Got the World Singles Final. And then of course that's followed by the presentations of 5 events.
I think in the World Singles Final is Debbie Jackson. She's... Yep, Colin Rogan versus Debbie Jackson. Debbie's from Arrowtown, so she plays year round on this surface. And Debbie's playing very good bowls. This is well pointed. Well, Craig's keeping the pressure on, and Ross is going to have to keep responding to keep in the game here.
Yeah, he's going very good. I hope the people down Gore are watching this with anticipation.
Yes, because Craig has not won one of these yet. He's been in finals, but he hasn't won one. So he's not only has he does he want to beat Ross to make up for the 2015 New Zealand singles final. He also wants a trip.
Very good ball there off Ross. I actually don't think that Ross has been over to the UK, has he?
I'm not sure. I do know that Ross performs very well on this surface. He played the Champ triples here over the last season, and he played extremely well to lead his triples to a win.
Yeah, it was mentioned that earlier on. I'm pretty sure it was the same rink.
Yes.
That he played on. But it's not to say that it's actually playing the same, because
it's been stretched.
Carpet's been down a bit longer since then, so as players would say, he played out of his tree. So he's always got another good ball here. It doesn't run too far.
What he's done is he's made Craig change to his forehand. Craig hasn't been playing that hand, and Craig didn't get the green on the first one, but I'm sure he'll correct this time.
1 down.
Oh.
Used the finger that time and not the lollipop.
That surprises me. It looks from the screen that it's more than 1, but there you go.
Well, he almost got the shot. He made the adjustment very well. Now probably Ross will change his hand now and try and touch the kiddie. Touches the kiddie, gets 3 shots out of it.
Yeah, Ross just has to keep scoring, really, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think if he sticks with the same hand, he's only going to pop his a bit closer.
Yep. Very safe for him to play forehand here. Well, thanks, Craig.
Yeah. We know the design on the back of the shirt. We've told everybody. He's not far away. Or is he? No, he is.
Yeah, he is.
Oh.
So I think that's made up Craig's mind. He's probably going to change back, as you said, try and sit his bowl onto the shot bowl. He'd be more happy if he has to drop an end. It'll be a 1, not a 2.
Yeah. I think he'll draw around that short one that Ross has just played.
There you go. One of us is going to be right.
Yeah. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know where he stands on the map.
Well, thank you, Craig. We're both wrong. He's going to go it by the look of this, which doesn't seem like a good idea. You're right.
No.
I couldn't tell which way he was going either.
No.
Sorry, who got that right, Ross?
Right,
Rob?
yeah, well, you might have got it right, but there was every chance he could have put that shot ball onto the kiddie as well. He's played the shot, he got it, so that's what he's looking for.
It may well be two shots. So that makes it quite difficult now. 3 ends to go, 5 the diff.
As it lies at the moment, we're looking at Ross to get 6 shots. Because if this set's drawn, Craig Merrilies wins it. Ross needs to get a win to force the tiebreak into action.
I was talking to Craig earlier on, and he played Ross in a game some time ago. They started at 8:30. They finished at 5:30, and that was on and off because of rain. But so that would have to be one of the longest singles games I've heard of.
8:30, 5:30.
Yes.
Oh.
So 9 hours.
I had a 9-hour game in Australia. Final of the inaugural mixed triples at Tweedheads Indoor Stadium against a well-known player from Australia, Rob Perella. We started at 5:20 in the evening and finished at 11:30 at night. We started the game, there was about 250 people watching. We finished the game, there was about 10. And 2 of them were security guards waiting to lock up, so it was a pretty long game as well.
You'll have to tell us the result.
The trophy's on the cabinet.
Any win against Rob Perella is not something you'd forget.
No, he was in the height of his game. And one of Australia's best players. Typical draw drive player. Anyway, going back to this game, and Ross has got 2 shots here, and they're well needed as well.
Probably not close enough to be comfortable yet. He's got a couple of feet to draw in, Craig. It looks on the high side, but
well, this might be an opening for Ross to get back into it. A little touch on that kiddie would help. He's got the right green, and whether or not he's got the right weight, we'll wait and see.
It's going to be good enough.
Yeah. It's probably line 3. The fact that Craig got one ball to come. Theoretically, the way Craig's been drawing, he should beat that front ball.
It's 2 in a measure, I think.
He's just preparing himself for the shot here.
It's always interesting when people take a different preparation than their norm.
Oh, he's changed his hand.
He's wished he hadn't now.
He's gone a bit wide. He's just telling himself he maybe shouldn't have done that. But he was obviously weary of getting a touch on that front ball to knock Ross closer to the kiddie. So
you'd back Ross to get 3 if not 4 shots here.
Well, if he touches that front ball, he could actually get 4.
Yep.
Draws round it, he's obviously going to get 3. So it's a good time to score a number. It's well needed. Well, he's got the green. Has he got the weight?
It's definitely going to be 3. And it might be 4.
Oh, yeah, just come out. He's still got the chalk on from the previous hand. Getting a bit cheeky.
3 shots. Well, that brings it back to the difference. 2 ends to go.
Well needed. All the bowlers back at his club will be cheering. Sure, Ross is at Waitariri.
I'm not sure. I know he's a Manawa 2 rep.
Forgive me if I've said the wrong club there, but we tried to get a little bit of information out of him before we started, but unfortunately he did the commentary on the previous game and had to get back out on the green to play this game. So apologise if I've mentioned the wrong club, and I accept it if I've made the right club.
This is an important bowl. He needs to put the pressure on and keep it on here.
That's a good start, just behind the kiddie. Oh, Craig's dropped a bit short here. They've left the door open for Ross. Ross is thinking about it now. He doesn't want to get in him. Yeah, he's changed his hand alright. Doesn't want to get anywhere near that one of Craig's.
It's holding a bit, but it's...
So he's wait. Here it comes. It's coming in now. It's got 2 shots, but a bit of room there for Craig.
Yes. So if Craig wins this end, it means Ross needs all 4 in the next. So Ross will be desperately wanting at least 1 shot here.
Well, I think Craig's drew the shot. So
1 to Craig. And obviously if Craig gets 2 shots, that's the game.
yeah. As I said earlier on, we've just got 1 more final that will take place after this game. That's the World Singles Final. So any bowlers that are outside the vicinity of Nine Eye Bowling Club, come down and watch the final for the World Singles.
This is tracking very well. That's the shot.
Oh, I think he's just pulled up short. The angle that we're looking at it anyway. Is Craig's asked permission to come up to the head. Usually in one of the preliminary games you can't come up to the head, but they make allowances for it being the final because it's such important. So bowlers out there were saying they didn't let me come up to the head.
Yes, I think walking up and down, it slows the game down, but if you've got a good marker, you can ask enough questions to get a good feel for what you have to do. This will be interesting for Craig here. Does he back himself to hold his same line and go around that bowl, or does he opt out and play the forehand?
It's a big end for both the players here.
Yes.
Very big. Craig's got to get another one in there. If he doesn't, then it gives the opportunity to Ross to try and run that bowl out.
Well, he's backing himself to keep the green, but he's gone too wide.
But then again, Craig's got the last bowl, so he's not going to be far away.
Well, the good thing is it's...
Yep, he's got 2
in
shots
there.
out of this. Now definitely Ross has got to come underneath, draw it or move or sit. He's got several opportunities there.
So Ross is thinking
mo-
he has to at
yeah.
least get the second shot if he wants to stay in the game. Although second
Well,
shot,
even second shot, he needs 4 on the last
Exactly.
end. So
at the moment it's Craig's holding game with a bowl to go.
yeah,
You'd expect that he'll stay on that same hand and just play slightly tight into his bowl.
well, he's got a couple of options. He can get the inside edge of that front bowl, get the kiddie. He's got a few options, but he's got to be within that zone.
Yep.
If he's not within that zone, he's not going to get anything.
No.
And he needs it. Like you said, Gary, if doesn't get anything out of this bowl, it's over. Craig must feel a bit confident. He's not even watching him, so
He's going forehand, so he's
yeah.
going to be trying to rest one of those shot bowls or take the jack back for 2. It's a big call. It looks pretty good.
I think he's going to be unlucky here. Yeah,
Game over.
frightfully unlucky. Game over. Another one, Craig going to England for the first time. I'm pretty sure that it's held in Newcastle. That's the rumour that I heard earlier on. Well done, Craig.
Yes, well done, Craig.
Commiserations to Ross.
And we're signing off, are we?
Yeah, we're signing off now. We're looking forward to the World Singles Final, which is scheduled for 1:30. I think we might be running late with the schedule. Please come down to Nainai and watch the last final that the PBA have got on, and thanks very much for 3 o'clock, is it? 3 o'clock. Sorry, it's 3 o'clock. They've got the presentations at 3 o'clock, so obviously we're running late. But thank you. Goodbye for now. Well done, mate.
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the final of the National PBA here in Wellington. We have Debbie Jackson playing against Colin Rogan in the World Singles Final. We've just finished the UK Singles Final between Craig Merrilies and Ross Ellery, and we've dragged Craig straight off the green to join me here in commentary.
How you going? It's more relaxing in here.
It's very warm in here, actually.
It is warm in here, yeah. It's actually warm out in the stadium now for a change. Haven't struck that before, but hey. So this will be an interesting game. Colin Rogan been on fire all weekend. Don't know if he's lost a game yet, has he?
Colin?
Don't know that he has.
I don't think he
He's
has.
been in both events. He won he came back from a set down against Murray Wilson in the Scottish singles to take that out in a tiebreaker 2-1. And now up against Debbie Jackson. So it will be a good game. Debbie Jackson's been playing very, very well. Very good performer from down south. Playing at the Waverley Complex in Invercargill, Southland.
We're running a lot later than we expected to be, so we do apologise for everybody. Massive apology to Tamara here, who's been running the show, and we were expecting to be finished on the green at this time.
Expecting to be finished at 3:30, so yeah, it's we are running a touch late. Hopefully this game gets over in about an hour and a half would be handy.
But what we are saying is these two have both given up their trial ends, understandably knowing that time is pretty tight.
Cool. So Debbie Jackson playing with a wee set of size 2s. Performs very, very well with them though. So just coming up a touch tight here. Promoted Colin for 2 shots.
So we really can't dumb down what you've just done. How many years has it taken you to win one of these events?
Can we start with something more positive? No, it's been a few years. I've been qualifying for these finals for a number of years, and no, it is my first one. Lost a few finals, but no, it was had to happen today, I think. So it was good. But no, I had to play well because Ross Ellery is a fantastic competitor. I lost to him earlier this year in the semi-final of the Scottish, I think, and Dunedin. So, it was good to get one back on him because he's a fierce competitor, as we know. I think on that very same rink he won the New Zealand Pathway Triples a few months ago, and played outstandingly well. So, no, it was good.
Can you explain a bit more what winning the event that you've just done means for you? Like, what next?
That's why you play the game. You know, I played years ago in the Dunedin PBA, but then when the opportunity came around to open a branch at Waverley when their stadium got covered in, we sort of asked around for a bit of interest in Invercargill, and we quickly got the required minimum 16 to run a branch, so we got that going, and now it's been going for about, I guess, 10 years.
So after that first end, just going to point out that Colin picked up 3.
So he's quickly out of the blocks. Debbie won't Debbie will come back strong though. She's, like I say, she's a fierce competitor. Yes, I know it's so it's fantastic to get one. But like I say, that's why we play it. You strive to get to finals, and then to win one means you get to trip to the UK, which is pretty special. So I get to go to the UK, I think in March now, to play in the UK singles in
Stanley,
so wherever that is, somewhere in England.
I did get asked that. Where is Stanley? I went Stanley's in Stanley.
Yeah, it looks I just saw pictures of it this morning. Not that I was getting ahead of myself, but we're trying to get some certificates done, and it looks an amazing complex. So yeah, can't wait. So just to recap for all those, another good bowl coming in here from Colin Rogan.
Yeah, 2 good bowls.
Just to recap on the results from today in the World Pairs. First up this morning, Nick Thompson and Gary Cotter were victorious in straight sets over the Dunedin pair of Murray Wilson and Sasha Taylor. In the Scottish singles, we had Murray Wilson jump out of the blocks quickly and have a commanding first set win, but then Colin Rogan hauled him back in the second and took out a very exciting tiebreaker, 2-1. And then, of course, I was just fortunate enough to get past Ross Ellery in their last one. So just one event to go. And and last night in the Shanghai singles is Bevan Clark from Southland won that on his second attempt. So
Another good bowl coming down from Colin.
very
May
good bowl.
he
Doesn't
going
want to
to
move
move
that
that jack?
very unfortunate. Could have been 3, but now he finds himself 1 down. So
So we've dragged in the lovely Rosanna to
Rosanna
mark this
Mirawai.
game, giving Kenny a bit of a break on the green, however still not giving her a break in her day. Kenny is back in here in the commentary area with Craig and I, controlling the screens that you were seeing.
So Kenny Critchlow's our resident ninja. She's into it, but what kind of fighting are you into, Kenny?
Muay Thai.
Ninja and Muay Thai.
Very
So,
cool.
She's working security here over the weekend. So Colin now just deciding what shot to play. He's got a couple of seconds. Down on his backhand. Oh, sorry, forehand. He's close. If he gets under that first front bowler, Debbie's, he's very close. Oh, no, not quite. So, Debbie now, holding shot, one in hand. She'll be wanting to make this one count.
She's drawn a beautiful shot round the outside, but she is changing her hands.
Yeah, obviously she's got different bowls than mine and considerably smaller. But I found this hand definitely the better hand on the rink. And so she, by the looks of it, that's a very good bowl.
Oh, 2 great bowls there from Debbie.
That's a brilliant bowl from Debbie Jackson. That'll give her a lot of confidence now. She's been sitting around waiting. I've seen her out there practicing over on rink 8 about half a dozen times today. Pacing, just waiting to get started. It's a bit hard for her. Her game was supposed to start at 1:30 and we're now 10 past 3. So she's been very patient.
Colin having already played a couple of games today.
Yeah, absolutely. This was Colin's 3rd game. He played first up this morning in the semi-final with this event, the World Singles against Aidan Zitterstein, and he got there in a tiebreaker as well. He's survived a couple of 30 tiebreakers, Colin.
Now there's Nick sitting behind.
Nick
Now,
Thompson, yep.
Nick himself commentated yesterday, but also in the previous game with Craig Merrilies and Ross Ellery, Nick was in charge of the changing of screens like Kenny is now. So we've been very lucky to have the players be involved in the whole setup and understanding what this type of live streaming takes. Craig's just going to take a quick break to take a call with the family, who are pretty excited that he has gone ahead and won that last event. So please bear with me. You're just going to have me for a few minutes while he gets to enjoy the congratulations from his family. Colin coming down on his forehand. Just dropping short with Debbie with that good stutter just behind the jack. It now is 3-2 after 2 ends, with Colin just one in the lead. Debbie's bowl tracking in nicely. She's found that centre line. Debbie is an amazing, consistent draw player. Debbie and I have managed to play a couple of times over the last year, and she's definitely putting in a lot of training out on their where Debbie's from. She's Central Otago. They don't necessarily have an indoor surface there. They usually travel to Invercargill to play in their PBA events, but Debbie does spend a lot of time out there on the I think it's Astro outside. Great bowl coming in from Colin. Debbie, that nice big draw line. Still covering just behind the head. For those of you that are not familiar with PBA, what we're currently watching is the final of the World Singles. The winner of this event will travel over to the UK to represent New Zealand at the World Singles. They have played in their local PBA events to qualify to be here at Nationals, and they have made it through the other contenders to make it to this final. We've had 4 separate events that have been held this weekend, and this is the sort of the, what do we call it, the mother of all games, the big one, as they may say. But PBA is designed around, the singles are designed around 2 9-end sets, where the intention is to either win 2 sets, win and draw a set, or if the sets are drawn, we then have a 3-end tie break, and it is the best of 3 ends where you would win 2 out of the 3 ends, not based on points. Colin coming in with another lovely bolt. Looks like he's possibly holding 2, definitely 1. We'll wait to see what they say. And that is, it's 2 to Colin. Now Colin's had quite a bit of time out in the green in the last couple of days, having performed really well in multiple events, having won one this morning in a tie break, playing somebody that had just come straight off a peers game and had hours on the surface itself. So he is playing beautiful bowls here, but I know that Debbie definitely herself plays fantastic bowls, so this is a good matchup. Just going to do a shout out to some of our sponsors that we've had over the course of the weekend. We've had the Spates Ale House in Petone have sponsored the event. We had a fantastic Friday night there with all of the crew and all of the finalists that got together to have a meal. We've also had Hell's Pizza, who have provided some vouchers for our volunteers that have helped support us over the weekend. Without those volunteers, we wouldn't be able to run the event. We're very, very lucky. We've had Whitakers who've provided us with some products. Goodman Fielder who provided us with Puhoi Valley milk and with some Ornell cheese. Another great bowl here by Colin. He's right on that jack every end. We've had Sanitarium also provide us with products, and we also ran a raffle for a Thermomix, which helped us provide all of the funds to make this weekend happen here in Wellington. We've also got Bowls New Zealand. We've got Tamara here, who's been live streaming with us all weekend. Absolutely a thankless task. Helping advertise our sport, hopefully, in the best way possible. We've also been very, very lucky to have so many of the players join in on commentary over the weekend. I do want to put a shout out to everybody who has taken part. It would not have got to the point that we have now without everybody. There's been a massive lot of effort to get this weekend through, and without those people pitching in, it just wouldn't be possible, including, dare I say it, we did have to drag in even the parents to help out. Great bowl. And Debbie here just going to drop slightly short. Fantastic looking head. Both great draw players. Another fantastic bowl here from Colin. He's kept it open though, and if I were Debbie, I know I'd be playing through that metre or two, dragging that jack back. It's a nice line up there for her. And she's definitely not short. She's just sat that one through. Looks like it's likely 2 to Colin, which it is. That takes it to 7-2 after 4 ends, with 5 ends left of this set. Now, one thing with PBA being a two set game is you can find that one set becomes sort of one-sided. However, usually you get round to the second set and sometimes it flips around and all of a sudden the opposition takes that lead. Right, folks, we've got Craig back with us now after having had that time talking to the family. How are they?
Yeah, good. Yep, no, all good. My daughters are a wee bit jealous. Just get to go to the UK, so...
You're not going to take them along?
We'll see what happens, yeah. They, yeah, no, got lots of texts coming from back down home, so it's good. One particular one from Ian McCallum, Scotty as he's more affectionately known. All he wanted to know is how he could watch more of the marker, Kenny Critchlow. So she's currently doing a photo shoot for you at the moment, Scotty.
Did he not listen to the part where we said that Kenny's a ninja?
Yeah, no, he probably didn't. I noticed straight after that he was asking me if I knew of a mixed pairs partner that he could have, so he's grasping at straws. Anyway, so how are we looking? Colin Rogan. 7-2.
Oh, it's both Debbie and Colin.
Playing
The
very
last
well.
the last end was incredibly tight. Debbie did come in with her last bowl to sit one of Colin's bowls out. He did hold 3, and she just got the outside of the bowl rather than getting the inside. Inside would have got her onto the jack and moving
Right.
it. So it is. The score doesn't really
Reflect the game?
not at the moment.
Okay, cool. So, down on her backhand, Debbie Jackson looks a wee bit wide for that hand, although her wee bowl swing, having been on the receiving end of her once last year down home, I know how, yeah, that's coming a long way back. Like I say, they're only a size 2, but she knows how to play them. Colin Rogan, though, he'd be the most decorated player to come out of North Harbour. I think he lost count of titles years ago.
I do feel for Colin. We are running quite late here today, and
He's obviously trying to get this game over in a hurry.
I had just sat there for an hour trying to change his flight for him. Unfortunately, Air New Zealand seemed to be having trouble with their online booking system.
They've been having a lot of trouble with everything lately. It takes about 2 hours to get through to them over the phone, so hopefully he makes his flight. Good bowl here from Debbie. Holding, not quite. But
3 around it.
does she have one more to come? She does. Yeah, she's given herself a very good chance here. If Colin does nothing, she'll have a good shot on for 4, which she, that'll get her right back in it, obviously. Don't know if you can see around the green, but we've got plenty of people out there watching now, watching from in the club rooms as well.
Now, Craig, regional trophy.
regional trophy.
How
yeah.
are we sitting points-wise for that? Do we know?
You think I'd know?
Well, I'm hoping we remember
Well,
what we calculated
listen, if
last night.
I believe Auckland have got it. If Debbie gets up and wins this, it will be between Invercargill and Auckland, but
With Auckland getting the
I'd
Piers
have to
this morning.
I'd have to check it. Then I think I feel that if Debbie wins this, I think Auckland might still sneak in by one. So pretty good effort from Auckland this week. Trying hard here, Debbie Jackson. Oh, not
Just
quite.
under.
Great effort, but look, signs are all there. Even if she doesn't get this set, she's going to be forcing that second set. She is a fighter, if nothing else. She is a very good fighter. I've watched her in many games this year. She's up there and within amongst the top women in the country on carpet.
Absolutely.
I think the top 3 women comfortably. Well, you're sitting at number 1. And there'll be Debbie and Natasha Grimshaw are the...
I think the next top-ranked woman is actually sitting in the room with us. Under Debbie, I
Sorry,
believe
no, I
it
did.
may
Sorry,
be Kenny Critchlow.
Sorry, I was only thinking of the people that were here, but yes, Kenny Critchlow, second top woman in the country at the moment. There you go, Scotty. You've set your sights high. More ways than one. So, down on his forehand, Colin Rogan, 8-2 up. 3 ends to go. Debbie's not out of the set yet, but she'll need a multiple here.
Just going to remind you, how many ends do we have in singles?
You've forgotten.
Well, I'm just trying to
9.
work out 9 minus 5.
Oh, sorry, it says ends 6. I thought it meant that 6 ends been played. Sorry. Okay, so 4, okay.
Clearly, Craig's been celebrating hard in the last 5
No.
minutes outside of this room. It really wasn't
No,
phone
some
calls that he
comment-
was making.
Some live stream has put up how many ends have been played, and this one, it's obviously the end we are playing, so hence the confusion.
Handy home for Debbie's bowl there. Colin sitting right on that jack. Any movement onto that bowl will be moving that jack in that direction.
It's a problem with doing commentary with a stats specialist. So Colin Rogan, be trying to get just in behind here. He's just going to pull up a little short from where he'd like to be. No, I lie. That's a great bowl.
Two
Very,
stunning
very
bowls.
good
He's
bowl.
been playing like this all weekend.
Yeah, he's. I saw him play against you yesterday, and he was outstanding. And also against Richie Muir.
He's
he
continued that
struggled-
form.
He struggled a wee bit in the final against Murray Wilson, but they both played some very good bowls, both of them. But he came back really strongly at the finish. So just while we're watching these bowls clear, just thought maybe just a shout out to some of our sponsors that have been fantastic supporters of the event, managed us, enabled us to do a lot of extra things, like players packs, and obviously the main sponsor we've had is Justin Cullen from Spates Ale House, Petone, and across the road he's got the Victoria Tavern as well. They're huge sponsors. We got all the players along there for dinner on Friday night as well, which was brilliant to get everyone together.
Another great bowl there from Colin.
Is this something that you may have said while I was out?
It's all right. We'll just let you repeat.
Right, okay. Well, he's been a great sponsor, so can't mention him enough. If anybody is in and around Petone and wants a good meal, they are fantastic hosts. Get along and see Spates Ale House Petone.
Absolutely. And when Craig talks about the fact that we've been able to do lots of extra things, this year we've had PBA dusters made. They are for sale.
Great bowl here. Sorry to interrupt.
No,
Oh, if she flops in,
she needs to sit down.
tidy bowl. Like I say, she's going to be a threat in that second set, regardless of what happens here.
Yes, if anybody's interested in dusters, or we have PBA tossing coins, please go online to PBA Wellington or even the New Zealand PBA page. and you'll be able to view them there and order them there, and we'll make sure that they get to you.
So just so I can catch up, you mentioned Tamara while I was away? You did. Well done.
Got a bit lonely
just-
talking to myself.
Did it?
Yep.
It's something you'd be used to.
Usually got the 6-year-old child. Unfortunately, Charlie wasn't available for commentating this.
Been in many conversations with you when you don't get a word in, so I think you'd have been in your element. So, what are we looking at here?
Colin holding
Holding
shot.
shot.
Would be 7 the difference after 6 ends.
Be interesting to see what he plays here. I don't think he'll be scared of it. If he's down onto his own, he could easily pop that bowl of Debbie's out to sit for 3 or 4. So you thought his shirt was too small today.
I know, bless him.
I think he
Bless him.
overstates the size.
He thinks he's bigger than he is.
The way he's been playing though, he probably feels 10 foot tall and bulletproof. Well, I don't think he knew what to play there. He's just
I think he's back in. He's
covering
in,
that spot maybe, just in case Debbie attacks it. For those who aren't familiar with the PBA, if the end's killed, the jack goes on one of the
spots at the back.
Yep,
you
determined.
can't see them at the moment because we're zoomed in a little bit.
So we have a 3
Closer
metre
to the
mark. We have a
screen.
3 metre mark instead of a 2 metre mark in the PBA. A metre out on each side and 300 millimetres back is a spot that determines if the jack goes out on either of those sides. It goes on that spot, so keeps the game flowing. Don't end up with many long games apart from our peers game today that went about an hour longer than we were anticipating. Close here, Debbie Jackson.
She's tracking in nicely.
Oh, this is an amazing bowl here. If she doesn't get the shot...
Beautiful bowl there, Debbie. Can't quite tell you what it is
I
yet.
can hear her husband from here, Calvin Jackson, fantastic supporter of Debbie's.
2 to Debbie, that takes it to 8-4 after 6 ends. So 4 the difference with 3 to play.
It was a 2.
Was it 2?
Good work. There's a big shot, not much room to work with.
I've learnt to watch the Lollipop Lady.
Oh, okay. So Scotty. So, Debbie Jackson now got herself back in this game. Can we agree there's 3 ends to go? Yes, there is. So, she's not out of it. Certainly not out of it. Needing 4 to draw the set. I think she'd be happy if she could draw the set here. Give her a lot of confidence going into the second one. Just crossing the head, but great weight. I'm sure she'll adjust well with the next one. The Auckland crew certainly supporting Colin in the background. We've got Lisa Mundell and her partner Gary Coddett, winner of the Peers, and Nick Thompson on the far right. Gary's partner in the Peers, and in the middle they've got some rogue Wellingtonian, Rob Ashton. Probably giving them good pointers on how to play the game.
I've left the snacks out there.
Oh,
We can spy to see if anybody decides they like the taste of them. Kenny's not out there to eat them though.
I've just received a message from Scotty and I can't repeat it. Pleased you're enjoying your commentary, Scotty.
Funnily enough, I had actually asked Kenny for Scotty before today whether she'd be
For what?
interested in coming down to the mixed pairs. Scotty didn't know that was who I was asking,
Right,
but
there you go, Scotty.
Kenny and I normally play pairs together here in Wellington, Scotty, and are playing in the national fours together. So
Cross everything, mate. There's a slim chance.
I must say I've had the opportunity to stay down with Scotty and had an absolute blast. Amazing family. absolute hoot, to be honest. Beautiful place too.
So, Colin Rogan leading by 4. Down on his backhand. Holding 1 anyway. Should make it 2 here, I would suspect.
Colin's had a fantastic weekend.
No,
Many
no,
games.
He's a very good bowler, full stop. He won an event in Dunedin earlier this year. For those who don't know, last year's finals were called off because of COVID, so we played them in June this year. So
I had the opportunity to play him in the Shanghai.
Unfortunate for Debbie there. She's just come up short, so this will give
He's got the opportunity to draw in 3 shots.
Colin really a chance to close this set out. Won't be quite closed out, but
Would make it 7 the difference.
make it very difficult. So Colin down here has certainly drawn a 3rd shot.
Looks like he may have even drawn the shot. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, very good bowls from Colin Rogan. So 3, I don't think it's 4, is it? No. Watch the lollipop lady. May even be 2. So, way back to get a measure. So that's going to make it 10-4, 6 the difference, maybe 7, just depending on the result of the measure, with 2 ends remaining. So that's going to make it pretty tough for Debbie, but she just wants to make sure she just keeps working this next end on her line and length. As soon as she finds her range, she can be very dangerous. So.
I think it's good to point out that the first event internationally that one of the players has qualified for this weekend it's incredibly soon. We're looking at November this year, are we not?
Yes, it is. Yep, the Scottish singles played somewhere. In Scotland, obviously.
Scotland.
Yeah, that's in 3, I think, by the looks of that. Just looking for the lollipop lady. Yeah, November, it's Scottish singles played. So yeah, it doesn't give the winner of the Scottish singles, who was Colin Rogan, a lot of time. He will have to get straight on to booking flights, and
2.
2 it was. Okay. Yeah, so there's not a lot of time. The World Singles and Pairs is played at the Potter's Leisure Resort in England in January, and then the UK Singles is played in Stanley, England, in April. March, April, yeah. Hopefully that doesn't clash with anything. So, Colin Rogan now just needing to drop no more than 1. If he drops 1, let me work this out. No, Debbie needs to pick up a
Handy home there behind
2
the jack.
here to give herself a chance.
They're not wasting any time, these 2.
No, and that's helping us out a lot.
As I know that Colin, like I said, he was booked in for a 5:30 flight.
Yeah, if he gets away from here, 5:30, needs to be away from here in about 50 minutes. There's every chance.
How quick can you do a presentation? Start backwards.
Okay, just a foot away there from Colin Rogan. surprised to see Debbie play this other hand now. Yes, she is. She can just play with a metre of weight and pull that jack. I want to say it's wide, but I just never know with these bowls of Debbie's.
I think that was about the track she took, that she finished sort of 1.5 foot wide. Here I might be lying, a couple of feet wide.
So any of you out there watching that want to be part of this PBA, get onto PBA NZ Facebook. You can ask any questions on there. If you don't know the coordinators in your centre, we'll certainly direct you to them. In Auckland, it's Bart Robertson. In Hastings, it's Dave Porteous. In New Plymouth, Taranaki, it's Kevin Sellers. Wellington, Claire Hendra. Dunedin, Neil Lowe or Ken Walker, and Invercargill, myself, Craig Merrilees. So, yeah, get amongst it. We've got 300 odd people involved in the PBA now. Some very good players involved in the PBA. A lot of current, past, and
Great bowl, great track here from Debbie.
current and past New Zealand players. Some current squad members. So yeah, so there's the quality is in the PBA is very good. We've got a lot of first and second year players that have been performing extremely well.
I think that's the beauty about carpet is somebody that's a natural sports person, in particular on something like this where it is mainly a draw game. It really shines. In particular here in Wellington this year we had Gavin Hamlin, who has come from golf to play lawn bowls, and a number of you, if you watched UBC last weekend, Gavin had a game or two live streamed on that UBC, but he has been a major player in our PBA this year, making many finals and including rankings, having won one event, semi-finals of rankings.
So one there to Colin, so that'll be the end of the first set. He's taken that out 11-4. So for those who are not familiar with the rules, they toss for the toss at the start of the game. Like any other game of bowls, you choose whether you give the mat away or keep it. The start of the second set is determined by the person who lost the toss in the first at the start of the game. But yeah, so there's a lot of and it does the PBA format of 2 sets of 9 ends and then a 3-end tiebreaker certainly appeals to a lot of to people of all abilities, because you're never out of it. You can get spanked in the first set and then come back and win the second set, and you've got a 3-end tiebreaker, which can be anybody's, where points don't count. It's purely whoever wins 2 ends. So we've got the marker at checking if that jack's up. So our marker here, Dale Jackson, is it?
Yeah, umpire Dale.
Did I say marker? Sorry. Umpire Dale Jackson.
Dale sort of doing that, what do you call it, that thankless task of sitting here all day, having measured maybe once or twice out of the whole day. Incredibly patient person, does sort of a lot of volunteer work out here on the green in Wellington. We're very lucky to have Dale.
So the tall gentleman standing up at the back of the green on your left in the grey shirt, that would be Calvin Jackson, Debbie's partner. For what she lacks in height, he makes up. But great supporters of the PBA, both Debbie and Calvin. Great supporters of the bar too, Calvin. It's been going since 9 o'clock.
I know that Calvin, it's actually quite, it's really, really nice. Calvin will be incredibly nervous right now watching
very.
Debbie.
So, start of the second set. Jack is up. Debbie's gone to change the length, which is very smart.
She's reset, start again.
Yep, start again, exactly. There's a new game now. She wins this set, she forces it to a tiebreaker, so... She's got her line good, just needs to find that range, but... You don't have to be close, just closer than your opponent. Colin Rogan Following Debbie down on his forehand. He's managed to find that weight pretty good. First bolt.
It has been interesting to see if Debbie instantly swaps around to the other hand. She's not. What would you choose to do? Would you choose to play three on the other side?
Yeah,
or?
having just come off that rink, I preferred that other hand, so yeah, I would.
We discussed it a bit earlier that Craig and I had been finding that the narrower turning bowls tended to...
Yeah, this obviously the surface has changed here at Naino since the new carpet went down. It was obviously a couple of seconds slower. But since this new surface went down, I would always normally play with Tiger 2s on the indoor surfaces, but fortunately somebody advised me to bring tighter bowls. And it paid off. I think it's certainly, you get a lot of turn out of your XGs and those tighter bowls on the screen now. It's a great facility here. Obviously, new carpet, it's going to take a wee while to bed in and to be quite as good as it was, but I'm sure it'll get there. But absolutely fantastic setup.
So even though this is our final game here that's being live streamed this weekend, next weekend Tamara has a massive weekend to go through for the
North-South down in Dunedin, where they've chosen 8 players from the north and 8 from the south. Each team consists of an over 65, under 25, and a Parajack,
yep.
or I think they are both Parajacks. Yeah, and then 5 others. So I think all the current Blackjacks are in the squad, I think. So there should be some good bowls. Tomorrow is going to be obviously very busy, covering that over 3 days, I think it goes for. So
travelling around the countryside.
Very good bowl here, Debbie Jackson. Beautiful.
Yeah, travelling for Tamara. Good thing she likes driving.
Loves a bit of her own company.
Maybe it's a sing-song. Is it carpool karaoke with oneself? Who knows?
So Colin Rogan just trying to sneak around his own and only just... So Debbie Jackson 1-0 after the first end.
Change that length and she's got it.
And exactly. I said it earlier this morning. I thought potentially team this morning should have done the same just to see what happens. You never know. Doesn't matter how good your opposition is. If you change things up, it can change the game completely. So we'll see if she opts to do the same, go with the same length here. Very patient umpire sitting over in the window in the sun.
Would be beautiful and warm there. What time are we at the moment? So just before 4. It will start to cool down in about 20 minutes.
When you say start to cool down, it's 9 ISO reach freezing point within half an hour.
Yeah. Although we're in spring now, we're in September, so we're going to claim that it's going to be warmer.
This is the first bit of sun I've seen in 3 days. So.
Oh, great start here from DB.
Very good old DB. She's got good support from the Southland contingent in the back.
It's a great thing about PBA is you see, no matter who's playing, if it's a good bowl, you're going to get a clap for it.
Yeah, a lot of good
Camaraderie.
Yes, there is. Yeah, good vibe in the PBA. Everyone gets on well. Just coming up short there.
Right on that line. Debbie with her turning bowls though, that won't
bother
put
her
off.
at all. Thanks to Muzzy Shirts, supplying shirts for each region. Make life a bit easier for the spectators. Good bowl here again. Debbie Jackson starting to find her range, as I said earlier in the commentary this morning. We see it so often. One player can dominate the first set and things can turn on their head quickly. You've only got to have a run of good ends. You win that second set, then the tiebreaker is anybody's. So Colin Rogan coming up short again. Just not as fond of these short ends.
No, but he has given himself, like for me, that would give me a line to play onto my own bowl, pushing it through or cutting it narrower
Here we
and landing
go.
on Debbie.
Jackson, is she going to sneak past this white?
I think she has, and she's on the jack.
Very good. Great bowl, Debbie Jackson. I wouldn't be surprised to see Colin play weight underneath that bowl, like you say. He's got so many options there. The jack, the bowl, his own bowl, pushing it up. Has he played that? No, he's opting just to draw the shot. I think I saw Colin played incredibly well against you yesterday. You took him to short ends for a while and got the better of him for a while.
It wasn't too long though.
Yeah,
he really did. He really has had a great season.
He has. He's been fantastic. You can't take it away from him. I think both yourself and Richie Muir played plenty well enough to win yesterday. Just Colin was just on fire, really, on his game. I think Debbie's just a touch tight here. Won't want to promote that bowl. Oh, she was fortunate to get the edge of that. So still holding shot here.
Colin has set himself up well for sort of sitting
Yes,
his
he
own
has.
bowl onto the jack now, or missing that, pushing through Debbie's bowl. Wish I was just a little bit taller at the moment.
Just at the moment.
Good point.
So Colin Rogan.
Playing for that draw
He's
again.
not a mile away.
Snakes around.
He's drawn the shot. That is... No, he's flopped
what a
out.
bowl though. Who knows?
Unfortunate. You don't very often see them flop out like that.
Marcus having a nosy. Let's wait to see what comes out the pocket.
Debbie likes hers. Thanks for the change in view there, Kenny.
One to Colin.
Wow,
That's
great
one all
bowl.
after
Yeah.
2 ends.
Yeah, that was some very good draw bowls, those last 2 bowls by Colin Rogan.
Maybe that's what we've all been doing wrong,
Maybe.
mind you. By we, I can't be referring to you because you've obviously had a great weekend.
Right, so 1-1, second set. 7 ends to go. Colin Rogan now down on his backhand again. It's really all weekend his weight control's been very, very good, and it continues. Find if you get your weight on this green, you're dangerous. Thanks to everybody who supported the Thermomix raffle over the leading up to this event as well. Went to a very, it was drawn on Friday night, went to a very deserving family in Silverstream, and here in Upper Hutt. Can't quite remember the lady's name off the top of my head now.
Alexandra.
Yes, that's right. You going to attempt that surname?
No.
But no, so thanks to everybody who supported that. Like I say, along with our sponsors, everybody who supported that raffle has helped make everything happen this weekend, which is fantastic. Colin Rogan just pulling up a metre short here, but might force a change from Debbie. No. Takes a bit to change Debbie. Like I say, with her big wide drawing bowls, not much gets in her road.
Is it going to turn enough?
She's pulling
got
hard.
A good track.
She flops in here. I think that's shot.
I think that's the shot.
That's a
I
very
agree.
good bowl.
Are we going to see a 5-4 set? 1 point at
Well,
the end?
I've seen a few of them. Colin Rogan here on a good track again. Just has he got the weight? It's hard to tell with these bowls. They seem to run on. Oh, he's played that very, very well.
Yeah, poor Colin was struggling with doesn't often put stickers on the bowls. It was quite interesting. I just had a conversation with a couple of the players where in their regions and their clubs they don't have stickers. So this was a little bit of an unusual...
Need to get used to it, because when he gets to the UK, that's not an option.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different experience anyway. So we
Actually, I take that back. I think in the UK you've got to play. You have to play with a pool of bowls they supply, and you get red or green. So depending where you are in the draw, you play with red or green bowls. You choose a set from there. You can. There has been the odd player. Ian Schuback from Australia, I think, used to take his own set of red and green bowls. But for most people, they just use the pool of bowls that they supply. Change of hand at the last minute here by Colin. So, Colin Rogan.
just going to cut up.
Just coming up
Land a
slightly
bit short.
So, Debbie Jackson. What would you play here, Claire?
I'd be changing my hand if I was Debbie.
Mhm.
To be sitting on to Colin's shot bowl is likely to...
I think she
Rock
can be
that
quite
jack
aggressive
back.
here. I think I'd be at minimum ditch weight through that bowl. She can't get her own. Famous last words, but she should be able to get her own. She needs to keep the score ticking along. She's definitely staying on that other hand.
Enjoying seeing Nick behind the rink there,
If
carrying
she-
his PBA bowls PBA bag around. A new initiative for this year's PBA finals, where the players were all gifted a bag at registration this year.
Yeah, a lot of good comments from around the place. You've done a fantastic job running this event. I think it'd be one of the best, certainly in what's been provided to the players. So,
Do you think
Big-
that's a shared responsibility? It's this has been, like for me, being unwell. I have had the support from yourself, as you know.
basically done what I'm told. So back to the full length, well, close to full length by Colin Rogan.
Now, some of you may be wondering why we have these same sort of volunteers each time out there on the green. Unfortunately, there is a major event being played further up the coast.
Parapram pairs, was it?
Yep, up the same weekend. And it was a 3-day event, so we were short on PBA players because obviously they're all big players and wanted to get straight back out there in the green out there. So a lot of them have been unavailable to provide support. So we are very, very thankful for those who have come and helped out over the weekend. So Debbie down on that wide hand. So for those that are just joining us, we are into the second set of the World Singles Final, with Colin Rogan having taken out the first set 11-4 and currently 2-1 up in this second set, holding shot with his last bowl right on the centre line. We are running rather late here at the Nainai indoor surface. We just had a couple of games this morning that took a fair bit longer than we expected them to. So at the moment we're about half an hour after or past where we were going to be or expected to be at this time. Debbie tracking in, just going to cut under Colin's bowl. Sitting in a bit of an awkward spot for Colin. His line should be underneath that. It depends whether or not that is in his eye. We've just had a Craig nip out to have another, what do we call it, drinks break and put some food in there before celebrating hopefully later on tonight once he's got home. Colin down on the other hand, so Debbie's bowl does seem to be in his eye for him to change hands, having played that way so well. And Debbie's just going to run in underneath the shot bowl there. Still with one more to play for Debbie, but also making it challenging again for Colin on the other hand to be able to draw in. So he's going to change hands, I think. Is he, or is he going to stay on that side? He has returned back to the hand that he's been drawing so well on. Does seem to be tracking in, although it is going to just drop a bit shorter. Now for those just tuning in, there is also, of what's been played today, we have the New Zealand #1 ranked player awarded today, which would be Sheldon Bagri-Howley, the New Zealand #1 ranked female, which would be myself. Our New Zealand #1 ranked Rookie of the Year, which would be Gavin Hamlin. #1 under 25 is likely to be Aidan Zitterstein, and we will be naming the New Zealand team to play against Australia in the Trans-Tasman after all of the events have been played and we have finished calculating the ranking points. Debbie coming in obviously with a great bowl just as Craig has opened the door, and you can hear all of the supporters there calling for her. We'll also be naming the region of the year, which at the moment, with the results that we've had from Colin and Nick Thompson and Gary Cotter already today, having taken out 2 of the events for Auckland, and Colin again in this final at the moment, Auckland are looking like they are tracking to win this. Their the closest region to them at the moment is Invercargill, and of course, Southland, sorry, and with Debbie playing at the moment, there is a possibility, is there, of Southland catching up to Auckland?
I think I'd have to check the points, but I think if... Sorry, I'm on mute. Sorry, would have to check the points, but I believe that if Debbie's to win this, Auckland might still hold on by 1 point after Colin's win in the Scottish and Nick Thompson and Gary Cotter winning the World Pairs.
So 2-2 after 4 ends. Maybe it is going to be a 5-4.
Could be.
We've got Gary Muruai now in the background talking to Rob Ashton. Gary's just come off commentating. I've been very lucky here in Wellington this year. Gary underwent a surgery on his arm, which put him out of being able to bowl for the first two events here in Wellington, and for luck of me, it meant that he was available to help me out running the events and gave me that time to be able to play them. However, come the last weekend, which again was very lucky, he was able to play.
Colin Rogan, yep.
Having qualified, and he qualified in the pairs. So straight out of surgery onto the green and qualified in the pairs. We also saw him at the Champ National Fours final.
Yeah, very unlucky not to win that that final too. Very close game. They've been a very good performing club the last few years. Is it Melbourne, is it?
I've just had a lovely message, sorry, I got sidetracked by Cynthia, our lovely Thermomix consultant from Wellington, has just pointed out that we're having snow in the Rimutakas tonight, so you've got sunshine today, and everybody will travel home in time for it to turn cold for us.
Well, I have heard it's absolute gale force winds in Invercargill, so the chance of that flight getting cancelled have been increased. So, Debbie Jackson now on her forehand.
Do they cancel flights landing in other parts of the country? Because in Wellington we're pretty hardy and we usually land at that time.
If you didn't land in wind in Wellington, you'd never land, would you?
No, it is supposed to be.
They didn't put the airport up here in the Hutt Valley. It's a lot calmer up here, I've noticed. So, Colin Rogan now. Staying on his backhand, one down. Just looking to promote his own bowl, but he's tight under the head. So Debbie Jackson, she shouldn't be scared of this.
No.
She's got everything to play for. She sits that bowl out. She makes 2 or 3. If she does get onto her own, she's only going to kick it back to herself.
What happens in the scenario if somebody doesn't want to travel internationally to one of the events?
So there's a certain amount contributed by the PBA towards going overseas. If the player chooses not to go, they only get half of that money, and the other half goes to the runner-up, who can then choose to represent New Zealand in that event. Doesn't happen very often though. For a lot of people, it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Anybody that's been to the UK, and fortunately for me this is going to be my first trip, but everybody that's been raves about the experience and can't wait to get back. It's just the environment, playing with the world's best players.
We'd like to think we've got some good players here in New Zealand though.
It's an incredible environment. You arrive at the venue, they take care of your accommodation while you're playing. You get scheduled practice times on the portable rink. Players have been known to be practicing at 1 or 2 in the morning to get more allocated times in to practice on that rink, and then it's game time. And generally, coming from New Zealand, you get drawn against one of the top 16 in the world. The top 16 are seeded, and they play the other 16 from around the world. So you are up against it, but as we know with bowls, anybody with that's got a fair bit of ability can beat a world champ. So we've seen it plenty of times. Like I think I said this morning, Jamie Hill that used to be in the PBA, won the #1 trophy in quite a number of times.
Oh, good.
He's had the most success overseas in the world singles. He made the semi-final, which was an absolutely fantastic effort. Good payday for him as well. You win the world singles, I think you're looking at close to 100,000 New Zealand dollars.
The DB's first bowl here, starting behind the jack. Colin looks like he's going to be dropping short with that first one.
So, 4 ends to go. Debbie Jackson, can she take this to a tiebreaker? If she does, it's a 50-50 go for me. I think
They're both playing very well.
playing well. The tiebreaker, as we've said many times in this commentary, is purely ends, not points. So, very good bowl, Debbie Jackson. Foot behind the jack. She's looking very serious out there. She looks very calm. I'm not sure if she's a... It's a big stage for Debbie. She's her first time in a New Zealand final, but she's acquitting herself very well against a very experienced campaigner.
Knowing Debbie, she does look very, very calm, but I know that there's been a lot of nerves there.
Oh,
and,
100%. Not as nervous as her husband out there, but he's been drinking since 9 o'clock to try and calm those nerves. He's a fantastic supporter of his wife, as you like to see.
Although that did sound like shout.
Yes, it was. There's a big... Oh, that's a fantastic bowl. Made 3 of it. What a great bowl, Debbie Jackson. And saying that, it's a nice port down there for Colin Rogan, and
he's got 2 bowls to do it,
and he will not be short.
Although I think he's playing the other hand to what I was expecting.
Very
Maybe not.
surprised with this, but he's...
Oh, no, he's not.
No,
He is playing
yes.
that hand. It's just wrong, funny angle.
Oh, he's played this well. Oh,
He's
no,
got
he
onto
hasn't.
his own.
Wow, that is a... It's very unlucky. It looked like he was coming back.
Did Debbie an opportunity to put either a back bowl in, or does she make it 4?
Oh, listen, I'm going deep.
Right.
I think Debbie now, she's got 3. That would put her ahead 6-2. She doesn't want to drop a 3, so well played, Debbie Jackson.
Yep, she has.
Covering the back, making sure that she doesn't drop a big number.
A good decision at this point in the game. Imagine picking up 3 will take her to 6-2 up for the difference.
She's matured a lot in the last few years as a player, especially as a singles player. I remember having a chat to her one Saturday night 2 years ago, watching her lose a final in Invercargill after she just didn't go up to the head. She just played all her bowls from the mat end, never had a look. And
Colin, wide again.
Wow, that is a
So
big
Debbie
end to
has
Jackson.
picked up a 3. That takes it to 6-2 after 6 ends, 3 ends to play in the second set for the diff.
This is going to be a great finish to this game, great finish to the weekend. So you said Debbie never used to go up and visit the head much, but after a wee bit of advice from myself and a few other senior players, she started to do that, and I wish we hadn't given her that advice, because we've all been tipped up by her now and again on the green. She's her shot selection has is very good now. She does surprise me sometimes, but it's purely because she backs herself on that draw, so she doesn't attack as much as some of her counterparts. And I'm not going to be sexist enough to say just her male counterparts. Obviously, we've got a lot of fantastic women that play every bit as good as men, like yourself, and with great and a great attacking game. But Debbie is definitely more a draw player, and she's got a fantastic draw shot. Like I say, these bowls of hers draw around the world, and she handles them very, very well. But yeah, her shot selection, her whole game has come on leaps and bounds in the last couple of years. But talking to Kelvin, her work ethic is fantastic. There's not many days of the week she's not down at the green.
Is it artificial? Is it astro or carpet?
It's a carpet surface, outdoor carpet surface that they play on in Arrowtown, and she puts in a massive amount of work. But she's very driven.
Bowl.
She knows what she wants to do in the sport, and she's going to go as far as she can. And the way she's going at the moment, I I wouldn't put a cap on that at all. You know, she could do anything.
I think Debbie was also, like, she's got some drive to play well for a particular loved one.
Is she?
Yeah. And I know yourself this weekend also had that drive. Does it make much of a difference?
Oh, no, it definitely does. Yeah, it does, definitely. From myself, my grandmother passed away yesterday, and she's a huge supporter of mine and bowl, so certainly it does make a difference. It certainly gave you a bit of something else to play for. The bowls becomes less important, and the reason for winning becomes more. So yeah, I didn't realise that about Debbie. So
I'm really stoked that Colin hasn't played any wrong biases today, because I did actually go and put the stickers on his bowls myself today. I was a bit concerned that he may have...
I wouldn't imagine that would have been pretty.
It would have put
I've
some...
watched you put stickers on bowls before. That's rough. Oh, great bowls here again.
Oh,
Debbie's
two
really...
absolute stunning bowls from Debbie.
As I alluded to before, and don't want to say I was right, but Debbie usually finds her range eventually, and she's done that now.
And we talked about earlier when you were at the room, Craig, that you can have that first set where one player takes a big jump and a big lead, and then in that second set it's kind of a turnaround and it flips over, and the other
Talked about that
person...
when I was in the room. Actually.
Oh, haven't got ready yet.
But yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, you're right. It's exactly, we see it time and time again, especially at regional level. The amount of times the winner of a game has lost the first set is incredible. So Debbie Jackson now holding 2. Now this would take her to 8-2 if she could hold on here. Another very good effort. Just going to be in behind, but better to be behind than in front. She doesn't want to frame that any more than it is for Colin Rogan. Very experienced player, can pull off anything.
She hasn't given him many options for shots here. He has only got that draw option.
He has, and he looks tight for me.
And it looks like Debbie's going to take 2 more shots. Oh.
Probably the
Did I
most...
speak too early there?
Yeah, I think it's just one. Probably the most fortunate side he'll get of the weekend, but he hasn't relied much on fortune this weekend. It's been pure skill from Colin Rogan, but there we go. That's just testament to how well Debbie Jackson's playing. Colin Rogan's playing very well, yet Debbie Jackson finds herself 7-2 up. 2 ends to go. I'd back her in from here to take it to a tiebreaker.
Absolutely, 5 the difference. If Debbie wins this end, we will be going straight into a tiebreaker after this end. Yeah, no, she has to win this end.
As much as all of you are probably very aware, if it is a drawn set, of course, Colin will go through, having won a set and a half, but the way Debbie Jackson's just starting to find her range, I don't see her dropping 5 over 2 ends. Not to put a commentator's curse on her, but...
Gosh, you're going to hope not, because you're going to have hell if you've done that.
Can we erase that tomorrow?
Are you alright there, Kelvin?
No. So we just had Calvin Jackson come into the commentary box. He has confirmed what I thought. Yes, he has got nerves of steel now. But he's a pretty excited husband out there. His wife performing incredibly well on...
pretty happy coming into the room.
On the top stage.
So Colin just drawing in the shot there.
I don't think there'll be a happier person in the stadium than Calvin Jackson if his wife gets up here. I actually don't think they'll leave Wellington today if Debbie gets up.
I don't know if they're leaving Wellington here today, time-wise anyway. They're on a flight earlier than yours.
I think if Debbie gets up here, I think you're stuck with them for a couple of weeks.
Wouldn't mind it.
So,
I felt like I had the opportunity to be an honorary Central Otago player over Nationals this year with playing in singles, my opposition and I both had virtually the same coloured bowls, and the marker was definitely struggling with that. So
Not quite what Colin needed there.
No.
Needs probably he wants to get a 3 here. He wouldn't want to be relying on needing a 3 or 4 in the last end. Sorry.
But no, Debbie was the only person at the green that was carrying stickers, and they happened to be a set of Central Otago stickers, so we chucked them on my bowls, and away I went. Unfortunately, my next game was actually Debbie, who wasn't too happy. But no, definitely we had a laugh, and I kept those stickers on for quite some time, because I have to say, I do feel that there's a real warm welcome down there in Central Otago. Absolutely love playing there.
No, good bunch of people down in Central Otago. For anybody that was at the Nationals 18 months ago, they would have had a fantastic time. Central Otago do it well. They put on they've got fantastic greens. Their weather's amazing.
Just a beautiful location in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting to travel around that lake every day on the way to bowls. So, Colin Rogan. Change of hand here.
Colin really needing more than one this end. One would allow him to try and pick up a 4 the next end, but with Debbie's form at the moment, it's going to be very, very challenging to do
Debbie
that.
Jackson now, she's got a great chance here. She's got lots of options on this forehand. Getting in off her own, pulling that jack. If she could do that, she's going to make life very tough for Colin. So, Debbie Jackson. She'll come a long way back from there. If she's got the weight, she's got the jack.
She's not far away. I'm
the
thinking
hole.
that gap.
I need to stop talking. But that was a great effort. She was very close to pulling that jack. But Colin Rogan now, just a small area to draw a second shot. He's on a good track, Claire.
You're starting to feel guilty.
No, not at all. He's just going to pick up the one shot here, so he'll need the full count to finish it off in straight sets.
But we will be playing the 9th end of this set.
Correct. So, the crowd are definitely getting their money's worth. We're focused on the Auckland crowd there that are looking at a wee bit more sedate than the Southern crowd out of shot. That have seen their charger, Debbie Jackson, storm back into this game.
Colin, have you brought the mat up a bit? Is he changing the length?
Yes,
or is
he
it
is
just...
changing the length, yes. He's,
Right, so he's going for that 4.
Which, this is the experience of Colin Rogan. He knows that currently, on what they've been playing, he's not going to pick up a 4. He obviously doesn't think. He needs to change something up. See if he can put Debbie Jackson off her game and try and pick up this 4 that he needs to lock away.
He started pretty well.
That's there, like I say, that's the experience of Colin Rogan.
Look at that. Is it going to fall over? Not quite.
Like I say, more North Harbour titles
Than anybody else?
than you've had gluten-free dinners, and but he's also got plenty of New Zealand titles as well. And that's sometimes in these
has kind of thrown Debbie out.
but sometimes in these tight games, Claire, it's the experience that'll get you through. I wouldn't imagine Colin's too nervous out here now, like he's been in this position many times for Debbie. Her first game on the big stage, but she's performing incredibly well. So.
One thing I do like about your Southland crew is they are all here watching and supporting Debbie.
Oh, absolutely, and I mean that's what it's like. In Southland and the PBA, we find that most players every Saturday night we have PBA events over on a weekend. They'll all head down to the Northern Tavern in Invercargill and socialise. So it's like I say, it's a close-knit group. It's fantastic, really.
Just looking with this one, we've seen Colin's second bowl dropping in short.
Better.
She's just going to run through. So that second bowl of Colin's, I feel like it's still going to be...
It's close to counting.
Yep.
Debbie just needs to look for second shot now. So Colin
Ooh,
won't be
cutting
happy
it a
with
bit
this.
Skinnier.
He's, unlike Colin, he's drifting away here. Could still be in the count, but I don't think it's going to be close enough. I think Debbie's got 2 bowls in hand. I think she'll sneak inside that. But nerves are a funny thing.
Debbie made me laugh. We had the opportunity to play Shanghai against each other this weekend.
Sorry, just to interrupt you. Good bowl here coming.
She looks quick.
Oh, she is quick, sorry.
But is she too quick to
No,
cut out that wing one? I don't think so.
I think she's cut something out.
You have a look at those lines. That cross that she's landed near would normally be the 2 metre mark. She's on the other side of that 2 metre mark. And the dot out to that bowl out to the wing of Collins is sitting a metre out that way. So the chances are that Debbie is closer than his 3rd shot at the moment.
Could you give us a more... Sorry, we're just getting... Her last bowl. Sorry, we're getting somebody trying to lean through the window asking us on the TV, which is the closest bowl of Debbie's.
Not sure why they don't just put the
No.
live stream on themselves and have a nosy at what's going on. It's great to have so many people watching this here and supporting the PBA. Always looking for new members, definitely here in Wellington. If anybody has played in the past, we have changed our structure up a bit here in Wellington. We no longer play all of the events out on the same day due to the cold environment that we have.
The chances of getting frostbite.
Colin having drawn that 3rd.
So this is interesting. Debbie, if she goes back and plays this bowl,
Does that mean she's 4
She
down or she
must-
just doesn't know?
she must believe that she's 4 down or is unsure, because if she's only 3 down, she's not playing it. Although there's very little chance of
Although
doing
I
much damage.
believe I've had the same scenario against Debbie and she's played it.
Is she? Right. So this is either because she's 4 down or just a practice shot. So we're going to know very quickly, within about 10 seconds.
Whether it's either gained the world singles
Don't like the line.
or Debbie.
She wouldn't want to knock this in. No, she hasn't. Oh, she hasn't. Right, so it's going to be interesting here. She's certainly 2 down. The 3rd and 4th shot. That's the... It would be a very unfortunate way to finish the game. I hope for Debbie's sake it's just...
I hope for your
Just-
sake it is.
Yeah. No disrespect to Colin, but you don't want to see anybody drop a 4 to
No.
lose the game. No. Just, well...
I'm not sure
No,
what happened
I'm not
there,
sure
to be
about
honest.
this. Yeah, Colin is trying to measure quite quickly here. I think Debbie would want to measure herself.
Hopefully it's not the nerves of the time pressure getting to them trying
let's
to
have a
rush
wee look
these.
here. So that's 3. This is the one. This is the one here. Oh, it's 4.
Oh, it is
So
4.
very unfortunate for Debbie. There's, but she's played very well. She
And
can't hit.
Colin has played fantastic all weekend.
She's come up against a fantastic competitor in Colin Rogan, and certainly hasn't disgraced herself. Congratulations to Colin Rogan. 2 titles today, so fantastic performance from him.
So just to top it off and just to give you a run through of who has performed today, the Will Pears, Nick Thompson and Gary Cotter came through in that. Colin Rogan came through in the Scottish singles, yourself, Craig Merrilees, in the UK singles, and Colin again now in the world singles. Massive congratulations to everybody over the weekend, and thank you again for everybody that has supported the streaming, including Tamara here from Bells New Zealand, Kenny for all of your help this weekend, and all of those that volunteered for marking and helping out in the green. And a massive thanks to you as well, Craig, for helping me run this event.
Yeah, no, listen, you've done a fantastic job. I think the of all the New Zealand finals I've been to, this would be up there with the best of them. Actually, would be the best of them. So, Congratulations to yourself and the Wellington branch on putting on a fantastic weekend. I endorse your comments about Tamara and Kenny. They've been fantastic. So once again, anybody interested in the PBA, jump onto our Facebook page. Let us know if you're interested. We'll give you any information you need. But yeah, thanks for joining us over this last couple of days. Hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks,
look
Claire.
forward to you jumping on next week and watching the North versus South.
Okay, thanks very much. Have a good day. Have the rest of your weekend, folks.